Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is February 20th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. And let's see, Leslie, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Landers?
Here.
Commissioner McKinnon's not here yet. Commissioner Perry?
Here.
And
Here.
Chair Fondo Bernardi.
Okay, Planning Director's report.
All right, for our next meeting on March 6th, we have a development review permit at 1618 Stanford. Then we have a couple of discussion items. One is an update on the Promenade 3.0 project, and then also an update on the Vision Zero outreach campaign. Then on March 20th, a couple of hearings. 1707 Cloverfield Boulevard is a development review permit. It's about a 60-unit project. And then we have two vesting maps related to the projects at 1828 Ocean and 1921 Oceanfront Walk. Recent community meetings coming up, February 28th, the Pico Wellbeing Project. And at that meeting, we will have feedback on the zoning and ideas to support economic opportunity. And then upcoming city council items, we have a final map at 1900 20th Street going on the 26th of February. March 5th is a landmarks appeal at 1610 California. And then on March 20th, the zoning ordinance amendments that you're reviewing tonight. And then also the AHPP elimination of the extremely low income level, also that you're reviewing tonight. So those two items will get to council on March 20th.
Questions?
Yes.
Mara?
Go ahead.
Given that the appeal on the Ocean Avenue and Oceanfront Walk projects is April 23rd, do we still proceed with the vesting map?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding was that what's happening in April with the AHPP? Is that HRNA's contract? I thought that was when the ELI was going forward. I heard April.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, we have it scheduled now for March.
Something's
20th.
happening in April.
I can find out.
It's a safe bet. Right?
Okay, any other questions? Any announcements from the commissioners?
Well, I just want to thank Kyle for attempting to register us for the Planning Commissioners Academy to the extent that there will be openings. I believe Leslie and I are on the waiting list, and we will report back what we learn if we learn something.
Okay. Nina?
Since staff didn't remind us, I just wanted to remind you that we got an email from the technology people about a special session so we can learn how to get into our freaking city emails. And so we can actually find out.
When is that?
There's 2 days, I think, off the top of my head. They're March 7th and March 6th. I mean, March 2nd and March 6th, or something like that, or 5th. All I know is there's 2 meetings. Check your email. Don't miss it because we need to be able to get into those accounts, and they're about to make it harder.
They are Saturday, March 2nd, here in the chambers, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., and Tuesday, March 5th, also here in the chambers, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., and they are for all boards and commissions.
What he said.
Okay. So Richard's with us here, so if you could add him to the attendees. Okay. Approval of the minutes. We have the minutes from July 18th. And Nina, you were going to comb through these with a fine-tooth comb. And what was your decision?
I think that
Okay, can I have a motion?
I so move.
Okay.
I so move.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I will abstain, not having been present.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there are no statements of official action. With your permission, I'd like to move item 8B up to ahead of 8A. Does anyone have any reason not to do that? Okay, let's do that. So we
If
move
you'll
ahead
just give
with
me a
that.
moment. Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Henry Servine. I'm your city traffic engineer. What we're going to offer you tonight is a snapshot in time on the information that we've been gathering in regards to the traffic study concerning the entire Sunset Park neighborhood. We're looking at an area. First of all, I'll give you a little bit of background, some of the timelines of where we've been, provide you some of the context, some of the community concerns we've had thus far, and it's an open book. We're still receiving concerns. We will be conducting a series of public meetings, including focus meetings with sub-neighborhoods within the Greater Sunset Park. We'd like to engage stakeholders from across the city, but primarily we're working with the neighborhood residents on residential streets within the Sunset Park. Part of the data collection and assessment is to look at measures that can be easily implemented. I'm going to go and provide you some examples of what's in the toolkit, and then I'll outline for you some of the next steps. This is an interactive discussion. I welcome questions along the way. Happy to be able to provide information as we go through. And of course, we would be happy to be welcomed back as the data is gathered and some implementable devices at specific locations are identified. Thank you. For those watching at home, we like to define what the study area boundaries are. This rhomboid, if you will, of red outlines the entire Sunset Park community. Generally, it's bordered by Lincoln Boulevard, Highway 1 on the west end, the city of Los Angeles city limit along the south end, generally bordered by a golf course and park, and then along the east end, the edge of our airport, and generally the South Centinela Avenue corridor. And it does not include portions of Los Angeles, just strictly those areas within the city of Santa Monica, and then up to Pico Boulevard on the north end. We are looking at residential streets primarily, although some of the implementable measures might be very close to and affect crosswalks and other items along Pico, Ocean Park, Lincoln, and Pearl. We're not necessarily talking about any major changes along the arterial corridors. Those are studies that are working independently. We are working in coordination with the Orchard Ocean Park Plan, the Lincoln Link project. We're working actively with the Pico Wellbeing project, and we're working with other partners. We have reached out to the city of Los Angeles because some of the studies have indicated that much of our traffic is commuter oriented. Much of the congestion is directed to specific times of the day during the work week, and so we've engaged them. Not with great success, but nevertheless we make that attempt. And we are also engaged with other related areas around that, including the colleges, the school district. It's working specifically through some of the programs we've already established, including our Safe Routes to School programs, where we engage the communities, parents and teachers of local schools, and such. I'll get into a few more details as we move on. Good. The study was funded in fiscal year 2016. At that time, it was identified that it would be a fairly comprehensive study. We picked up the challenge in September of 2018. We hired a consultant, and we're in the phase where we're gathering data. We're well into our third month of working along that area. Part of what we've done is also did some data mining. The last time the Sunset Park neighborhood had some traffic calming treatments was in the mid-90s, with some of them, but not all, implemented about 1994 through 1996. Some of what's still available and visible today are the speed humps along Cloverfield or 23rd, for example. Others, they had partial street blockages along the way, but for one reason or another, many of the measures were not implemented. And as traffic patterns continued to mature, and as our land use patterns matured, traffic continued to use the neighborhood streets to get about their business. At this stage, we're looking for your input for some guidance as we proceed with our study. It is by no means a fully baked plan yet. We don't have specific treatments for specific locations yet, but that's all part of the input process. Okay. It's always important to understand what the problem is, and in engaging members, particularly Friends of Sunset Park and others, they've told us that what we really should be looking at is a way to include both the means of education and enforcement, as well as some engineering, to implement physical measures to reduce the negative effects of motor vehicle use, alter driver behavior where appropriate, and improve the safety of non-motorized street users. Part of what we're doing is to make sure that what we provide is not an impediment to good transit, bicycle, or pedestrian throughput within the neighborhood and to and from the neighborhood. Some of the greater community concerns in kind of a cartoon fashion have been speeding in the non-commute directions. So we know that in the morning, traffic headed through the neighborhood northbound is fairly slow and invades many of the adjacent streets besides 23rd or Centinela or Lincoln. So they use many of the minor streets and alleys to get around. But what happens is that traffic in the other direction tends to speed quite a lot. And so we're documenting where those locations are. We also recognize during the peak commute morning period, there's a great deal of congestion. And then again in the evening, extended periods of congestion. One of the things that we'll touch on is through that intersection congestion, we've discovered that with the rise of modern applications like Waze or Google Maps, because we name our alleyways, Google feels the right to be able to list those as travelways during commute hours. So we've received community concerns about traffic using their alleys to try to cut through the neighborhood. We're also looking to see where high volumes of traffic, particularly on certain streets like 21st or 17th Street or 16th Street in particular, could somehow be rebalanced to minimize the directional impact along some of those streets. And we're also looking at how we would improve child and senior citizen pedestrian safety. One thing that's been apparent is that as this traffic has continued to push through, one of the situations that's occurred is that it's difficult for pedestrians to use their neighborhoods. So we're looking at how we could improve that, particularly along walking routes to school, at the elementary schools, the middle school, and other locations where we know that folks are crossing streets to get to libraries and activity centers. Some of the concerns to drill down a little bit more is the cut-through traffic, particularly in residential areas. I touched on the fact that Waze does an extremely good job at directing people down alleys. And if you have a garbage can out on your pickup day, you'll recognize that your garbage can may not be out there when you go look for it the next morning because it's been hit a couple of times. Frequency and severity of collisions, particularly along key progress routes like 23rd Street. Looking at how to slow down vehicular travel speeds, at least to get them to obey the posted speed limits with greater frequency. And then also how to reduce the need for constant police enforcement. We do work actively with Santa Monica Police Department Traffic Division, but frankly, the level of impact in the neighborhood would pretty much use up the available time that we have that we distribute citywide with our police enforcement. So we have to look at means that don't require constant police enforcement, but would get us more towards selective enforcement at particular locations. We also wish to increase the safety of non-motorized street users. Fully baked into our efforts are to make sure that we're safely accommodating the use of bicycle and pedestrian, as well as transit access. But some of the measures will be intrusive. They will affect motor vehicle use, but we're designing them in such a way that they don't impede bicycle and pedestrian traffic. We wish to be able to make sure that all modes of transportation are included in everything we do. And we also want to enhance the street environment for the neighborhood. Having said that, some of the measures that we will propose in the coming months would be pilot projects, temporary in nature. They do not have any element of aesthetic, but we're judging them for their effectiveness initially. But we do want to acknowledge the fact that we want to improve the street environment. Some of the parameters, what are we doing and what are we not doing? We definitely want to enhance safety. We want to ensure that we have means to ensure compliance by folks using the streets in all means. We need to be able to balance the needs of traffic to use the neighborhood, both by residents and non-residents alike, but to also be very considerate of neighborhood circulation. That's a careful balance because we may not want to go overboard initially in our pilot programs, but we definitely want to have an effect. And if there's some impedance or friction to folks using the neighborhood to get through, they may decide to, on balance, stay on the streets designed for their commute use, like Lincoln or Centinela. We also want to make sure that what we do does not affect emergency response. In working closely with our fire department and our police department, we want to make sure that whatever we implement does not affect the response time of these emergency vehicles, with also an eye toward making sure that what we do does not affect garbage pickup and does not affect the transit routes identified in the Sunset Park neighborhood. We're also looking at how to make sure that we, with this process, enable folks to choose bicycling and walking as part of their trip choices, so that we're not just relying on the automobile for even, let's say, casual or incidental trips. We want to be able to direct traffic back to Lincoln, Ocean Park, Pico, and Centinela. A consequence of this is that traffic will not necessarily get any better on those streets, but frankly, that's what they were designed for. So with that in mind, some of the areas of concern that we've received from residents and stakeholders alike are the continuing traffic, and I dare not point the laser at anybody, but I was told I could use it. What I'll do is, let's see if I can use this guy a little smarter, because I don't want to red beam somebody's retinas. We're looking at how we would identify concerns along 23rd Street, which is in the middle of the map, if I can use my little arrow indicator here. Speeding concerns along 21st from about Ocean Park Boulevard to the city limits. Areas along the Santa Monica College, particularly in the neighborhood adjacent south, all of the streets along Cedar, Pine, and Maple between 18th and 17th Streets. Looking at some of the street concerns, trying to cross Pico at 29th, one of our last unimproved intersections, and looking at what measures we could implement to allow that intersection to feel a little more comfortable for folks that have to experience that street without the use of a motor vehicle, particularly in bicycle and pedestrian modes. Also looking at 16th and Ocean Park Boulevard, concerns there as patterns have changed and walking routes have changed. It's a non-signalized location, and yet evidence of high volumes of child pedestrians along with their parents. We're also looking at the streets that seem to have been a natural cut through in the past from about 16th Street over to Dewey and 23rd. The streets combinations of Navy, Bryn Mawr, Wellesley Marine, and Sunset Dewey. A lot of folks have been long sufferers of the traffic that seems to filter through those streets and alleys. And then also looking at the conditions that happen in the AM northbound along Marine, Ashland, Hill, all off of Lincoln, because some folks, instead of trying to use Ocean Park or Pearl or Pico, for example, decided it's advantageous to cut through the neighborhood to get about their business. So we've identified those along with some of the conditions at Euclid and Ocean Park Boulevard as well. The book is still open. I think we'll be receiving input tonight as well of other locations that we should consider. Because the study is focused on reduction of speeds, improvement on livability, and reduction in the amount of congestion on particular residential streets, we're also taking advantage of the fact that we're working with our partners in mobility and planning and public works to work with our Vision Zero goals, to work with our safe routes to school, to identify any elements in other companion studies that we can work in concert with, so that we're not working in our little silos of excellence, if you will, or cylinders of excellence. What we have is a prioritization of project efforts. Where can we be most effective? Where can the measures be most visible so the word gets out that we want to stymie solar motor vehicle use within residential streets that are generally cutting from one end to the other, but not discourage neighborhood needs. We're definitely about a high degree of community input, not only just focused on the Friends of Sunset Park and all of the sub-neighborhoods, but folks that use the streets in the community from around there. We're very much aware that we're looking at safe routes to schools, safe walking routes to the libraries and parks, and we have an eye toward improving nighttime visibility. It may not necessarily involve more lights, but perhaps looking at how well we trim our trees with greater frequency and looking where we can do the most good, and perhaps making our signs and crosswalks more visible to improve presence on those streets. We'd like to prioritize from highest volume streets or the streets affected by the highest volumes. streets affected by the highest speeds, and how to do effective measures that address both conditions. A treatment to reduce congestion may not necessarily address an issue regarding speeding, but we're looking at all of that. Some of the traffic calming measures that we're looking at involve the 3 E's, which I'm sure you've heard in the past: education, enforcement, and engineering. We've recently purchased through some grants and in partnership with our city budget, our city council, some speed feedback radar signs, which currently deployed on 21st Street. There's one on 23rd, there's one up on 26th. And these are single-faced speed limit signs. An example is shown there in the picture here. Basically, they present a flashing image of your speed up to a certain speed limit to reinforce the message of what we would like you to do. Below that is actually the regulatory speed. In this case, you're in a school zone, so you must drive at 25 miles an hour. And so that radar feedback sign is designed so that we can collect data from it. So we're gathering speed data. It measures traffic as it is approached. It is single direction at this point. They're designed to be a little lightweight so that we can actually move them around, so we can gather data and present this message around the community and other parts of Santa Monica as well as needs arise. We're also looking at improved traffic signage. We're not trying to blight the neighborhood with signs, but we recognize that well-placed signage is a great reinforcement of the messages that we seek to implement. We're looking at some time of day turn restrictions so that we will limit the opportunities to turn onto residential streets from some of the major streets. We're looking at how we might treat pavement, so make it a little more of a, if you will, a bulb out, so that we might be able to place delineators, marked colored asphalt to create the sense that we're narrowing the street. So as someone is approaching that street in a motor vehicle, they'll respect the fact that they're coming up to a change that requires their special attention. We're introducing highly visible crosswalks with companion signage. We're introducing these rapid rectangular flashing beacons, which I enjoin you to say 3 times real fast, or you can settle for RRFB as I do. And so we're getting funds to be able to install those at key locations. And we're looking for input on where they might do some good as well. We're still partnering with our police department to do selective enforcement at key locations to get the message out, and working times of year when it's most effective. So the back to school, end of summer, we're working with them to make sure that we're reinforcing messages of safety and compliance around school zones. We're working with our parking enforcement staff because part of what we do is also making sure that folks are obeying all the rules. So, you know, if we're doing our job on all fronts, it helps to improve the message. We're looking at how we can better coordinate our bike share zones and use them as part of our intent to offer choices for folks besides driving alone. We're looking at how we would step up our traffic safety campaign, join with others. We currently have a Vision Zero message that we're including with folks, and we are working actively with the Mobility Division as well to see how we can take advantage and implement and help get the word out. Safe routes to school is part of our DNA as well. We're working actively with schools that have agreed to participate with us. One of our mobility staff members and I discuss from periodic time to time what measures we can implement adjacent to schools to improve pedestrian safety and encourage walking to school. We're also looking at how we might look at working with curb allocation through different varieties of curb markings, whether we need to red curb more areas or provide more parking on the street, and looking at how we can use edge line striping effectively to produce a narrowing effect of the travel lanes. One thing that we've learned is the reduction of the travel lane actually induces motorist behavior to actually drive slower because they perceive that they're threading a needle. And again, it's a psychological effect, but hopefully that affects behavior change positively. We're also looking at how we might buffer our bike lanes in some of these streets to both, again, narrow the streets, but also to encourage greater bicycle use within those neighborhoods. A long list of toolkits. Certainly just wanted to make sure that I introduce what those are. We again mentioned that we have a process. It's a fairly long-term process. We're right about now, we're still in the gathering of concerns, but to quickly walk through what we're doing. Initially, once the city agreed that we would conduct the study, We reached out to Friends of Sunset Park, who were the primary advocates for help in congestion relief and speeding relief in their neighborhood. We did conduct evaluations that said, yes, doing a traffic calming study did make a lot of sense because of the type of conditions that were experienced. And we began to gather our resources. We hired a specialist consultant, Quantum Consulting, that has done this kind of work for many years. And we've gave them all the data that we had before, and we've given them some time to gather new data, particularly at schools and adjacent some of our higher volume streets, and including some of the conditions that some residents asked us to look at. We've done things like stop sign warrant analyses, crosswalk warrants, etc. We're working actively through our police department and fire department to talk about what parameters that we can apply that would hopefully do some good in addressing the conditions of congestion and speed, but not necessarily affecting ways of getting about the community. At this point in our planning study, we're here today. We're gathering the concerns. We're gathering input from the community. We want to outline what those study parameters are, again, primarily concentrated on the residential streets, not on the arterial streets, and looking to provide an initial recommended action about springtime this year. Following that, we will be working in our study mode to begin to look at what basic measures we might apply at specific locations and engage the communities of interest as to where some of those might first be implemented. The measures and locations are a work in progress. I don't have those specific locations for you tonight, but we'll be happy to come back once we do have that information to present that further. Part of what we're doing through this implementation is to make sure that what we install is tested, evaluated thoroughly, and adjusted as necessary. Sometimes, even with our best information and with the experience we've had with similar measures that we've tried in Santa Monica and other places, we still need to recognize that some of the measures will need to be adjusted. So we want to do that. We will have stakeholder interviews. We'd like to be able to include those interviews in our findings to make sure that we have a high degree of community input so that we're aware of what offsets or trade-offs that need to be accommodated to make this work. Through this whole thing, we're seeking public engagement toward when we're ready to implement devices and measures. We'll have more community meetings. Many of the pilot measures are already included in our budget, and I'll touch on that in a minute. But basically, some of the measures, if they move into permanent form, might require a capital improvement allocation, and we're prepared to work to submit that once we have greater detail. Implementing permanent measures is always a measure twice, cut once approach. Try the pilot measures first, get the community buy-in, judge their effectiveness, and then move forward toward permanent applications. Some of the background and context that I mentioned earlier are what we've done in the past. We haven't, I wasn't here before. I've only been with you now 3 years, but we did recognize the fact that a lot of measures have already been brought to the community. Prior to 2017, the list shown here in the green dots are the traffic signals within the greater Sunset Park community. The all-way stop signs shown as red dots that have been introduced along Pearl primarily, and then some of our minor north-south streets. Some of the speed humps, I alluded to some on Cloverfield and 23rd Street. There's a few other streets that have them as well. And then some of the turn restrictions that remain. Many of them were removed since 1996, but we still have a few turn restrictions, particularly down toward that Walgrove, 23rd Dewey area of town. Okay. What we've done since that time, and I arrived in late 2016, working with other partners within the city, we've introduced flashing beacon crosswalks at particular locations, particularly along 23rd Street. Some all-way stop signs that have come in on some of the side streets. We're still evaluating further locations where we might install all-way stop signs. That's still a work in progress. We've introduced green bike lanes through some partnerships with Mobility and Public Works along Pearl Street and a few other locations like Ocean Park Boulevard. We've introduced the speed feedback signs, and as part of offering mobility choices, we're working actively to accommodate more organized scooter drop zones throughout the neighborhood. So you may have seen some of these either stenciled on broad sidewalks or on the street. Part of offering choices to folks is making them easily accessible and hopefully tidier. One of the locations that residents mentioned was that perhaps a better organization than, leaving scooters on front yards, as we hear. So we're trying to address that issue. So what will Phase 1 fund? We received an earmark from City Council to the tune of several $100,000. And what we're doing is conducting the traffic study at this point. We're gathering the data. We'll be able to produce concept drawings and minor street modification with those funds. And we'll be looking to install these pilot measures later on toward the year. We're hopefully active toward getting some degree of consensus so that we can begin to implement some of these before the onset of the school year, but most likely use the fall to get most of the measures in. We definitely want to include some minor tweaks to our bicycle and pedestrian locations to make sure that we're safely incorporating them, and minor physical roadway features. We believe that post the study, we'll be looking at how we evaluate, modify, remove, or adjust features over the following 9 months. We will produce a findings report, so we'll have the before and after studies. Some of the community engagement that we're involved with is to ensure that there's broad neighborhood support. One of the things that we're hoping to avoid is installing measures that then quickly create backlashes that require their removal. We've learned from some of our neighboring cities that a more highly engaged community, at least on the input side and the proposal side, is valued more than just putting things down and then having to take them out. We're providing quite a lot of choices in what we do. We're, again, primarily low impact, easily implementable, easily adjusted measures, whether they're message feedback systems, signing and markings on the pavement, speed feedback signs, turn restrictions, traffic signal modifications, traffic signal timing adjustments, speed limit changes, particularly at schools. California law now allows us to drop posted speed limits to 15 miles an hour within school zones, so that's things that we might consider as well. Highly visible crosswalks, adjustments to how we regulate traffic within the neighborhood, including accommodation of always stop signs, and then also delineators. We mentioned the word delineator, and I thought it would be useful to include in the diagram what we talk about. These are basically plastic vertical poles that are reflectorized for nighttime viewing, and basically through fairly cost-effective means reduce the effective width of the road. They're useful where we have high mixing, high turning volumes on residential streets where we would rather not have that. They can be used to separate bike lanes from travel ways, etc. And so it's a low-cost way. In the future, they might be replaced with physical features like concrete islands and such, but this is an initial first step. Some of other potential countermeasures would be to introduce things like in the common tongue center islands, but they're usually described as right turn in, right turn out restrictions. So you see this little center island where we would eliminate the opportunity to make a left turn out of a residential street onto a major arterial. What happens is that many of the streets become extremely convenient, especially those where they turn into Ocean Park Boulevard or Pico, and you see queues of traffic that have literally come out of a residential street that are not residents, but folks that have cut through the neighborhood because they find an advantage to use those streets. These types of islands generally restrict the movement either inbound or outbound and require traffic to follow according to those. We hope that these measures would eventually get the word out to folks cutting through the neighborhood that there is no time advantage in cutting through the neighborhood. Similarly, the photo on the right shows a highly visible crosswalk with delineators striping a bulb out along the edge there where the bicyclist is standing. Some of the potential countermeasures that we're also looking at would be consistent with our Vision Zero campaign. We would look at how we can leverage our existing traffic enforcement options. One thought would be that in order to perhaps diminish the popularity of Google and Waze use of alleys is to remove the formal naming of our alleys. In conversations with one of the app providers, they mentioned to me that as long as Santa Monica officially designates their alleys by names, they feel that they have no compunction to remove them from their use list. But once we officially declare it through perhaps a planning commission and or city council action in the future, that street formerly known as Sunset Park Court would no longer have an official designation and therefore would be dropped from the Google and Waze apps. So those are the kind of measures that make a lot of sense, don't cost a lot of money, but require community engagement. I guess we could still keep the name as long as it's not official, almost like Prince when he changed his name. We would also seek capital improvement funding for permanent traffic calming measures when the time is right. Maintenance during the pilot was brought up. We will not introduce landscaping with this program. The pilot project will involve devices that are easily removable and adjusted. The reason we mention this is that some folks may have an expectation that would be aesthetic treatments as well. It's very clear that we will not be doing that, signs, markings, and such instead of landscaping. Okay. After installation, again, we'll be measuring effectiveness, looking at how the pilot measures worked. We'll be soliciting resident feedback through the use of postcards, online surveys, public meetings, and allow for modification of devices and such through a set process. Next steps, we're going to be working through this spring to conduct community meetings. We will be engaging folks from the greater community, including some of our stakeholders like Spoke, Santa Monica Unified School District, Santa Monica College, and others. We will be working closely with the Friends of Sunset Park board members and their greater community. As part of this process, we've reached out to 8,000 known interested folks through their emails. We've mailed out 4,000 postcards letting them know that we're conducting this study. We welcome input in all variety of forms, including my listing of my email address there for you, in case anyone would want to send us information after this meeting. And frankly, we're about a high degree of consensus for what we want to do. My concluding slide is basically giving you the information moving forward. Our pilot measures, it's my hope and expectation that we would get done by October of 2019. Again, weather dependent and fully recognizing that there may be neighborhood activities or school activities that we need to work around. The pilot mid and long-term measures by summer of 29, an ambitious goal, but we hope to begin to implement some of those by then. And again, coordination with all of our liaison departments. We hope to continue to evaluate and come up with our findings by the winter of 2020. That concludes my presentation, and I welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a question. This is kind of a fine-grained question, so forgive me for being so fine-grained, but this has been something on my mind for a long time. On Pearl Street, in front of, by Lincoln Boulevard, where the alleys led into the street, there's a big planter that I guess is to make sure people don't make left turns out of the alleys. I don't know what it's for.
Yes, it was a vestige of the 90s, but yes.
I can't tell you how many times bike riders zip out of that alley just as you're turning off a Lincoln into there, and it's really scary. I've spilled many a cup of coffee there, so.
And let me repeat back what I'm hearing, that the planner location may be a site impediment and or may be a surprising to folks.
It makes it so that you have to go right close to where they are when they come into your line of sight.
And so as a pedestrian and
It's
a bicycle interface,
bottleneck.
we need to look at that. Thank you.
So, and another thing that I don't know if on Pearl Street also is when you're going by the college and the middle school.
Yes.
And there's all the people who are trying to jockey for all those parking spaces, and they'll be waiting. And if there's a way to make lanes so that if they are waiting for a spot, they can pull over and traffic can still flow. I don't know.
On Pearl Street itself.
Yes. There's like it's a wide area and there's nose-in parking and it's a nightmare.
I'll be upfront. I'm not focusing primarily on Pearl Street with this study because it doesn't necessarily affect the residents. Having said that, we are working closely together with the Unified School District because of the pending plans that they have for their music facility in that very location and what Santa Monica College is proposing across the street. We see that over time there may be an opportunity to enhance how Pearl Street works. In fact, maybe even incorporating inside bike lanes and maybe switching that out with parking so that we can inboard and try to reduce the effect of folks double parking.
There are a lot of people who really do bike on Pearl Street in spite of that hill. They're very impressive people. So that was the other thing, was to make sure that there is plenty of bike space there. And the other thing, which I'm just taking this opportunity to say because I had to recuse myself when we talked about the link, so I have an opportunity to say what I wanted to say, which is that what I see in that neighborhood as what's going to happen when the medians go in on Lincoln and that we change the traffic on Lincoln is that the alley cut through is going to become even more intense with local people who just can't get onto Lincoln from where they are. So even if we take the names off the alleys, we're still going to have a lot of stuff there. That's just from knowing that neighborhood so well. That was what I wanted to say.
May I say something at this point?
Yes.
I'm actually a resident of Sunset Park, and I have lots of questions and comments for you. But I'd like to hear from the people who are here to speak at this point.
I just had to get out that off my chest.
Okay, we might ask you to come back once we hear from the public. So now we're ready for some public testimony. I'm going to call out 3 names, if you don't mind lining up on this side. You each have 3 minutes to talk. And let's start off with Abigail, Zoe, and Abigail Launders. Zoe Malayui and Mia Fernandez.
Good evening. We are part of the Student Council of Grant Elementary.
I am Abby Landris, the Safety Commissioner.
I'm Zoe Maleo, the co-president, one of the co-presidents. I'm Mia Fernandez, the 4th grade historian.
We are here to talk to you about student safety.
Sometimes there's so much traffic I'm late, and some of the adults argue with others. I walk to school. When I walk to school, there are cars zooming past stop signs. There is no crosswalk at 21st and Pearl. This makes me feel unsafe.
I bike to school. When I bike to school, there's only a bike lane on the way there. When I go back home, I feel less safe.
We want to feel safe while getting to school. We want more crosswalks and crossing guards.
Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for coming and giving us your expert testimony. Let's start with Jason. And then.
I have a question. Yeah, come back.
So, first of all, thank you for coming and talking to us about your experiences. I see a lot of kids walking to Will Rogers Elementary and biking to Will Rogers Elementary. You mentioned that you walk or bike to Grant. Do you see a lot of other kids doing that too?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I have a question for Co-President Maleo. I think I should probably not ask questions of Ms. Landris. Commissioner Parry just asked about biking and walking to Grant. How did Grant do in the last Bike It, Walk It competition?
We got first place.
First place. Okay. And now I'm going to ask you a question because you walked, if I'm not mistaken, you get to Grant from 21st Street.
Yes.
And if I heard Mr. Servine correctly, his map was talking about problems on 21st Street south of Ocean Park, but you live north of there. Can you tell us a little bit more about your experience going to and from school between 21st Street and where Grant is?
Okay, so when you walk to 21st, there's a lot of cars, but as you walk up Pearl and 22nd, there's not as many cars. But at Cloverfield and 23rd, there are a lot of cars, but on Cloverfield and 23rd, there's crossing guards.
And do you have crosswalks all the way to school?
No. At 21st and 22nd, there are no crosswalks, but at Cloverfield and 23rd, there are.
Okay. Thank you. And Mia, how about your experience? Do you have crosswalks all the way to school?
No.
What streets do you know where you don't have crosswalks?
No.
Okay.
Question. I have a question too, following up on that, and thank you for coming tonight. I know it's a sacrifice because you have so much homework you'd rather be doing. The 21st and the 22nd Street intersections, do those have crossing guards? I can't remember.
No, they don't.
So the crossing guards start at 23rd?
Yes. Cloverfield.
Pardon? Not at 23rd, at Cloverfield?
Yeah, they start. Oh,
That's
yeah,
interesting.
they start at 23rd.
Yeah, it's a pretty busy street. And 21st and 22nd do not have painted crosswalks?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Eden Craig, followed by Callum Horwitz, followed by Dottie.
The other two are not here, they're kids too.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dottie Kramer. I happen to live on 21st Street. I first bought my house in 1998. And when I first bought it, I was very excited that there was a light on the corner of Ocean Park and 21st, and there's a library right there. So I thought it was great. 10 years later, when the college doubled their amount of students there, all of a sudden it's not so great. And even now, 10 years after that, we are so impacted with traffic. We can't get out of our street. I live 3 houses up from the alley behind the library. In the morning, traffic comes zooming up 21st Street from Venice, Mar Vista, people coming into Santa Monica, going to the college, going to work, speeding through. When they see that light starting to change, they are speeding across Ocean Park Boulevard. In the afternoon, starting from about 3 o'clock when school gets out and parents pick up their kids and college is getting out, you can't move down 21st Street. It's the opposite. It is just congestion, congestion, congestion. I have to close my windows during the spring and fall because of the noise, because of the pollution. I just have car exhaust coming into my house. I have beautiful ocean breeze. I don't have air conditioning in Santa Monica. We don't need it. But I'm breathing in car exhaust, listening to people beeping their horn constantly. I walk to school. I work at Grant School, and I ride a bike. Like the kids say, it is unsafe walking because of people speeding, because of the crosswalks. As a person just being in the neighborhood, I would like to say that 23rd Street took forever to get a blinking crosswalk. We can't get to Clover Park. There's a beautiful park. Unless you walk up on Ocean Park Boulevard and then you're stuck with going with all that traffic. I'd like to walk down Oak Street, which is a beautiful tree-lined street, and be able to walk my dogs across the street safely. Can't. You have to go all the way down to Ashland Avenue, turn left. Now, Ashland's a beautiful street. They don't have the shade trees, I just want to say. But it's, well, not like those other trees. Not like those trees. But anyway, so I'd just like to say I love the idea, and I'm one of the people who have worked with Henry. Our neighborhood is so impacted. You go anywhere, and the talk is traffic in Santa Monica. And tonight you have two of the big issues. You have traffic and housing. You'll be here till 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm sure. But so these are things that really affect people. At times I cannot get out of my driveway. Our neighbors, we have talked about having a rogue thing where everybody gets out of their driveway at 5 o'clock and drives slowly down the street so we can stop all the traffic. I've had to go across the street and stop traffic to help my neighbor pull out in order to get out of her car, out of her driveway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Jason.
Quick question for you. If I recall correctly, about 4 years ago, we received a petition from residents along and near 21st Street.
Yeah, no doubt.
Were you a part of that?
Yeah,
Were you circulating?
yeah. Uh-huh.
And there were quite a few signatories on that. Do you remember how many there were?
Oh, it's probably everybody on the street. I don't know,
Yeah,
but I'm one of the people that go up and down and get the people going.
Right.
So yes, and we were so happy to meet with Henry at the Fairview Library. We had an overflow crowd. We were first going to keep it just to people between Pearl and Ocean Park, and I said, well, let's just see what's happening on the other side of Pearl to Pico on 21st Street. They came in droves too. I was really surprised at that. How many people come down the street from Pico? They turn and go down 21st to get that light. Then they start going through the alleys to get to Wall Grove. And even now, my mother, who lives on 18th Street, never had this problem before. She's on the hill, that hill going down 18th Street. I don't know how much you guys know.
Yeah.
You can't believe how many cars are going down that now, and then turning left down alleys to get to, Penmar and Walgrove.
Right. Well, thank you for your work on this.
Sure.
Okay, last speaker, Thomas Malayo.
Put my time. Good evening. My name's Thomas Malayo. I'm at 2432 21st Street in Santa Monica between Pearl and Ocean Park. I had 3 points I disagreed with Mr. Henry here. Number one, he made a statement that northbound traffic is slow during commuting hours. I think that's absolutely false. I know that one of my neighbors just mentioned that there's a high rate of speed. I think most of you know that schools in Santa Monica, they start around 8:30. So people coming north into work, that's the commuting hours. So when Zoe and other kids are crossing the 21st and Pearl, people are trying to race to work. It's a high risk of something bad happening. And I don't know how difficult it is to get painted crosswalks done. The U.S. won World War II in a faster time to paint crosswalks. I'm happy to go do it this weekend if I had your authority. Number two, there was a statement that there are posted signs on 21st. It's a single-family residential neighborhood. My understanding, that's 25 miles per hour. There are no speed signs. And we do have a traffic monitoring device after much diligent effort by myself and others, but there's no speed sign on there. So we'll see what the measurements come back with, but it is a 25 mile per hour street. Number three, 21st Street was labeled as a major area of concern in his report, but only, as someone mentioned, south of Ocean Park. Our view is that it's from Pico all the way to Ocean Park. 21st should be a major area of concern, the entire route of the commuting traffic. So what do we do about it? I've got 3 ideas for your consideration. Some were raised earlier. We need painted crosswalks down the entire educational corridor that we have in Santa Monica. That's from Will Rogers, SMC, John Adams Middle School, all the way to Grant. Pearl is an educational corridor. And if we can't protect our youngest students in the city, I think we have big problems. Number 2, we need traffic enforcement. I think in the report I read that someone said we have constant traffic enforcement. Totally disagree. I've had that house since 2009. I have never seen one person pulled over between Ocean Park and Pearl for speeding. So I just don't disagree with the statement that we have constant. We don't even have selective. I think we would have de minimis traffic enforcement. And my third thing I think you guys can focus on, and I think this is important because unfortunately drastic measures are required. While it was well-intentioned to have the traffic light at 21st and Ocean Park, it needs to be removed. And an alternative measurement or a device has to be figured out because that traffic light has made cut through. Thank you.
Question. Can you go on about the traffic light? Why it shouldn't be there?
Well, my understanding from hearing from Henry and others is that the traffic light was put in because there was fatality. And I think that's very unfortunate at 21st and Ocean Park.
Right.
And while it was maybe well-intentioned at the time, given the environment we have today with Waze and Google, and given that people who are coming down 20th, it dead ends in Ocean Park, they use 21st as a cut-through.
That's right. It incentivizes people to use 21st with the light, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, it wasn't, I don't think it was badly intentioned, but there are different alternatives besides the traffic light. One thing that's interesting about that traffic light, there are no restrictions on left turns, for example. I mean, these are very simple things, in my view. But in my opinion, given the technology that exists today, the only way that that street will be a residential street like it was designed is to remove the light. The other thing is 21st, from Pico all the way down to Walgrove, or I mean, not Wal, to the end where they cut through, that street jogs. If 21st was designed to be a cut through, it'd be straight. If you notice that intersection, it jogs. What's a major risk of somebody making a left turn and getting T-boned? So that's my view.
It's interesting. because frankly, I use 21st to get places. I live at 17th, I know, I live at 17th and Ashley, but not during rush hour because I don't work.
We'll stop by.
You probably know you have a council member living on your street, so that should
Yes,
help.
we live adjacent to Councilman Moreno. But, one thing on that, our issues were pre-existing his election, and our
No, I'm
advocacy-
not blaming him. Right, okay. Why do you think the traffic, because I should know that, the traffic south of Ocean Park on 21st is minimal. Where do people go who are, not during rush hour? Is that right? Because I don't guess I don't do those hours.
And, one thing on 21st, once they cross Ocean Park, I think Henry did mention that there's lots of cut-throughs. So people start making a left to get over to Walgrove, whether they're going left on alleys, left on streets. But to get to Ocean Park, there's only one way to go, down 21st.
That's interesting. Well, I live on an east-west street, which is suffering from those who are trying to get off the north-south streets. Okay.
Okay, let's keep the testimony to the person who's at the podium, please.
I just had a question. You mentioned the notion of the educational corridor between Grant and Will Rogers. Would you agree that the educational corridor actually extends west to Lincoln and east to Centinela, because those are the catchment areas for all of the families that are coming to those schools, even if they live, say, east of Grant, as we do, or west of 14th Street?
I would definitely support that.
Okay.
And I mean, to me, that entire Pearl is walking. The other thing is some people say, oh, and the kids do go to Grant, but where do kids go after Grant? They go to John Adams. So what I see when we walk in the morning, oftentimes I see John Adams kids coming the other way, and they're also at risk crossing 22nd, 21st. But yeah, I think the city, sometimes you need a philosophy in order to get down to what the action items are, and I think the city should really view Pearl Street as an educational corridor. I don't think there are that many educational institutions in the city besides this block. I'm looking at this map. I mean, just look at the blocks of gray space.
Right.
So,
right. And we had a letter. I don't know if it was distributed on the dais, but we had a letter from Beverly Palmer, who I believe is in PTA leadership at Will Rogers, who addressed some of the westerly issues, and they echo. They're simply the mirror image of what's happening there. So thank you.
So we appreciate your active engagement, and we look forward to Henry timely and quickly finishing his report.
Okay. Henry, would you mind coming back to the podium? Are there any further questions?
I have a couple. The city has, maybe Francie's the one to answer this, I'm not sure, has safe routes to school money, right? Or is that all gone, or you're applying for more, or what's the status?
Current status of Safe Routes to School is there is a permanent part-time coordinator, so there's someone who works part-time all the time on it. And then what the council allocated in addition to that was $25,000 a year for incidental costs that help put on, supplemental bike training for the fall festival. We do bike it, walk it support, things like that. So it pays for some of the incentives.
But it's not capital improvements.
The council allocated 2 capital improvements for Safe Routes to School. One is for the 10 core schools of the city. There were 4 in the first batch and 6 in the second. We're in the process of finishing up the design of the first 4. And we haven't started the design of the remaining 6. So the council did allocate funds to both of those. And then we have currently a grant for some programmatic Safe Routes to School work that's been going on for the last year approximately. It will be running out in the next 6 months, and we're currently looking around to see if there's other potential programmatic enhancements. So that is where we're kind of hunting.
Right, thank you. I also have I'm not done.
I want a follow-up question on that. Are all the schools in Santa Monica involved with Safe Routes to School? Because Henry said only the ones that wanted to. Now, that implied that some didn't want to. Is that correct?
No, I mean, most of the public schools in Santa Monica have some sort of work with the Safe Routes to School program. I would say all of the elementary schools participate in the twice a year Bike It, Walk It. Certainly, the district has become more engaged in the last year in terms of using their communication channels to get the word out about events and promotions. So, for the most part, I would say most of the public schools are involved. We are working on trying to bring in some of the private schools like St. Monica's and PS1. So we're trying to work with those as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question of Henry, actually. And that involves the community outreach effort. I have a great deal of respect for Zena and St. Joseph's, but not everybody in Sunset Park belongs to FOSP.
Understood.
So how are you getting the word out to other residents?
So we understand that. As much as we want to make sure that we're engaging the primary neighborhood representatives, including yourselves, we also recognize that it's not an all-inclusive list. We will be conducting community meetings that are outside of the auspices or participation of Friends of Sunset Park, just so that we create an environment that is welcoming to all. And these will be city-sponsored public meetings.
And so they'll be announced, rather
Yes.
than personal invitations.
Correct.
Right. I guess as a resident of Sunset Park, and one who's been there for many, many, many years, the degradation of the neighborhood streets has just been enormous in the past 5 years. I live on Ashland. Luckily, it's an east-west, not a north-south street, but they do cut through. There's so much more traffic and speeding traffic to get from one north-south street to another. And we can talk about traffic calming. I've thought of thumbtacks, but that would catch me too. But the point is there are too many cars coming through the neighborhood. So we can calm all we like, but there's still too much traffic. So to the extent, from my standpoint as a homeowner in Sunset Park, we can get them to Pico or Lincoln or Centinela or Bundy or whatever the heck out of the neighborhood, that, for me, that would be an objective that's really important. And if we could make it sort of like a Waze-free zone, is there some way to interfere with the internet so that Waze couldn't be used in Sunset Park?
We have our attorney with us. I'll jump in first by saying we cannot necessarily,
partly
but there
facetious.
Are certainly, tactical measures we can take.
Really, they're just too many cars. That's really the bottom line. The other thought I had, and I don't know if this is legal or feasible, and that is to have signs that say local traffic only on some of the streets like Hill and Ashland and those that are strictly residential and really suffering from the incursion of cars. I don't know how you would monitor that. But it's a thought, and we had a stop sign put on in at 17th and Ashland a couple of years ago. And we neighbors went to Rod Gould and begged him, and he did it, and it's made a huge difference. So four-way stop signs do make a difference.
Honestly, the things we're learning tonight from your own mouth, it's just utterly staggering.
Okay, Sean.
Thanks. So, thank you very much. I have a few questions. Also live in Sunset Park, and I heard your presentation. We met at your presentation, I think it's mid 2017 to Friends of Sunset Park, and certainly we heard at that meeting the variety of opinions between the person who wanted to be able to drive his vehicle at high rates of speed from the neighborhood, and the person standing next to him who wanted to make sure his kids would be safe. And I recognize that there are those issues, but I also think that it's and interestingly appropriate that we are hearing this at the same time as the what I'll call the climate panic report, which includes some very specific and thoughtful benchmarks about reducing different types of vehicle traffic, right? The report that we're going to hear in a few minutes makes a distinction between commuting traffic and traffic by residents, right? And local commutes versus out-of-city commutes, and trying to reduce them by different steps. And I think that kind of thinking applied to this could be very helpful, and I hope you will take that into consideration, because I think ways of discouraging Leslie and me from driving, we absolutely, discourage us from driving, discourage our neighbors from driving. Well, that's part of, I think we are also traffic, and so that's part of the mix alongside the discouragement of other types of things. I have a few questions about how what is, I'm just going to start. What is, you reference an Ocean Park Boulevard plan. Is that a thing?
Well, it's not a specific plan per se, but we've noticed a lot of land use changes with the return of Snapchat to Santa Monica. They've basically populated 400,000 square feet, generally between 28th Street and 31st Street along Ocean Park Boulevard. That's a major activation. We're working very closely with the developer, Boston Properties, to take advantage of opportunities to get folks getting to those jobs by means other than driving alone, including, maybe their participation in how that message gets out. We're working with Mobility Group to get that TMO message out there so that as changing conditions happen along a more active Ocean Park Boulevard, all of those trips aren't necessarily single driver automobile use.
Okay. That makes sense. And now, as far as I notice it's called a traffic study in some places and a transportation study in others, which raises the question for me of the extent to which you're measuring bicycle traffic, pedestrian traffic, scooter traffic. Are you looking at all modes of traffic, or are you just focused on single sort of autos?
That's a great question, and thank you. I should be very specific. I am looking at how we can minimize the impact of motor vehicles through residential streets. If along the way we're encouraging trips by others, like bicycle usage, all the better.
Okay.
But primarily the impact of motor vehicle use.
I would put on I would put in the mix there, obviously deconflicting. You have deconflicting bikes and automobiles. I do think, and it's something that I've raised with some of the company representatives as well as city staff, deconflicting scooters and automobiles as well as scooters and people. I have seen. There's a tendency to assume that residential neighborhoods, you can just zip through. And I see a lot of sidewalk usage. This goes to Mr. Malayal's enforcement comment. I see a lot of sidewalk usage, and I see a lot of people blowing through stop signs. And I know it's anecdotal, but I think it's worth measuring to see if there's more to it. Few other questions. 23rd Street didn't show. I heard you sort of de-emphasizing both Pearl and 23rd and hope that might,
for some matter, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we have very few ways to get out of Santa Monica southbound, and 23rd is one of them. So I'm a little bit concerned that it's being de-emphasized. I recognize that a lot of good work has been done there, but if we're going to be thinking about how people move, I think we do need to assume that they're trying to get there.
Yep.
They're trying to get to 23rd Street. And so if we're not going to send them there, how are we going to persuade them to go elsewhere? And then the last thing is about the outreach. I think, frankly, I did check in with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District and Santa Monica College when this item was posted, and sadly, they were not aware that this was coming. And we have the benefit of your presentation tonight. I hope the PowerPoint can be put into a PDF format that can be easily circulated. I want to say that it's very important that the initial outreach take place before you bring the initial recommended actions to the commission. The PTAs have thoughts. We heard from Beverly Palmer, who's I believe the PTA president at Will Rogers. When I briefly spoke with, my kids are at Grant, both RRFBs and drop zones were things that I heard from stakeholders there. The school sites are both, they draw pedestrians, right? Parents and children walking to school. They are also contributors to traffic because faculty have to get in and out. Right. So, I think those are important places to have those community conversations. As Commissioner Lambert mentioned, as important as Friends of Sunset Park is, it reaches a very small minority of residents in its own communications by its own admission. So I think we need to broaden that outreach. I'd also encourage you, and I don't know that I heard this as explicitly as we could have. You just mentioned SNAP, which obviously is a major contributor, but there are the bids and the merchants associations. Both along Pico and along Ocean Park, because we do have to bear in mind that there are people, I know folks who live in Mar Vista and work on Pico, so they're part of the business owners among them. They're part of that mix and need to be consulted with. And then lastly, to the extent that by your own timeline, we're well into the beginning of the 2020s, as you. And I don't want this to come at the expense of short-term response, because what we're hearing from the community members, from the kids, let them not graduate from high school before there are changes here, right? But we do have a plan for a great park at the airport. And already, just to throw this into the mix, when I was on the Social Services Commission, we had testimony and a commissioner basically saying, I can't get my kids safely from where I live. This is not me, this is somebody else saying, I can't get my kids safely from where we live in Sunset Park to the airport and back on a bike path without worrying about traffic. And so as we're thinking about these issues, and this is something I've brought up in other contexts, can we talk about wayfinding and recognize that there are pathways, kids to school and back, SMC and back. And again, SMC needs to be a site for meetings as well before this even starts to move out. But between here and Airport Park for the league sports, it's super important, and you'll get a lot of community buy-in if people feel like we're helping them move their kids safely without vehicles. Thank you.
Good focus. If I may, just a quick response. We certainly welcome better inroads to communicating with our partners. For the record, I have reached out to and worked with both Santa Monica College staff and the school district staff on this project.
Okay, it somehow didn't get. It didn't. We must have talked to different people.
Good.
Okay, Jason.
Thank you for your report. I live on the west end of the study area, and for more than 20 years, I've lived on one of the streets that was called out in public correspondence as a street that gets unsafe travel because people traveling at very high speeds. The street is much wider than it needs to be, and you can just, you can feel the motorists' frustration as they, turn off of Ocean Park Boulevard and just floor it when they have this wide, open street with just unfettered. You can also feel their complete disregard for the safety and well-being of the people that live there and walk there and bike there. So I have a lot of personal experience with the things that we're talking about today, and I don't know if that distorts my view or if that adds to the picture. But I have a few things that I want to mention. First, the changes on Ocean Park Boulevard, where it shifted from 2 lanes in one direction to 1 lane in a direction, was so important to the safety of the boulevard. Before that, there were accidents, a disproportionate number of deaths right along that stretch near 14th and 16th Street at Ocean Park Boulevard. And at least my perception is that since the changes have gone in, that there have been fewer fatalities, fewer accidents, and a lot more frustration from motorists. And I hear it. I hear it in their accelerating. And to me, I understand that you have a scope within this project to try to make our existing conditions a little bit better. When I look at the dynamics at play in this neighborhood, in all of Sunset Park, certainly there are different things going on in different parts of the study area. It really ties into the bottlenecks. And the bottlenecks are Lincoln, 23rd, and the east end of Ocean Park Boulevard. And that many of the problems that we see on the side streets can be tied to what's going on in those particular spots. That's where people are getting frustrated. The motorists are getting frustrated, and that's where they are. It's from those things that I suspect we're seeing the problems that we're seeing. And Commissioner Landers brings up the future of the airport and picturing different uses, and I look at this I look at our street grid here, and we are partly a fairly porous, potentially efficient street grid, and partly terribly inefficient, in that we have along the south 2 very long barriers in Penmar Park and in the airport, and that more than anything is why we see the problems along 23rd and Walgrove spilling over to 21st, spilling really throughout the neighborhood. And with the airport's closure, we have the potential to look at changing the street grid to relieve some of those bottlenecks. Obviously, the more capacity you add, the more potential there is to bring in more cars. But done right and done with an overall view on allowing cars to come through in a porous network of streets at a slow, safe speed, that achieves the safety component, and that achieves the mobility component. And I'm not saying anything to discourage shifting to other ways of getting around, but I think we would be well served in the long run thinking about looking at our network and seeing how can we open up our streets a little more to traffic, but doing it in a way that's safe, that relieves congestion at these bottlenecks that are in turn causing the problems that we are seeing today. And I would extend, and I know that a lot of people who are paying attention to this discussion many years ago worked very hard at the street alignment along the east end of Ocean Park Boulevard, and were very interested in protecting the neighborhoods. But the median setup along that east end, where you are basically locked in to traveling along Ocean Park Boulevard with very few, if any, options to head north, we may want to look at what it would mean for the overall flow of traffic in Sunset Park if we opened up some of that to the cars that are heading toward the freeway. How can it be done in a way that distributes the cars so that there's less congestion, there's less stepping on that accelerator when finally they're breaking through on a wide street. So again, I know that you are looking at this with kind of more of a tactical, kind of fine-grained interventions, but I hope that the big picture is also considered, and we start thinking about the longer-term future for circulation in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Nina.
Now I'm going to talk about the big picture.
Okay.
That was a great segue actually into what I was thinking also, is that a lot of, or some of the problem in this neighborhood has to do with the bigger city picture. When you live in Ocean Park, I don't live in Sunset Park, I live in Ocean Park, and I can't get out of my neighborhood to the north because downtown is there and there's a freeway and a train. And I can't get out to the south. Well, I'm usually not going south, frankly. So the only way I have to get out is really Pearl Street. And of course, there are 13,000 people in Ocean Park. It's right. Denser than Sunset Park. And we really can't even, coming from like the northeast part of the whole city, ever since Colorado has become complicated by the train, it's really tricky to get home. Sometimes, I've made a lot of U-turns until I've found my routes, and most of them end up sending me through Sunset Park. Yeah. So, I really do think it's a bigger problem, and I think one of the things, I don't want to slow it down, like somebody said, let's not get so thorough that we never finish. But I really do think that a holistic look at what we have with the city, with the train and with changes that are happening in downtown, and seeing how that's really feeding into this problem. And also, we can talk about it, but I believe there is maybe even a way to at least put one release valve through the airport. Someday I'll share my wacky idea with you. I don't want to scare anybody until I run it by a professional.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think that we definitely need a release valve also for that neighborhood. So,
Hey, Richard?
Some questions. So you're talking about pilot programs. Do you intend to roll them all out at the same time, or as ideas occur, put them on the street?
That's a wonderful question, Commissioner. With the phase 1, we hope to install as many of them as we can at once, because part of the behavior change that we're looking at is to make the application so broad, so pervasive, that the motorist that is driving on the residential streets and alleys gets a clear message that there is no time advantage, and the friction that they're feeling is because we really don't want them on those residential streets unless they happen to live on that street.
Do you have clear ideas already about what could be pilot programs?
Yeah, always stop signs, highly visible crosswalks where we haven't installed them already.
So do you have a top 20 that you'd like to install?
Not right now, but we definitely have identified corridors that we need to look at first.
When is the earliest you could put a pilot program together that would be significant?
I would say that by April, I'll have a good solid list. Part of that involves community engagement, however, because I want to make sure that we discuss with the community, because we don't want to install any self-inflicted wounds, if you will.
So you spoke for about 45 minutes. What's your top priority?
Well, certainly the big issues that we've received from the community are child and adult pedestrian safety, the impact of directional congestion along certain streets, and then in general the speeding that happens once those streets are no longer under congestion. I'm sorry to be so general at this point, but frankly, those are the overarching concerns that we're working with.
So at the next meeting, the mobility manager, who just happens to be here this evening, is going to give a report on Vision Zero, and after you finish, the sustainability manager is going to give a report where 68% of all of our emissions problems come back to mobility and too many cars, and we've heard from Commissioner Lambert this evening that there are too many cars, and there are too many cars. So would getting people out of cars in this area be the top priority?
Well, certainly to the extent that we work with all of our programs, including, OSC, mobility, even just our land use planning, because we're much more careful at how we build communities nowadays. We're not working in a vacuum. We're certainly including all of them in there. I'll frankly let you know that our street space is considerably much more valuable, or at least we appraise it more valuable today than we did in the past. And what we've learned over the last 60 years of urbanization is that we're not in the business of moving cars, we're in the business of moving people. To the extent that what we can do within the neighborhood is to encourage people's free movement, but not necessarily starting their automobiles at whim, all the better.
So a couple of years ago when the Michigan Greenway was proposed, some fairly innocuous diversion ideas were put forward.
Yes.
That would have assisted people travelling along the Greenway and saved lives, and there was, putting it mildly, community uproar in a very, very lightly travelled car area. You're proposing major changes, including no left-hand turns, from what I could see.
From some residential streets that are primarily residential from
excellent
origin
idea,
destination.
but we know there's lots of traffic running through them.
Yes.
How do you propose to deal with the uproar?
Well, we
This is
have
a
received
$64 million question, to be honest.
We have certainly received a lot of input. Some, as some commissioners have mentioned, have been contradictory within minutes of each other. We document all of that. Part of it is that we'll never have 100% consensus to install measures, but frankly, what we're banking on is that we articulate the message often enough and at a broad an audience as possible to at least make sure that people are notified, if not necessarily in agreement. Again, with pilot measures, it's important to first test the data to make sure that what we apply makes sense for the condition we're trying to treat. But frankly, they are adjustable. They are removable.
So some years ago, the California Incline closed, and it was widely suggested we were going to have Carrageddon. In fact, traffic improved right through the city from what I think our anecdotal evidence was, and possibly you've got the same numbers, which showed that it was flowing better on the major arterials, and certainly through the city itself we had less congestion all over the joint. Why not consider something like that? I mean, is it possible for us to close 23rd Street as you enter or leave Santa Monica? Because that would drain all the traffic that heads down that way.
Yeah. Certainly, for the first phase toolkit, we want to bring in low impact measures that can be easily adjusted. Looking at much more, these are beyond behavioral change, where you're actually looking at diversionary or let's build a wall type of thing. We now need to engage our neighbors beyond our city limits. And if that's where we choose to go collectively, I will help lead the campaign to do that. But frankly, what we're doing now does not require Venice to vote on this. It does not require the council member to the south to have input on this. Frankly, we did reach out to them as part of this study. We asked that they could take on small measures like retime the signal at Walgrove and Rose. They chose to study it, and then they came back with, nah, we're not going to do that. So, the fact that what we can do really only is requiring the input of our groups.
Could we close 23rd Street if we chose to?
There's supporting data that says that it wouldn't be a full closure, let's say. If we want to investigate it further, I could come back with what that might model like. There may be opportunities to modify how that intersection looks like in the future once we know what the airport master plan is going to look like.
If you really do want to push north-south traffic out, that's the major gateway out of the city, and everyone's headed there ultimately, down 20th, down 21st, down whatever other street. You've heard the anecdotal evidence that people can't back out of their drives, but it's not just 21st and 23rd, it's 20th and 19th and 18th, and it changes through the day. The kids' lives are at risk, there's no doubt about that. Why not put that on the agenda right now for discussion?
It's a bold move. All I'm saying is within the phase 1 study, we wouldn't look at items that might require us to, legally engage communities adjacent to us. Whether or not that triggers an EIR, I'm not really sure. But frankly, I don't want to go there with the first phase. So it's not out of the realm of things that might eventually be looked in the toolkit. Certainly, it's a bold move.
So the only reason I'm asking you this is that I live on Washington, and it would be an educational corridor in the same way that we're talking about the 3 schools on it.
It certainly is.
We would be encouraging the same walking to school patterns and the same biking patterns. We don't have anywhere near the same congestion because we're not on the freeway and there's not this drainage out of the city on 23rd. That's the two other elements of it that are an issue. And so we do need to do something substantial to give people relief in that area, as well as everyone else that's headed towards it. Some years ago, when I was actively involved in the Safe Routes to School and the bike it thing, what was clear were that parents driving kids to school in the morning were the major cause of traffic disruption incident, and that at many schools you had the principal outside the school directing traffic in the last few minutes, and that the levels of agitation began to rise, and that's when kids... What can we do in engaging the school district to remove that level of agitation at 3 major schools that are at the heart of this area, so that you've got people moving across the district as well as people trying to cut through it in 2 distinctly different ways?
Right. Again, Francie touched on some of that, highly engaged discussions with members of the Santa Monica Unified School District, those principals that want to work with us on encouraging change in behavior, even to the point of working with the parents that would like to try walking their children to school, but because of their schedules makes it difficult, and maybe encouraging them to park 3 blocks away and walk those last 3 blocks with their child to school. We're trying all of these measures. It's not just a matter of who's engaged. We'd love to do it with the private schools as well, because again, that's part of the conditions that we work with as well.
Thank you.
Sean.
So just to follow up on a couple of things that came up, just to pick up on Commissioner McKinnon's point, there is I think, a petition out there, and there's legislation pending again to push start times for middle and high school.
Yes.
And I think there's an opportunity there to maybe have some coordination. That's a longer term. That's a much longer term thing. But I had a couple of listening to you. I just had a couple of thoughts. One was, I remember at the Friends of Sunset Park meeting, you made a comment, and I'm not sure it was on that slide, where you said that we could actually slow down traffic and improve throughput by putting up essentially reverse speed limit signs that said, if you go 16 miles an hour, you'll hit green all the way out of town, right? Which I thought was a really interesting idea, and I think it could be something worth exploring, particularly because with the education corridor on Pearl, and this is something that I keep thinking about these conflicting uses. Putting all-way stop signs all along Pearl makes it useless for bikes, right? So we've got to actually find that balance. But if we slow down traffic sufficiently, then maybe there is an opportunity to to loosen up traffic so that bikes can move through, because the risk of a collision is much lower if people are going much more slowly at a more consistent rate. Two thoughts. Time of day turn limits,
Yes.
right? So even on a place like 21st, limiting that left turn to rush out,
Yes.
northbound in some directions, right, southbound in others, was worth exploring. Dare I say reversible lanes? If we're really trying to move people into town and out of town. I don't know that we've experimented with that, but it might be worth a conversation, particularly on 23rd. Depending on the situation. I'm going to get lots of hate mail for that, but they use it in downtown Los Angeles, and they use it in other places. I mean, they use it on the Golden Gate Bridge.
It's not residential.
Which is not residential, but they do use it. They do use it in high traffic. This is a residential neighborhood that is also a ridiculously high traffic neighborhood. So we have to have that conversation. Last one is a little tougher, but I want to put it on the table in the notes here, which is Big Blue Bus and microtransit. I think, and I would argue, that one of the major challenges to alleviating traffic in and out of Santa Monica is the absence of good north-south transit options. And one of the things that worries me is that we always hear, and I don't want to go off on they're not here, and I don't want to go off on a big blue bus tangent, but we hear a lot of residents saying that they want these north-south options. But because of the way they calculate average daily ridership and where demand is, it's always lower than east-west. But I'm wondering if in this context, you would have an opportunity, and it's a bigger project than just mobility because it has to engage with Big Blue Bus and the city council because it's the enterprise fund and all of that. How could we encourage north-south transit? Because I remember, back in the day when we said, congestion will drive people out of their cars. They just got better amenities in their cars and listened to the radio and sat in heated seats.
The creature comforts have certainly stepped it up.
Right. It's like, here's my alone time. We don't want that. We just want to get people out. So, or in. So could we work with could we, in this context, particularly in the context of the community outreach to businesses and to other stakeholders, Cynthia Rose, in her letter from Santa Monica spoke, pointed out that there are a lot of people coming through Sunset Park headed elsewhere in the city, right, that we need to pay attention to. How can we incentivize them to get out of their cars?
Yeah. Thank you.
And do better transit work.
One of the things I'll mention, and again, not just with the Sunset Park traffic study, but with everything that we do engage our stakeholders. So we are working with Big Blue Bus. They are looking at their plan that right sizes the services. They are informing us that they would like to install more north-south connectivity in Sunset Park and better access to downtown to at least capture some of the trips that residents have exclaimed that they want to try, getting from their community, make a downtown purchase and come back without having to drive. So they're looking at all of that, and part of what we're doing is making sure that we're not impeding, those actions, whether it's changing the Route 41 in the next 3 months or, creating a new shuttle.
I just want to add one final word, hopefully. So some very ambitious ideas have been posed tonight and some complaints about what the situation in Sunset Park. I would assume that you're not going to make any recommendations without the input from the stakeholders in Sunset Park.
Absolutely.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. What?
Beyond.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, the greater community.
Okay.
All inclusive Sunset Park.
Okay, before we wrap, I've got 3 quick questions. One is on data collection. Are you getting the kind of input you want from Bird, Lime, and everybody else who's buzzing around, not in the city?
Quick answer, no, I didn't
Okay.
ask them, but, it's something that we would, if we're always open to them providing us data. They're not always forthcoming, but that could
Is there
be an
anything we
avenue
can
we
do
look
about
at.
that?
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do about that?
Francie may want to add something. I would just say that part of the pilot program is working with the 4 providers on the data collection, and it's a work in progress. Again, Francie may want to add more, but we are working with them closely.
Yeah, one of the requirements of the shared mobility pilot program that includes the participation of any of the devices that are on the street is actually complying with it's a new specification called the mobility data specifications that requires them to provide real-time data to us. 3 of the 4 providers at this point are fully compliant, and that provides us with both origin and destination as well as routing. So when it comes to the scooters, we are in a different place on data than we are with Uber and Lyft vehicle usage. That still remains a California-wide challenge to get data from those vehicle-based services. But for scooters and bikes, it's a different story.
Okay. Do we have good data on pedestrians?
Yes. Primarily around schools. I mean, I didn't sample every street within the neighborhood specifically for pedestrians, but we did look at opportunities where we had evidence of high, pedestrian usage.
Okay. There's been a sentiment that the situation has been getting worse and worse and worse, traffic-wise, in Sunset Park in particular. If you looked at data from 10 years ago, would that perception be true? Have things gotten objectively worse in this neighborhood?
I'd have to look at that. I can't answer that tonight, but to start the conversation, we're encouraging more walking, so people are walking more. We're encouraging greater bicycle use, so people are bicycling more. The opportunities to see that friction are definitely more apparent today. How we address it, of course, is the next step.
Okay. Last question. Is there any downside to removing alley names?
I mean, frankly, no, because we would still refer to them by whatever name they had before. But, Santa Monica is a rare bird in that we physically designated names for alleys. And while many communities, including Venice, have alleys, they don't necessarily name them. They just may have put up some notification somewhere. We, at this point, will have to explore those possibilities. We're checking with legal counsel. But frankly, our emergency response providers would still, do what they have to designate those streets, whether, instead of calling it 23rd Court, we would call it something else, but we wouldn't officially declare them as official names. Okay. Right now in our city, I'm not sure if it was the municipal code or not, but, those streets are named along with our regular public right-of-way.
Okay. Last 2 things. One is, when are you coming back with your first, let's say, substantive report where we can actually look at?
Okay, thank you. My plan is to first invite a broader public dialogue. So this will be a public meeting, most likely at one of the local libraries within the general Greater Sunset Park. The next step would get back with the Friends of Sunset Park Board and their members at some venue that they would arrange. I would guess that it would probably be worth your time if I were coming back sometime in the midsummer, late summer, because by then we've gotten some input on what if we do an always stop here, what if we do a red flashing rectangular beacon over here, what if we propose modifying that signal or doing something here and there.
Okay. And will you notify us about those public meetings that you're having? So if anybody here wants to attend, we would be able to plug
Absolutely.
into that.
I welcome that.
Okay. Sean?
Just one very specific request, because you've listed the public meetings. Could I strongly ask that before you come back that you do just even one meeting at a school site? This happens regularly with the school district. JAMS hosts things that Will Rogers and Grant and actually Edison families attend. Could you add that to your list so that there is an opportunity for resident families in Sunset Park to hear this, I'm sure that JAMS, I mean, I can't speak for them, but rather than asking you to do 3 meetings, right, do one at the JAMS school site at a date that works for all 3 school sites.
I'll certainly take that advice. I mean, what I do is I try to accommodate locations that will host the most number of people.
Right.
If I use a community center, I know I can seat at least 300. So if an auditorium is available at a school, I'm happy to try.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Grant has an auditorium. My point is, just before you come back in the summer, I know you're doing a lot of outreach, and it's going to include other stakeholders like Spoke and businesses and a variety, but to that focused work that you're talking about doing before you come back with your initial recommended actions, I think it would be very helpful to the public process if you targeted the schools, maybe allow SMC to come to that. But and I know that the school sites have, at least one of the school sites has a large enough venue, and they are accustomed to hosting multiple school communities in one location. So I'm sort of saving you the multiple meetings.
Yes.
But I
Thank
do
you.
think that outreach effort would have a very positive impact on the community, and you would reach people who would complement the 2 other neighborhood type groups that you would get at the library and at FOSP.
I can appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're closing this item now, and it is, oh, Jason, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in one other question from public correspondence we received, questioning whether you have the adequate staffing in order to move forward with this in a thorough and timely manner.
Certainly, the benefit of having the city traffic engineer take a hands-on view, and that's yours truly, is that I'm committed to the project and making sure that we bring it through its course and stay highly engaged. You know, what public servant doesn't like help? I am relying on every opportunity and partnering with my existing, resources and colleagues to get that word out. This very map was designed with the aid of mobility staff, for example. So I'm not working alone.
Right. So in terms of kind of meeting your timeline and exploring the ideas that you feel need to be explored, you have the resources for that.
I believe I have what I need. Certainly, working faster is always a goal, but, I'm working within the parameters that I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very important issue, and we've spent a lot of time on it, but I hope to get good results from it. Okay. Next item, which is item 8A, which is the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Thank you for your patience, Garrett. I'm sure you were hoping to get out sooner, but you're here now. It's your show.
And we need a bio break. That was a warning, not an offer. Cool. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Garrett Wong. I work for the Office of Sustainability and the Environment as the Senior Sustainability Analyst. I lead the city's climate policy, energy projects, and programs. And I'm here tonight to present to you a preview of our forthcoming Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Some of you may remember that we had a previous Climate Action Plan. We call it the 15 by 15 plan. And that plan was designed to get us to what we call 15% below 1990 levels by the year 2015, thus the 15 by 15. And now we are shooting for what we're calling 80 by 30. So getting our emissions 80% below 1990 levels by the year 2030. And we'll talk about the measures and means in which we're going to get there, the challenges that are ahead of us in doing so. Obviously, we talked at length about one of those challenges tonight, which is getting people in and out of the community, getting them around safely, and giving them convenient options to do so. Just a little bit of history. We started this project back in 2016. After we concluded our 15 by 15 climate action plan, we convened a steering committee comprised of external stakeholders as well as city staff, cutting across all different sectors from building expertise to mobility and transportation expertise to public health. And the steering committee helped us essentially establish a vision, guiding principles, general trajectory of the plan. We worked with consultants to project where our future emissions might be if we did nothing under current what we would call business as usual scenario. And then we started to consider what types of actions will we need to take to reduce our total carbon emissions by 2030. And then what are the trade-offs for all those actions that we have to take? We also started to ask ourselves what happens when climate change starts to become more evident and become more, have more impact on our lives. And we've seen that over the past recent years, and we'll talk more about those impacts. We've also been active in actually implementing several climate action activities. One is adopting our EV action plan, which you were instrumental in helping to provide feedback and recommendation to adopting. And then the other is joining a community choice aggregation program called the Clean Power Alliance, which is now serving Santa Monica residents 100% green power. We've also engaged the community at various points in time, doing community presentations as well as doing large community events like our Community Climate Action Summit and Climate Fest just last year. February 25, we hope to have the public draft available for public comment, and then we will have that available up until April 1. So if you would like to give your more detailed public comment after having the opportunity to review the plan in detail, we welcome that. But we also welcome you tonight to provide initial kind of feedback and guidance after the presentation. I need to actually update this timeline because we're shooting for a May 14 council adoption date. So perhaps in April we could come back to you with the final draft for your recommendation. We are looking at various community themes and community benefits when it comes to climate change and addressing climate change and moving forth into climate resilience. I'm fairly certain I'm speaking to the choir, but just for the public record, we want to make sure that people understand that this isn't just about saving the environment or protecting the environment. This is actually about protecting people and ensuring that we have all an equal and viable opportunity to live safe without having to think about those climate impacts and hazards and wondering how will we be able to sustain ourselves and the prosperity that we've achieved thus far. And I'm sure you've all been a part of the Well-Being Index and the subsequent projects and programs that have come out of that. And climate action is also an outgrowth of that work. Doing work that promotes a positive, healthy environment also promotes well-being. Making sure people are connected to healthy spaces, healthy food opportunities, and increasing people's public health all promote well-being. Making sure people are connected socially and physically improves resilience. So obviously preparing for things like earthquakes or preparing for things like heat waves are important when we need to have more of a connected community to make sure that people are aware of their neighbors and are able to check in on one another. We also know that climate change affects people disproportionately. There are people who are less well off in Santa Monica and in California. When you're starting from a place that's already behind the starting line, you are further disadvantaged when it comes to climate change. And so we need to figure out how we can target our policies and programs to make sure that we're targeting those who have been traditionally left out and excluded from resources that have normally gone to people who are already well established, who already own property or have the means to buy an electric car. We need to focus on those people who have are lower on the socioeconomic spectrum, people who don't speak English as their native language, people of color. And so equity is a key theme in this plan. We also want to push forth new ideas like smart city technologies. There are lots that I'm sure you have heard about, things that could advance mobility planning, mobility infrastructure, and monitoring. There are other things that can improve the way we manage buildings. And if we integrate all of these technologies in a way that we can see where all of our energy and our time and our resources are being spent, how people are responding to our infrastructure and our programs and projects in a timely fashion, we could probably more effectively and more efficiently utilize resources. But the city does not yet have a vision or a strategic plan for becoming a smart city. We have a lot of ideas, we have a lot of different efforts and divisions that might want to do something that entails that kind of technology, but none so far that encompasses the whole city. So some of these themes are represented in the community benefits, and there are other community benefits that we wanted to highlight. Things like cost savings and local investment. A sustainability project, a local project, whether it's retrofitting a building or painting green lanes, those are not jobs that can easily be exported out of Santa Monica. Those are local jobs that we create, and we want to make sure that we're supporting a local green economy. We also want to make sure that we're providing cost savings to people, whether it's through their utility bills or it's time back in their day out of that commute. We want to make sure that we're providing benefits to people, not just creating more taxes and fees and more onus that they have to bear. Obviously, improving the local environment is a key focus of the Climate Action Adaptation Plan, but most climate plans have a very urban focus because we're a very urban environment. But we also need to recognize that we have the ability to foster a natural ecosystem. Our urban forest is a powerful asset, and we need to make sure that it's a biodiverse one, and we need to consider other ways we can enhance the local environment. I already mentioned equity and resilience. I do want to touch again on public health and safety. Obviously, we heard a lot about how public health and safety can be key benefits of doing the work that we're doing, but also reducing pollution, making sure people have opportunities and feel safe to be physically active, and again, connecting people to green spaces and healthy food opportunities is important to improving public health. I don't think anyone would argue that Santa Monica is a leader, and so we do want to continue that leadership and let it be known which actions in this plan is Santa Monica as a city taking leadership. We're not just merely asking and requiring certain measures of the community without doing it ourselves. So we want to, so these icons, once you are able to see the plan in full, you'll notice that are highlighted to identify which actions help support these community benefits throughout the plan. So to provide a little context, vehicle transportation is the largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions in Santa Monica, which is no surprise, being surrounded on all three sides by the city of Los Angeles. The next area that contributes the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions are our buildings. The electricity that we use comes from a mix of renewable energy as well as fossil fuel sources, but now that is shifting as we are transitioning to the Clean Power Alliance, which is a good thing. The other source of emissions in our buildings is natural gas. We use natural gas to heat water, to heat our spaces, and to cook. And so eliminating or reducing natural gas out of buildings will be a key priority of our plan, and looking for alternative sources of natural gas that are not virgin fracked natural gas. The smaller sources obviously are landfill waste and aviation fuel, which we anticipate not necessarily having to deal with the aviation fuel in about a decade from now. So we'll focus primarily on how we manage and repurpose our materials. No longer we are trying to achieve what we call zero waste. And so making sure that we're repurposing our materials, recycling, composting, reusing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the waste that we would normally have landfilled before. So I mentioned our 15 by 15 climate action plan, and that plan was successful in that we were able to reduce our community-wide emissions to 20% below 1990 levels at the year of 2015, or at the end of the year 2015. Now we're seeking to achieve what we call 80% below 1990 levels by 2030. So whatever happens within that box you see along the pattern line is really what we're talking about in this plan. And so the other thing I'd like to point out is that this requires an accelerated amount of carbon emissions reductions to take place in a shorter amount of time than what we've done previously. So we're talking about making significant changes that need to happen sooner than later. And hopefully this will put us on a path to achieving carbon neutrality before 2050. What would ultimately put us at carbon neutrality would either fully eliminating all fossil fuel use in Santa Monica or buying offsets and sequestration projects, probably not in Santa Monica. So if we were to zoom out into that box more carefully, this is where we project the majority of our emissions reductions to come from, and not surprisingly, they are fairly proportional to the emission sources that we talked about in the pie chart. There are state policies, obviously, that will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, whether it's our renewable portfolio standard, or whether it's building energy efficiency, or the low carbon fuel standard. These are policies that the state will be able to utilize and help to continue reduce emissions across the entire state, and will benefit Santa Monica locally as well. Our policies in achieving what we call zero net carbon buildings will achieve, again, another significant amount of reductions, and then sustainable mobility will be the largest source of emissions reductions, and we'll talk about each of those areas in greater detail. So these are the three primary sectors that we will call climate action, which are specifically oriented towards reducing carbon emissions. And the objectives you can see there, I won't read it for you, but we have essentially sectoral objectives to achieve by 2030. And you can see that there are correlating supporting efforts that have established some momentum in Santa Monica for achieving those targets along the way. So we're going to get more in depth into what those objectives, how do we achieve those objectives, what strategies and actions we will take. And so when it comes to zero net carbon buildings, I mentioned before that we are close to achieving what we would hope to be 100% renewable grid electricity support provided by the Clean Power Alliance. Now our goal is to eliminate fossil fuel use entirely out of our buildings, primarily from natural gas. And so what we're looking at are our existing buildings. The majority of buildings in Santa Monica that will be standing in 2030 are already built today. We'll do what we can to focus on new buildings through REACH code policies, and we'll talk about those policies later in the year when it comes to potentially requiring all electric construction and other kind of offsets that might be incurred through development agreements. If it can be determined that there's a certain value to carbon that is generated from a development, what can that development do to reduce that carbon impact or to offset it through in lieu fees? We want to establish what we call benchmarking ordinance for existing buildings, particularly large buildings, which consume the majority of energy in Santa Monica. These are policies that have been implemented in Los Angeles and San Francisco and other major cities, and are essentially stepping stones to essentially starting to require energy use reductions in existing buildings. So it would start to establish timeframes and targets for existing buildings to essentially reduce their energy use by. We recognize that there are also a lot of challenges when it comes to existing buildings and property owners, particularly property owners of residential buildings. And These things are not just sustainability related; they're safety related, like seismic retrofit ordinance. There are other, there's other competing demands of energy efficiency, renewable energy, water conservation, electric vehicle charging are significant, and for any one property owner to take on. And so we're proposing establishing some kind of retrofit accelerator program to essentially aggregate the demand that could be supplied by contractors who would be willing to implement and lower prices and help to hopefully increase the speed of project delivery for larger portfolios of buildings than they would doing it for one small building. We do want to get to what we call building electrification. This is a growing movement across the United States, and particularly in California. We have a unique opportunity in that California will be updating its energy code in 2020, and local jurisdictions can implement what they call REACH codes, codes that are more aggressive than the state code. And so as we move away from just requiring a building to be what we call zero net energy, we might start to look at how we can require a building to be zero net carbon. So that would be putting more of a focus on not just, again, the balance of energy that's used throughout the day, but the balance of carbon that's being emitted by the building. And so that puts a greater focus on reducing natural gas out of buildings. When it comes to zero waste, there's already a lot of momentum that has taken place thus far in terms of recycling and composting. We're in the process of implementing mandatory composting. Statewide, there's a law that requires large properties and properties that have a dumpster bin that's taken away more than once a week to implement composting. It's not done citywide, and so we're working to expand that and make sure that all businesses and all large properties, including residential, will be compliant to make sure that we're avoiding putting away valuable organic material in the landfill. We need to do our part to increase the construction and demolition debris requirement. Currently, I think that's around 70-75%. That could be increased higher over the years. And we also need to continue working on our what we call our material landfill bans. So things like our current ban, which is banning plastics for food service, or things like banning organics from landfill service. Starting to become those need to become stronger signals to the market, to consumers, to make sure that we're properly diverting materials and we're avoiding materials that ought to be recycled or composted. We want to foster greater reuse of materials. We have repair cafes, we have a citywide yard sale, so programs like this need to continue to be expanded. We also want to increase the ability for people to recapture food that would go otherwise unused or wasted if it weren't for some kind of network that could perhaps direct them to a better venue or group who would make better use of them. So things like Food Forward is a nonprofit that collects and gleans from local orchards and our farmers markets. We need to also direct those kinds of services to kind of very intensive, food-intensive areas like hotels in our downtown district, where there's lots of generation of food and food waste that could also be redirected towards other places like food kitchens and shelters and things like that. We need to think about how we take away food and provide a more sustainable option. And so we need to consider how we can create local reuse networks of reusable food container systems and how we can foster and sustain businesses like that. And those are the kinds of policies and programs kind of in this space. When it comes to sustainable mobility, Commissioner Landers brought up the idea that we are trying to create more, I'll say, subsector kind of targets for residents, for commuters. We need to really split those apart because there are different use types. Your commuting needs are much different than those who have a regular 9 to 5. And we need to recognize that there are different ebbs and flows throughout the day, that the city essentially breathes differently. It has a circadian rhythm throughout the day. that needs to be regularly managed in different ways. But we also recognize that there are a significant number of people who will not be able to or just won't get out of their vehicle. And so we need to think about how we convert the remaining vehicles that are on the road to being zero carbon or all electric. And so, this is a much different conversation than the one that took place before. This is kind of like the 30,000-foot view from what was discussed earlier. And so a lot of this you're already familiar with. What we're asking for here is really adopting a new mobility strategy, re-looking at the way that we, again, prioritize our streets, prioritize our street space, and how do we get people to feel comfortable and safe again on the road, whether they're on foot, on bike, or scooter, or board. And then looking at ways that we can effectively manage the street resources, whether it's through parking policies and congestion pricing, or whether it's creating specific spaces and places for local delivery systems, local delivery services, because delivery trucks, obviously, whether it's food or whether it's Amazon, are also part of that mix as well. We talked about earlier tonight around safe routes programs. We also need to encourage safe routes programs for other people besides children and students. We have older people who don't feel safe on the streets either. And I know our partners in the Planning Community Development Department are planning on implementing safe routes to school for seniors programs as well. I think another lengthier conversation needs to happen around affordable housing and making sure that we're placing housing in mixed-use areas, in transit-rich areas, and you've all been a part of those conversations. But if we look at the balance of housing and jobs and that trend over time, I think we might need to readjust the way that we're increasing housing over jobs, to make sure that we're effectively reducing the supply and demand needs that are created by having more jobs in Santa Monica. We talked tonight about prioritizing mass transit services, so making sure that when we are encouraging people to get on a bus, that bus actually has priority on the road, and it's a more convenient and effective option to being in their vehicle by themselves. So making sure that we're able to prioritize transit services through things like dedicated roads or time-specific lanes are a part of this plan. And we need to look at ways that we're incentivizing other transit mobility services, things that are not in the public sector, but things that are in the private domain. So how can we encourage carpooling through pilot programs like the Waze Carpool program? Or how can we encourage zero-emission vehicles through people who pick up Uber and Lyft? This commission had previously, again, was instrumental in helping us adopt the EV Action Plan, and the Climate Action Adaptation Plan continues to expand the work and build upon that. We also need to think about what will the future look like when autonomous vehicles come into not just Santa Monica, but all of California. Is there a space for autonomous vehicles in both reducing carbon emissions, reducing congestion, and making sure that people have, again, safe options and opportunities to move around? So I'm going to pivot now to the second section of the plan, and this is what we call climate adaptation. We have 4 different sectors of the plan. We have objectives as well to achieve in that plan by 2030. We also have correlating supporting efforts. We have looked at the potential climate impacts at the local level here in Santa Monica, and just generally these are the primary ones that we are essentially planning for. We just came out of one of the worst drought cycles in history. We've seen some of the worst wildfires in history, and we've also experienced some of the hottest temperatures in history. And soon we might be experiencing sea level rise and coastal storm flooding. So climate change impacts have cascading effects, and Santa Monica tends to fare a little bit better than other communities when it comes to some of those climate change impacts. We have wide sandy beaches, which help us absorb the impact of sea level rise, but there's also communities like Malibu, Marina del Rey, and Venice who might not. And so we need to consider what happens when those beaches and those beach communities are impacted, and perhaps when it gets hotter in the inland communities like San Gabriel Valley or San Fernando Valley, and people need a place to cool down. It's going to put a lot more pressure on Santa Monica as a local tourism destination. Also, energy demand is a regional issue. When it's hotter inland, it puts a strain on the entire utility grid. So irregardless of where you are, whether it's more comfortable in Santa Monica, we still might be suspect to outages and blackouts as a result of people needing more energy inland from us. And so you can see that these climate change events, while they are regional in nature, tend to have actual direct impacts on our own individual lives. And they can be fairly significant for people who, again, are more vulnerable than others. And so when it comes to vulnerability, we look at it as a function of exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. So an analogy would be like getting a sunburn. We are all exposed to the sun, but some of us have greater sensitivity to and more prone to becoming sunburned. We all have various abilities to be adaptive. We can put on sunscreen, we can wear a hat, we can use an umbrella. Those are our adaptive capacity. And then our, what did I say, exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacities. Yeah. So all that essentially equates to vulnerability. So there are some people who are more vulnerable than others. People like, using that same analogy, children, light-skinned colored people are more vulnerable than others. And so people who have to work outdoors are more vulnerable than others, right? And so that's the kind of calculus that we go through at a high level, at a qualitative level, to understand and determine what do we need to focus on, who's more vulnerable, what's more vulnerable when it comes to climate change. And so we've ranked certain assets across the city, and we've ranked certain populations kind of by high-level categories to determine what is vulnerable and where do we need to focus. So you can see this is high vulnerability and medium high vulnerability assets and categories, and this is medium and low vulnerability. I don't expect you to read this right now, but we do have a climate vulnerability climate change assessment, which will be available once the public draft of the Climate Action Adaptation Plan is made publicly available as well. When it comes to social kind of vulnerability and climate change, there's also other social considerations, kind of existing conditions. Santa Monica has a history of environmental injustice and structural racism. The 10 freeway bifurcated a community. There was a landfill that was in that very same community. And that same neighborhood has a higher concentration of people who don't necessarily speak English as their first language, people who are on lower of the socioeconomic spectrum, and they're people of color. So it's hard to avoid the fact that those people have been traditionally left out, will likely be impacted by climate change further, and need to be prioritized through our climate action and adaptation policies and programs. And so we want to recognize that this plan needs to be one of equity. So the first sector, climate-ready community, really looks at addressing resilience and making sure that we're integrating climate change into city processes, projects, and infrastructure. We need to include it into our decision-making process and really consider the buildings and infrastructure that we're building, making sure that they're prepared for certain climate change impacts, making sure that the projects and the people that we work with are prepared for climate change impacts. We have a large worker population that has to do work outdoors, whether it's landscape or our solid waste service people or our construction, people who work in construction. They will be exposed to more, to higher heat days, to more extreme temperatures. So we need to, again, integrate climate change planning into our everyday business as a city. But we also want to make sure that people in the community are also prepared. So making sure that climate change is integrated into programming like CERT, the Community Emergency Readiness Training, or the SAMO-AID, the Santa Monica Organizations Aiding in Disaster Network. Making sure that networks like seniors are connected with people who are able to check in on them so that, again, if there are times of power outages or other kinds of emergencies, that people know that there are people who might be physically or socially isolated, who might have other physical and sensitive needs that need someone to check in on them. When it comes to the infrastructure side of things, we do need to make sure that, again, that the way that we're building things or retrofitting things are prepared for the new normal or the new abnormal. So things like cool roofs or things like properties that are built in the coastal zone that might experience chronic or frequent flooding from coastal storms. We need to consider how do we design buildings in certain spaces that offer certain shelters for people, whether it's passive shading and passive cooling. We also need to consider, again, our local sensitivities to things like power outages. So our energy infrastructure is very vulnerable. We don't have ways of, people might assume that just because they have solar panels on the roof that the power will stay on if there's an outage, and that's a common misconception. So we need to make sure that we have a local ability to capture and store our energy needs and be able to use them locally. When it comes to water self-sufficiency, this is a council-adopted goal. It's a goal that we were hoping to achieve by 2020, which has now been pushed off to 2023, but it's one that we're getting ever closer to. And we're trying to do that through two primary ways. One is through water conservation, which Santa Monica has done significantly already. We're already well below where we were several years ago in terms of our total water consumption, but we need to continue conserving water more. And the city will continue to expand retrofit programs, direct install programs, target high using industries like coin-operated laundry facilities, to make sure that those facilities are as water efficient as possible. We will continue to expand alternative and local water supply through things like the Clean Beaches Initiative, which is down by the pier, capturing a whole bunch of rainwater that just fell on us in the past 2 weeks, and looking at finding new sources of water like brackish water at the beachhead or wastewater that would normally leave us and go down to Hyperion treatment plant, and putting that back into our local aquifers. So when it comes to coastal flooding preparedness, you have heard lots about this already through the local coastal plan update. And this plan essentially kind of enhances and augments some of the good work that has already been done in that plan. What we also call for are more adaptive measures like hardening the Santa Monica Pier, making sure that the pier is prepared for increased wave height and increased onshore flooding due to, again, sea level rise, augmenting coastal storms, winter storms, high tide, and king tide events. We also want to consider natural solutions to preventing coastal flooding and onshore flooding through things like dune nourishment or dune restoration. So some of you are aware we already have a pilot project which is fostering a native dune ecosystem in Santa Monica, and we need to consider how we can expand that, or if we should expand that, to create greater topography, greater beach height, so that way we can protect further property and assets that are on the back beach area. So when it comes to the last sector, which is low carbon food and ecosystems, we want to increase local self-reliance through local food production. which means that we would like to increase the productivity of both public and private lands when it comes to food production, making sure people have access to things that are local, organic, and low carbon. We also want to, again, make sure that people have understand the impacts of their carbon. The carbon impacts of their diets. We try to do these through various community outreach programs, so we'll continue to expand that more. I talked about our urban forest before, and I'll just talk about it briefly now. The urban forest is a great carbon sink for Santa Monica, and we need to continue to expand that carbon sink to continue to absorb carbon in Santa Monica, as well as obviously retain water and clean the air and create more beautiful neighborhoods. We need to make sure that it's more biodiverse so that it's a little bit more resilient to other issues like vectors and other kind of plagues and diseases that can kind of affect monocropped areas. And we also need to consider the way that we're managing our urban forest and landscapes. There's a lot of fossil fuel equipment and vehicles that kind of get used for maintaining landscapes. And so we need to consider other kinds of equipment that are low carbon or more passive, I guess, more passive landscapes that don't require as much intense maintenance. We are also needing to protect private trees or ensure that we're replacing private trees as much as possible for trees that are getting removed through the private development space. This is an issue that's been brought forth at the Urban Forest Task Force, and so we're calling for making sure we have mechanisms to either preserve private trees or some kind of replacement mechanism for those that are removed. We're also proposing a unique opportunity to create a new ecosystem in Santa Monica Bay, through fostering a local sea kelp forest. We can do this by creating kind of artificial reefs or artificial kind of beds in which sea kelp can grow and foster. And that would help us to absorb carbon kind of in the ocean as well as promote a local ecosystem. So it's just a unique opportunity for us to look at ways that we can sequester carbon that aren't necessarily within our jurisdiction, but are native to Santa Monica, which can help create a greater connection for the city and the community to the local environment. All right, so now we're getting towards implementing the plan. How are we going to do this? How are we going to engage the public? How are we going to do this as a city? How are we going to finance it all are very important questions, and we hope to answer that. We'd like to create what we call a community climate action network. We know there's a lot of work happening across the city through active individuals, organizations, other institutions. A lot of it's done without being very well communicated or coordinated. And people sometimes ask and have a hunger for getting involved in something. And so providing a way to kind of elevate the work that's happening across the city and provide connections is really important to making sure that we can advance a culture of sustainability and connectedness in this work. We want to pilot what we call kind of block level or business sustainability plans. So I'm sure there are active residents, and we've heard from a few tonight, who would love the opportunity to do a project or a program with their neighbors. We're working with one neighbor on Georgina Avenue who has solar and wants to help her neighbors go solar. So she's hosting a solar brunch. And so we're hoping by bringing people together and providing them information and resources will help them make the next step. And sometimes it's really that community building process that really activates people to work. I talked about city leadership, and the city will establish, will be a leader in that it will seek to achieve carbon neutrality in its own city operations. What we need to do is to significantly reduce the energy use in our buildings and our facilities. So implementing what we call deep carbon retrofits, which are essentially kind of whole building retrofits, doing really extensive change out of kind of old and inefficient equipment. And we really need to look at our fleet. the Big Blue Bus fleet needs to convert to a fully electric fleet, as well as our other vehicle fleet, our trash and recycling fleet and our sedan fleet also need to be converted to zero emission or all electric. To finance a lot of this work, we are hoping to implement what we call a carbon impact fee. So similar to like a development impact fee, there's a certain amount of carbon that each new development essentially generates through the energy that it consumes and through the vehicle trips that it creates. We can essentially assess the certain amount of carbon that those buildings and new projects can generate, and then we would either require them to reduce that through on-site means or to pay the city some kind of in lieu fee to offset the carbon somewhere else. We already do this through water neutrality, where we have limited the net increase of water demand in development by either requiring them to reduce their water demand or pay an in lieu fee for the city to implement it offsite somewhere else. And we want to continue to explore alternative community climate financing options and mechanisms to, again, create more disincentives on fossil fuel generating activities and create more incentives for climate action and climate adaptation activities. And just for your edification, Santa Monica is a part of many networks, both regional, statewide, and national and international when it comes to climate leadership. Many U.S. cities and counties and jurisdictions have come together to pledge their commitment to upholding the Paris Climate Agreement, and we are amongst those. And we report our progress and our liabilities and our plans to many different platforms to hold ourselves accountable and to make sure that we're still a leading community in this space. For a little bit of retrospect and a little bit of kind of forecasting, we're already spending a lot of money already when it comes to climate action. We're spending, well, over the past 2 capital improvement program cycles, the city is committed to spending over $380 million in programs and projects like reducing energy use or improving bike and pedestrian amenities and investing in affordable housing and electric vehicles. So we're already doing a lot to invest in this space, and we need to continue that level of investment as we go forth. We propose an interdepartmental working group across the city to make sure that we are talking to one another, that we are working with our partners and making sure that we're able to regularly track and monitor the progress that we're making. We will propose providing annual progress reports on the work that we're doing, and we'll conduct what we call biennial greenhouse gas inventories, which is kind of taking a total stock of the carbon that's emitted in 1 year. And then in about 5 years, we'll come back and look at the progress of the plan and make sure that if there are any updates that need to be made to the plan, that we make those updates and make sure that we will achieve our goals by the year 2030. So I mentioned that the plan will be publicly available on February 25, and we'll let you all know when that is available, so that way you can make your direct and individual comments and suggestions on the plan, and that will be available at smgov.net/climate. Our tentative council date for adoption will be May 14. Tonight we welcome your initial guidance and feedback, and we will take that into consideration as we move towards finalizing the plan after we've gone through the full public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have some questions for you. Richard?
You mentioned very early on, maybe an hour or so ago, that the city could look at zero net carbon. What would it take to do that? Succinctly.
Everything that I've already mentioned, in addition to spending several $1 million in carbon offsets.
So the reason I'm asking is that when this plan originated some years ago, you picked it time 1990 as the starting point. I never believed at that moment that it was sufficient, the action that was being prepared, and now we see the impact over the last 5 years of climate change. It doesn't snow too much in Slovakia. You've got the worst weather in Australia, which is the converse of here, etc. We are seeing up the apocalypse of the climate that was predicted now upon us. Surely we should be speeding up the speed and the goals, the ambition of the goals that we have, rather than what we have, which is faster, 5 times faster, but still very measured and still some distance in the future. Why aren't we more ambitious and moving more expeditiously? And there are some other questions on that coming. So
sure. Well, I guess to put it into perspective, the most other communities are...
I'm not too worried about most other communities.
Okay.
You're in Santa Monica. I mean, why aren't we doing that? Most other communities aren't focused on it. We have been for a long time. Why aren't we more ambitious at this moment, knowing what we now know?
We believe that 80% by 30 is probably the most ambitious we can be at this point. We could, like I said, be a carbon neutral community by 2030, but it would require an additional investment into carbon offset projects, which don't necessarily have a direct benefit in Santa Monica. They would likely be projects outside of Santa Monica. And so if that is an interest of the Planning Commission or the Council, that is something that we will bring back to them as an option.
Is the issue here money? I noticed through the report you talk about it would cost $4 million a year in carbon offsets for Santa Monica, $80 million in the CAAP plan, and you're asking for $50,000 a year. So is it the impact of all that extra cash that's the real impediment?
I'm sorry, say that question again?
Is it the impact of all the extra cash that's needed that's the impediment?
It's the cash, I guess, I would say.
Okay. So let's go to the mobility. Mobility, as we've heard this evening, is just absolutely the key to everything here. So reading back through the mobility reports of the last 2 years from the mobility manager, biking, regrettably, has been going backwards in terms of commuter numbers. And we see the big blue bus ridership collapsing. How are we going to reach the mobility targets when we're already losing the war at this stage and we need to move 5 times faster to get to where we are projected to get to? I actually think that's unanswerable, but you can have a go at it.
Right, I think we have all the experts in the room, and a couple of them left earlier tonight, unfortunately. But I think we have all options on the table, right? We've looked at the way that we zoned the community to prioritize more housing, more local serving uses to avoid that regional supply and demand issue, right? We also have...
You weren't here when we had the city yards discussion. That was one of my major complaints, that we actually weren't using the city-owned land for that. City-owned land, city yards, Memorial Park, Big Blue Bus, would they be perfect places to put housing, for example? Clustering development around the train stations.
I guess my next question would be then, where would those operations go?
We are closing the airport.
That's also true.
Yeah, but it's far away from... It'll be on set. Yeah, well, that's to you because you're her representative. You talked somewhere at around about the 40-minute mark about jobs, and you said we needed to look at the jobs issue. What did you mean by that? There was a line in there somewhere about, we've prioritised jobs, now we need to look at something else.
Right. So, we've had the benefit of tracking our jobs housing ratio over the few decades, and we've increased the number of jobs at a greater rate than we've increased the amount of housing in Santa Monica, and so it's causing a supply and demand issue for just basic transportation needs, right? And it's somewhat, to be very frank and honest, the work that a lot of the work that the city does to address congestion and homelessness is primarily caused by housing or lack thereof. And so if we are not critically looking at the amount of housing that we're investing in locally, a lot of our actions will continue to be addressing the symptoms of that imbalance.
So the one thing you didn't have in here were the likely costs of climate action. I mean, are we projecting 10, 12 deaths a year through climate action effects? 1,000 people with enhanced illnesses, $100 million a year of cost to Santa Monica? No, I mean, I didn't see it anywhere in there. But what's your modelling telling us?
We have not looked at the loss, whether it's the loss of life or loss of business or other some kind of function. But we have been trying to estimate the kind of the total cost of implementing the plan over the next 10 years, and we estimate it's at least somewhere within the $800 million to $1 billion over the next 10 years, with a number of projects and programs not even kind of really fully conceived.
That's the 80 million a year. And finally, at one stage you talk about something in there, but it does seem to me that one of the easy fixes is enhanced canopy cover, which is obviously planting more trees, but it goes to tree replacement and development legislation and private tree legislation. So are you going to bring ideas for those sorts of fixes back to us, or does that remain in our court? So you've raised a lot of issues this evening, and you said there are some potential answers to it. We say go faster, go harder, but there are some things that are not yet on the agenda. Who
Right.
puts that on the agenda? Do you do that, or do we have to do it? I mean, we already raised the issue of trees, but
Yeah. So
how do you see that working going forward?
Yes. So the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan is somewhat of an umbrella platform. It's not just my work or just the work of the Office of Sustainability, obviously.
It'll be the other people once you get your 50 grand a year.
Right. Exactly. And that is a very modest request. But likely, in that particular instance, it would be our urban forester who would come back with the policy when it comes to private trees and the urban forests as well.
And what do you think the carbon impact fee would settle at? How much do you need to raise every year?
We have not done that kind of analysis, but there's different ways that you can look at carbon, whether it's the kind of the societal cost of carbon or whether it's there's the kind of the going rate of carbon in the state of California, and as a trading.
That's
value.
10% of what it should be.
Right.
From
It's
your
very.
report.
It's quite modest.
So that's open-ended.
It is open-ended.
So when I ask you these questions, they're pointed questions about detail and outcome and numbers. That's not where you're at in this at the moment.
Correct.
So is this the lead of a lot more things, or is it? I mean, how do you see this document that you're presenting and releasing?
It is essentially the start of a conversation where we're putting forth a lot of different ideas, right, across the whole spectrum of society, right? We can't go into as significant detail on each policy and project to the level of detail that you're getting at this point. But I think what we can do is do some high-level projections, looking at kind of aggregated, data and information. But I think the question for us becomes, how much analysis do we need to do to get the concept approved versus just being agreeable to the concept and then doing the work after we have essentially the carte blanche to move forward with it.
So my last point is I'm incredibly agreeable to the concept, but I don't think that these are particularly pointed questions on numbers. I think cost of impact to the community, whether it's social or economic, is one thing that I would expect. And I do think costs of implementation is also another thing. Finally, how you're going to fund it, pretty fundamental sort of questions. I guess my big thing is I think it's fantastic you've done it. It just doesn't go far enough at this moment. And I always thought it would be a problem some years ago, and I think it's exceptional we've done so well, but if you set the bar low enough, we'll make it. And I don't think we can afford that anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nina.
You weren't as scary in person as you were on paper. It was really a frightening plan to read.
Great.
Not as scary as all those lawyers in the back of the room either.
Well, it's a Harding Larmore partners meeting down there. You see, they've all got together. I've been joined by Dave Rand.
The comprehensiveness of the plan, the way it looks not only at actual actions that we take to reduce carbon and to reduce our water usage and all that kind of stuff, in conjunction with the community, the societal impacts of what happens as we fail to do those things. The one thing I thought I didn't see, and maybe you can correct me, is the impact of the resistant non-compliers, people who are wealthy enough that none of the requirements or high pricing or fees or anything will impact, and they'll still keep wanting to have a big giant lawn because they can. And how can we somehow, I mean, it doesn't matter if they can afford it. It's not right for them to use that water. We need the water. And have you thought of ways that we can focus in on that kind of problem?
Yeah.
And also leverage it to help the people at the other end who not only can't afford to do the things that we need them to do, but whose, their economics would improve if they were using these materials less.
Right. Thank you. No, that is a good point. In the plan, we have kind of lots of little examples and other kind of concepts that aren't necessarily like actions, but we do want to tell a story. And one of the things that we do want to talk about is essentially like the carbon we consume. So we don't tend to think about how much carbon goes into our lifestyles. It's pretty obvious when we're, turning on electricity or using natural gas or driving our vehicles, but it's also in the goods and services that we use every day, right? And obviously there's a strong correlation of people with higher incomes tend to consume more and tend to consume more carbon intensively. And so we actually do kind of call that out. We've kind of done a by zip code analysis of who is essentially kind of more carbon intensive than others. But we're a little less pointed in that. We don't necessarily have kind of like a progressive kind of taxation or fee-based system that would say, you need to be now, we're going to tax or fee your consumption and then subsidize someone else's ability to, reduce their load, let's say. But I think that is a good concept. One other example that I would point to is that we are proposing, like I said, an energy benchmarking policy, and this would be a policy that's really focused on our large commercial properties, because the majority of our energy use happens in the commercial space, and we actually have only several hundred large commercial facilities that are really the major contributors. So really putting the onus on them as large properties to do their part to reduce their energy use will help go a long way to reducing kind of the total energy consumption and carbon emissions in Santa Monica. So we are trying to focus on kind of the larger, heavier hitters when it comes to the built environment space.
And of course, that leads to, are we going to scare all of our big business enterprises away and have them all say, oh, that's Santa Monica, we're going to Venice and Mar Vista now? I mean, I'm just concerned about that. The other thing that I was wondering, I mean, I kind of mentioned it before, but maybe the idea of if people are really high consumers, even individuals, and they get to a certain level where they're at the 6th tier and they're paying, $900 a gallon to water their lawn. Is there a point where we can cut them off?
Well, we already do implement what we call water use allowances. Mm-hmm. Some of you might have taken a look at your water bills and gotten notices, perhaps, if you've exceeded your water allowance. And so that is, and those water use allowances are based off of, their previous historical average and then cut down 20%. And so there are people who regularly exceed their water use allowances, and we take them to task. We notice them, we send them to water school, we impose fines. So that work is already being done in the water space.
You send them to water school, so you make them show up somewhere?
We used to have an online web-based educational program, like very much like driving school. I think we're transitioning that now to having it be an in-person activity.
Better idea.
Yeah.
Are you done?
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Sean?
First, thank you for this. And there are sort of 1,000 different reactions that I could have, but it's 9:57 and I'm not going to have them. Or we can have them offline. I think there's so much potential here. But I do want to call out one big piece that I don't know if I missed it or it's implied, but I would like to see it made explicit, maybe even before you release the draft, which is public education. As a process. I think there are, we've been through, speaking for myself, we've been through a lot of these efforts to sort of right size our energy use and our waste production. And what I see from my kids and in my neighborhood is I see a lot of mixed messaging. And so, to give you an example, when we go to a local shopping center, say on Ocean Park, like Menchie's Yogurt, great example, right? So they're producing lots and lots and lots of trash, right? But the trash receptacles, right? So my kids are learning, they know the difference between recycling and composting and trash, but when they go to throw things away at the shopping center, they see one receptacle. And there's no signage that says we separate, post, right? So I'm thinking all the different ways that we can be integrating the messaging around this. And I would like to encourage that to be called out explicitly in the draft. The second piece that is related to this is, as I'm sure you know, right, you have the school district that's in the middle of launching a sustainability plan, and I'm sure the college has something, and I'm sure there are a lot of our large employers that have those things. To that end, it would be really helpful to have some coordinated messaging. I mean, that's really what I'm getting at. You have, and then leverage the energy that's in the community, the Ask, Borrow, Give community on Facebook, the Buy Nothing Santa Monica North and South. These are going to be your massive advocates on reuse and repair and food waste capture. People are already posting, I made too much X. I'll give it to anybody who wants it. I mean, it's amazing. But I think without a public education, public engagement piece that's explicitly called out with an integrated strategy to ensure that the messaging around this is consistent with all the other messages and non-messages, things that are not being said that should be said around the community, will miss the opportunity to do two things. One, to achieve our own goals, and then to Commissioner McKinnon's point, right, we're only 8.3 square miles, 93,000 people. We are not going to stop global warming on our own, but we, through our networks, we can impact millions. And if we can get that right, we can influence beyond our borders. So, thank you.
Amy?
So Commissioner Landris kind of just asked my question, which is that, thank you. Your presentation was great. I feel like the plan is impressive. I feel like it's ambitious. But global warming is, climate change is a global issue. And whether we're, reducing carbon emissions by 80% by 2030 or by 2025, it feels like the impact is a blip on a global issue. So why embark on this plan?
You're saying why act? Why do anything? Because Santa Monica has been a leader in sustainability, and I think a lot of you have been a part of that legacy as well. It would essentially it would go against our values to not do something and not to demonstrate that there is the power and impact that a small community such as Santa Monica can have in showing people that something is possible. If we collectively put our minds and our will to work on this significant and important global issue, then certainly other communities can as well. And our influence is certainly outsized by our size. Many people look to and respect Santa Monica for the work that we've done here in our small 8.3 square miles with our just 93,000 people. We are a world-renowned community in this space. And over the years, we've seen that other communities of similar sizes are also now stepping up and are doing equally ambitious things in their own communities. And really we're kind of old timers in the space. And we believe it's the power of the leadership that we've demonstrated. And so this is the next real kind of era that a lot of cities and counties are looking at, and really, again, accelerating emissions reductions and doing deep decarbonization. We're fully engaged with jurisdictions across the country and across the state to come up with some of the craziest ideas, really, and work together. And it's only because those other communities are stepping into the space that has been left vacant by the federal government, that that's the thing that's making it possible, is that abdication of responsibility, but the fact that it's creating a greater need for that local action. This is a responsibility for our community and obviously for our children.
Thank you. That was a great answer, the one I thought I was going to get. You know, I guess my other thought is it's great to hear that you're collaborating with other communities that are committed to making these changes, and that is leading to creative ideas. Because I think the other benefit of Santa Monica taking this on is to kind of act as a petri dish, right? To test ideas, to sort out how these different objectives and strategies can be implemented in an equitable way. I think that aspect of the plan is pretty exciting. I guess one of the other questions I had for you was the objectives and strategies that that you kind of outlined for us tonight. How did you sort through those? Like, I mean, are those like everything that you ever thought of, or what criteria were you using to kind of sort things out? Were those about cost or other types of hurdles? Or
Great, thank you for that. Yeah, so it is an iterative process. So we know that there's a certain amount of things and activities we can think of, at least in the moment, that will again get us to reducing carbon emissions. And then we've gone through a process with our steering committee and our consultants to kind of figure out, well, what will have impact and what is something that also carries like a level of urgency, and what are, again, the cost benefits of doing that. Building electrification is going to take a really long time, right? Changing out people's water heaters and heating and ventilation systems is going to take a really long time. But it's something that we have to start. And so, it's on there, and even the natural gas impact in our kind of total community emissions pie is like not that significant. But unless we start now, we're not going to really achieve fully carbon neutrality until we do start doing it. And so it's a function of what can we feasibly do within a 10-year or 12-year time frame, basically. How much staff time can we actually commit to those things? What kind of lead time does it take to accomplish certain things? So, I'm particularly focused in the built environment. That's kind of where we specialize in our office. And so to establish like a benchmarking policy, it takes about 2 years to get property owners on notice, properly noticed, and properly reporting their energy use. And then it takes almost another 3 or 4 years to give them notice of what their energy reduction target might be, and then to help them get there. And so, that's almost 5 to 7 years, and we're talking about maybe a 10 to 15% reduction at best, and we're talking about a subset still of buildings across all Santa Monica. But it's so significant because, again, only a few hundred buildings in Santa Monica are responsible for about half the energy use in all of Santa Monica. So being very targeted about who we're working with and who we're focusing our policies on is all part of that calculus.
I just had one other thought while you were talking, and it makes me realize that that as we work to implement these strategies, that ideally there'll be technological changes that will also evolve, and that I think is another benefit of Santa Monica stepping up and finding other communities to step up, because that creates a certain level of demand for these new types of technologies. I don't suddenly thinking that I should figure out a way to electrify everybody's gas heaters. So I think that that's another exciting aspect of the plan. So thanks.
Thank you.
Jason?
Hi, Garrett. Before I ask my question, I want to add just a little piece to Garrett's great response to your initial question of why are we doing this. Obviously, part of it is the climate action side. We're just a little piece of the carbon contribution globally. But as far as the adaptation side, that's largely on us. We got to figure out how we are going to live in this new world because others aren't going to do it for us. So I just want to add that little piece. Garrett, a few of the, like I see like the form of the presentation, it's talking about broad concepts, and I'm wondering within the plan to what degree is it going to be narrowed down to particular action items on some of these broad concepts, like for example, prioritize mixed use and transit-oriented affordable housing. Is the idea there just language that reinforces the loose and our existing development policies, or is there an action item there to step up some efforts to achieve more mixed use and more affordable housing near transit?
I guess it's a little bit of both. So it's generally vague in that way, but and we don't necessarily talk about like specific neighborhoods or anything like that. But it kind of calls for making sure that we are prioritizing those kinds of developments whenever possible, right? So at any point we're making those decisions on every development review process that comes before you, we need to consider what is the impact kind of to the larger sense of things.
Mm-hmm. And did you consider more narrow recommendations looking at our existing housing policies and looking for areas of change that would encourage even better outcomes or greater likelihood of or greater degree of success in this area?
Yes, I mean, we've done somewhat of a cursory look. I might be shooting myself in the foot, but there might be, a lot of the planning of Santa Monica has been done through the loose and the update of the loose and the update of the zoning ordinance, and so in reality, there's not a whole lot of opportunity left to kind of squeeze out of that lemon, so to speak, and it's really looking at the kind of the redevelopment opportunities. If properties turn over, looking at again really the 99% of buildings and people that are already here and will be here in 2030. So it's not as significant as an impact as we think, because again the rate of change will not be that great.
So the focus is on making smaller modifications to existing structures as opposed to seeking carbon reduction through encouraging a particular kind of development?
It's both, again. But again, that
It's
is
both,
one.
but it's not suggesting policy changes with respect to new development.
I think we're allowing space for that to happen, not necessarily
But not
being as
calling for it.
prescriptive.
Okay. And then the carbon impact fee, what types of projects would that apply to? It's a development fee? Is that
That's,
what's
I think, the
envisioned?
initial concept, but I think we would want to look at, again, any new project that incurs carbon, basically.
Mm-hmm. And is that currently planned for some study? Or is this an idea that's just initially?
It's just an idea at this
Yeah,
point.
okay. I see. And just a broad idea. Did you guys look at bond financing for any of the projects that you are putting forward within the plan? And are you proposing bond financing for them?
Not specifically. I mean, there's a whole host of different ways that we can finance this kinds of work. I think I think where a lot of these projects and concepts will ultimately be are things that also include like public-private partnerships, because a lot of the work, a lot of the investment, while it might seem significant that the city is investing well around $1 billion in 10 years, let's say, to do this work, the community will also be investing a significant, orders of magnitude beyond that. If we're talking about really changing over how our buildings are powered and changing over how our vehicles are powered and things like that. So really, somehow we have to bring to bear the financial resources, not just through public financing options, but also through private finance, that there are large institutions that want to have green portfolios and invest in climate solutions.
Right. Certainly on the subject areas that you would want to leverage future funds, this is the one. In terms of the standards that one might find in the zoning code, I made some notes here on things that could relate to our work here, and I mean a lot of it connects to our work here, but just thinking of it in terms of the zoning code, there's the private trees preservation, which, am I right, that primarily would apply to single family districts, because don't we have something for multifamily currently, where like a replacement plan for tree removal? Am I right about that?
Well, multifamily would have to go to ARB, so there'd have to be a landscape plan that would be approved as part of that
Right.
process. I don't recall that there's any kind of tree replacement that's part of that.
Okay, I thought it came up as part of that ARB appeal, but we can move forward. The climate resilient design standards, are those meant to apply to just public projects or public and private?
It would be both.
Both. And so within the plan, are there specific recommendations for how the standards should be modified?
No, we need to assess, again, what kinds of property, what kinds of infrastructure are in vulnerable spaces, and vulnerable to what, right? So obviously, the coastal properties will have a different set of needs than our residential buildings that are in potentially more kind of like heat-prone areas, let's say. So it'll be very specific to the kind of the subsector and the geographic location and the demographic that they're serving.
And then yesterday we talked about some general ideas. You put forward the example of a project that couldn't accommodate the amount of solar panels on the roof because of the step back requirement. Does the plan, specifically point to to existing standards that should be modified like that?
No, we do not.
Okay. So will there be a process in which those particular changes are identified and then changes considered?
Well, like I said, we are in our discussion yesterday, we are encountering, and for everyone else's edification, we're encountering a project that would like to comply with our Zero Net Energy Code for low-rise residential development. They are challenged because their setback requirement at the third level, and so their roof space is much smaller than the actual building footprint, which limits their ability to have more solar for the property. And so because the applicant or property owner actually has a portfolio of properties, they're looking at, they're offering installing solar on a separate existing building as a ways of offsetting. And so this is an issue that's kind of coming up to the building official level, where we're identifying an interesting nexus of challenge. And so I think that will, that is an opportunity that will come forth with, I think, naturally, not necessarily that it has to be called out in the climate action plan.
Mm-hmm. But, is that something that planning staff, is attentive to, that general category of constraints on providing for carbon neutral buildings?
We'll make sure that they're aware of it.
Great, thank you. And then on similarly, the goal of biodiversity, if I assume that that's something that would need to be plugged into ARB's thinking on approving landscape plans, if it's not already. I'm not aware of it if it is, but I assume that there is actually a relatively long list of things that could be integrated into our normal processes, but we just need to take that step and make those changes wherever they're appropriate.
Well, the Urban Forest Task Force and the Urban Forest Division have an Urban Forest Master Plan, and biodiversity is a component of that plan, not only just planting more trees, but making sure that there's a diversity of trees to ensure health of the total urban forest. And then our office is responsible for landscape standards, whether it's public or private development. And that is all, there are several goals and to achieve through the landscape standards. One is making sure that we're infiltrating water where possible. The second is that we're reducing water consumption as much as possible. And then the third is promoting local and native habitat through our landscapes.
And then finally, I just want to broadly ask, as we are reconsidering our established plans, when we're thinking about the zoning code and we're thinking about the design of public spaces going forward, are there things that the plan calls for that will need to be explored going forward, so that we're thinking about warmer climate? How do our public spaces need to adapt?
Yeah, I think kind of generally we need to think about ways to provide better shading and more shading for people when they're out in the public. If we want them to get out and walk, they need to have a place to catch a break and get some relief from the sun at different points in time, whether it's the bus stand or whether it's the local park or plaza. We need to make sure that we're providing places for people to just be cool if it's not in their own home.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're almost done here. I'll throw my usual harebrained questions out there. When we're looking at the carbon emissions, what is the boundary of Santa Monica? In other words, if we have a river of carbon flowing through our city called the 10 freeway. None of those cars, a certain fraction of them, don't really stop here. They just fuel in Brentwood and they drive to Malibu. Is that carbon emission part of us, or is it just the gas that's sold in Santa Monica?
So the way our accounting kind of protocols work is that every kind of jurisdiction is responsible for half of all the trips that start and end in the jurisdiction. So if someone is claiming those trips that pass through Santa Monica, we are kind of city A and city C to some respect, right? So if you consider city A is where you're starting from and city C is where you're ending through, and you pass through city B, A and C are claiming half of the emissions associated with the trip.
And we have good data telling us how many people are going to Beverly Hills, Inglewood, Manhattan Beach. I mean, how do you get that number? Where does that number come from?
Well, we work closely with the Planning and Community Development Department to, they do their vehicle trip counts and they do their transportation demand model forecast. And that helps us and then we turn that into a greenhouse gas emissions model, basically.
I see. And you're pretty comfortable that that mix of destinations will not skew the data over time, over 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years.
Are you saying like changes in those other communities that people are coming and going to?
Yeah, tomorrow Century City may be hot and the airport may be cool. And now we have we're going to LA instead of El Segundo. Where I'm asking a question of how stable is this model when I think, to be honest, we really don't know destinations. When those cars cross a line, wherever that line is, we can count the cars where they're leaving, but it's a wild guess as to where they're going. And so the assignment becomes sort of an exercise, but it's not that credible. And how do you address that?
Well, we have to use the best available information and the best methodology. So, a lot of this comes kind of downscaled from models that SCAG produces, right? And those are informed by surveys and actual observations, and it's kind of looking at where do people live and where do people work, and kind of drawing lines between those places, and they have a generally good idea as to where they end up.
Do all the pluses and negatives match? When you add up all the cities that say we're sending people here, and those people are saying, thank you, we have the same numbers that you have.
That's a good question. I don't know that.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on. We're buying all this power now from the Electrical Alliance, so-called, or whatever it's called, the Power Alliance. Same Power Alliance. And we're going to be electrifying like crazy. Are they increasing their capacity to electrify us at the same rate as we're electrifying? All those fleets of scooters that we've put out, are they putting out solar collectors out in the Mojave Desert faster than we're putting out scooters?
So I think the challenge will not necessarily be so much in like the generation of power. We can bring online more solar and wind farms quicker than we can actually build adequate local infrastructure to deliver all that power in Santa Monica. So some of the challenges with electrification, whether it's the building or whether it's for vehicles, comes with the fact that most of our buildings and streets were not designed to convey that much power to the end use, right? So to have at the building level, to have a 220 volt outlet in your garage is something of a project, right? If you don't have their washing machine right there, you have to bring it out from the street, or you have to create a new electrical panel. You might be required to upgrade the service line that's in the alleyway. It's a lot of work to electrify the building and to electrify the street. Again, we're mostly wired to just power street lights and traffic signals. They don't require a high amount of voltage and amps. But if we're looking at providing electric vehicle charging, we have to build new infrastructure to really serve that amount of power. And so the challenges will be local in that regard.
Local meaning Edison is going to pay for all this amped up infrastructure, or do we pay for the amped up infrastructure?
A little bit of both. It kind of depends who's asking and when. Edison is, the Clean Power Alliance has taken a significant portion of Edison's business by now owning the buying and selling of power. But Edison is still very much responsible for delivering that power and charging you for when you use power, demand charges as they're called. and time of use rates. And so they're still very much invested in seeing a more electric future as well. And so, they're primarily focused right now in electric vehicles. So they are coming forth with a lot of infrastructure money to help support local projects. We benefited from one of those investments for our fleet charging. And we'll likely see in the future that they'll continue to be interested in building electrification as well. And the Clean Power Alliance will also be interested in both of those areas because more load means more revenue for them.
Okay. Now, right now, how much would you say of our electrical load is locally generated versus imported from outside of our borders?
It's like 1 to 2% is kind of local.
So
solar.
when those sources get cut off by the next earthquake, and they will be, we're going to be chugging along on 1% of our capacity. Is that an accurate model?
It'll be even less because you have to have a battery system connected to that solar system, and then you also have a disconnect switch to say, all right, well, the power grid's off. This building is now going to be self-sufficient on its own. So those are two elements that a solar system needs in order to be self-sustaining.
But you could achieve the same thing on a very, very weak scale, as you say, by saying we're unplugged from the grid because there's no juice coming from the grid, but I don't have a battery, so my refrigerator will only stay cool during the day, and at night it'll slowly heat up. I can only recharge my phone during the day, but at night I'll be wandering around with candles. Is that an accurate model?
No, if you do not have an ability to disconnect from the utility grid and self-generate and self-store your power.
No, I'm saying I'm just taking out the self-store part out of the model.
Yeah.
And saying I disconnect, but I have the capacity to generate. Why can't I do that? Why wouldn't we have a code that mandates that to get some resilience before you buy that $24,000 battery or that $800,000 battery?
The battery has to be there. That's the power. That's the challenge with energy. You have to either consume it as you generate it, or you have to store it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm consuming it. I have my refrigerator runs all the time. I'm consuming it while the sun's shining. I just don't run my refrigerator. It doesn't run at night, but so as long as I don't open it a lot, it'll still stay cool.
Well, something will likely blow out or the breaker will go off because if there's more power that's being generated from your solar system than what's being used in the home, it's going to overload your electrical panel. If there's more energy that's being used than what your solar panel is generating,
but how do I turn off
the breakers are going to switch off.
Okay, how do I turn off my panels when the power is off? What happens? Where's that power go that the panels are generating? I guess that's
if they're turned off, they're de-energized.
The sun just shines and they just cook up there. Well, and the electrons don't have anywhere to go.
They're just idled, yeah.
Okay. So right now, and this came up earlier, we're going to get down to 80% of where we were in 1990, and so that implies that our carbon emissions are dropping. At which point will they have dropped to the point that our urban forest can absorb the carbon that we are generating?
So to put it into perspective, our current kind of total carbon loads is a little over about 1.1 million metric tons.
Okay.
To be at around 80% below 1990 levels would put us at around 289,000 metric tons. Our urban forest, at least the public urban forest, helps us kind of sequester around 28 to 30,000 metric tons.
So we're never going to get there, bottom line.
Not solely on our urban forests.
Okay. So what sequestration methods would you propose to close that gap that we can do?
Well, again, locally, I suggested the sea kelp forest.
How big would we need? Do we need to go, how many miles out do we need to go to sequester that 283,000?
It would still be modest relative to the balance that we still have. But I apologize, it's a little late and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head.
I know these questions are not exactly hot off the press, but these are the kind of questions that if you're really going to think big, we need to be answering these questions so that we can, in fact, get there. Otherwise, we'll be stuck, like Richard says. Great try, but the scale of the problem is so much bigger than our capacity to deal with it. And let's see. Last question. In your crystal ball, do you think our power consumption in the transportation sector will go up or down with the arrival of the self-driving car? The reason I say that, the self-driving car will be here before our model closes, presumably. Maybe not, but if it is, what do you think is going to happen?
Most vehicles that will be autonomous will, I think there's two schools of thought. I think some people think that these are going to be the most advanced electrical, computing machines on the road, and therefore they should be electric. But because they're large computing machines, that they actually do require a lot of electricity. And so what do you invest, what do you use your fuel for, right? And so if you're having a lot of computing power in your vehicle, that leaves less availability for getting around. So there are two schools of thought.
What about your school?
I think in general it will still go up, right? We still have the demand for electrification for individual vehicles, for transit vehicles, for freight vehicles, for personal mobility devices, and there will likely be a subset of autonomous vehicles that will be electric as well. So in general, we'll see a significant increase in electrical demand as a result of vehicles converting.
But I'm talking about our carbon emissions. There'll be demand of electricity, but is the carbon emission, which is the target, it seems, is it going to be going up or down in your mind?
It depends on where they're plugging in. So we would hope that any vehicle that goes from a fossil fuel engine to electric will easily be reducing their carbon emissions load wherever they're plugging in California. That's not the case where people have coal-fired electricity, but here in Santa Monica especially, we're getting mostly green power, and if they're coming in from outside of Santa Monica and coming into Santa Monica, LADWP is increasing its renewable electricity, so we're well served by utilities that are and energy programs that are increasing renewable energy.
Okay, thank you. Sean.
Just a really quick follow-up on that, because if you're looking at autonomous vehicles, then the other question that potentially you might want to ask if you're going really big is the automation of work, because there are various predictions that certain job classifications are at risk over the next, well, they're saying 40 years, but then maybe it happens in 25 to 30. That's a whole other conversation, but it certainly impacts the kinds of issues that you're addressing here in Santa Monica, and our job patterns with, 43% of our residents employed in the creative economy may or may not be susceptible to that modeling. So, because we need human beings to be creative. So, aside from the supercomputer that will write the top 40 pop song, that may be another avenue of big think exploration beyond just AV.
Yeah, another initiative that you might be aware of is the strategy for sustainable local economy, which is kind of been, it's still being workshopped right now, but they're looking at major disruptions like automation and kind of like internet economies, and how can Santa Monica continue to promote a prosperous local economy and make sure that everyone can be involved and not left out.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you. It was a very good presentation. Thanks for all the graphics.
All right, thank you for your time.
Okay, we have 3 items left on our agenda. In half an hour, we're going to cross the 11 o'clock line. We have the zoning text amendments. We have the change to the Affordable Housing Production Program, and then the nomination of a spokesman for the appeals to Oceanfront Walk. Anybody here for item number 9A? Okay, good. How about 10A? Great. And how about 10B? All right. Well, let's do 10B fast. Okay. So unfortunately, you're sticking around for the other items.
Can I make a motion on 10B?
please.
I would like to nominate Chair Fonda Bernardi to represent the commission with respect to 1828 Ocean Avenue, and Vice Chair Lambert to represent the commission with respect to. No, I'm going to go.
You got it
the other.
reversed.
I got it reversed. I'd like to nominate our chair, Fonda Bernardi, to represent the commission with respect to 1921 Oceanfront Walk, and Vice Chair Lambert to represent the commission with respect to 1828 Ocean Avenue.
He got the easy one.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay.
May I ask why it's being divvied up?
Well, we're just being fair.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't have to be.
And the purpose behind my motion is I think the commission voted, in fact, unanimously on both items, and I think having our chair and vice chair will communicate the commitment of the commission to these two particular issues, which we, I believe, thoroughly thrashed out.
Just so you know, council has a resolution number 14, or item number 14 in their rules of order, which gives the planning commission more time to, so if you split it between two of you, I think.
No, it's two projects because two separate items.
Two separate.
Oh, are they? They're completely separate. Okay, never mind.
So there's a motion on the floor. We've had a second. I am ready to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, done.
It's
Okay.
April 23rd. We should make that.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. Let's see the. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's see. Should we knock off 10A? What do you think? AF the HPP. Yeah. Well, I'm saying if there's anyone here for, how many people are here for 10A? Okay. All right. All right. Okay, well, let's, 10A, okay. Well, then I guess we have to, because there's about an even pairing here, we should stick with the agenda. We will certainly go over 11 o'clock. I am going to take a motion to continue past 11 o'clock.
Can I just clarify before I'll make that motion, but I just want to go back to our planning director report. You're scheduled, the zoning ordinance is scheduled for when? March, right?
Yeah, March 20. March 26th.
And HPP is scheduled for?
Same night.
Okay, so we got to do them both. I'll so move to continue past 11.
Okay. Okay. All right. We still have a quorum here. So let's go into item 9A. Yeah. Well, you said, I didn't hear any objection. How many wants to stay here past 11? Let's start with that. Okay. I'm giving you a choice.
I second.
Okay. Okay. You remember, this is thing we kicked over from last meeting, so we kind of got to do it.
Okay.
So.
Aye.
Anyone? Any opposition? Okay. Richard? Okay. So let's move on with 9A.
I don't know if anyone wins.
Yeah, right. Chair, we had talked earlier about going through the one by one, 1, 2, 3, and what people want to pull and what they don't need to pull.
Okay.
So we could sort of expedite the staff
Yeah, let me
report.
ask you a question, Tony, just in that regard. One of the thinkings that we had raised, and she reminded me of it, is that we might just go through the 15 items and just circle all the ones that are controversial, for lack of a better word, and then you would give a staff report just on those items. Right. Would that fit your baseline?
Well, just to be clear, what's before you tonight aren't all 15 items that the commission reviewed previously.
Right. Some of them are.
The commission felt were pretty straightforward.
Right.
But we can certainly, go whatever route the commission would like to go.
There's some just pro forma that.
Yeah. So whichever you.
Can I make a motion that we dispense with the staff report on fortune telling in 1411 Cloverfield as a start?
Sure.
No? Okay. Well, I'll make the motion. I'm going to make the motion because I don't know that there's much to.
There is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there's no second.
On fortune telling too?
Yeah.
Yeah, you only want it like where the auto dealers are?
Yeah.
I figured there was a reason for it, but okay.
Well, let's find out.
Okay.
I've just stayed for this fortune telling specifically.
Oh, okay. All right, well then we'll get into it. Unfortunately, my presentation is longer than Garrett's, so I apologize in advance.
Is it longer than Henry's as well? Because they did tic-tac on the presentation this evening. That's why we're starting at 10:41 on 2 items where there was no opposition, one of which had no public speakers.
That's great.
Did you take the requisite hour?
Great. Well, I'll skip with all the background then. We know how we got here and where we are in the process. So.
We were there.
Just tell us your name, we're good to go.
Okay.
I mean, honestly.
Tony Kim, Principal Planner. I'm available for any questions.
Right, now that we've got past that.
Okay. So tonight we're here to look at proposed changes to the zoning ordinance and to the official districting map with regards to the fortune telling regulations, the zoning designation for 1411 Cloverfield, and the policy issue red lines that the Commission previously discussed in December. With regards to the fortune telling regulations, these are currently located in Chapter 6 of the Municipal Code and aren't addressed in the new zoning ordinance, which was adopted in 2015. The regulations referred to old zoning designations that no longer exist, and also there's no definition of the fortune telling use. So what is proposed is to create a definition for fortune telling and to bring over these regulations from Chapter 6 to the zoning ordinance. And what is proposed is to allow the use in the zones which are currently mirror what's allowed in Chapter 6. So we took the zones that were in Chapter 6 and just moved them over to what the current zones are that match what's in Chapter 6. So that's why it's only proposed in those districts, if that makes sense. 1411 Cloverfield is a parcel that was brought to our attention where the zoning designation was inadvertently changed in 2015. The parcel has been historically used and zoned commercially. The loose designation is still commercial, MUBL. Somehow the zoning was changed to R2. Staff is proposing to change that back to MUBL to be consistent with the loose designation and its historical use. As for the policy issues, what staff has provided are the red lines, which are in Attachment E. Attachment F has the a little more in-depth discussion as to the topic, the purpose of the standard, how the issue was identified, and what the clarifying language will do. I won't go through every single issue. I just want to highlight a few that I feel should be discussed a little. The first was the issue of allowing gyms and fitness centers in the downtown districts to be permitted instead of conditionally permitted. We got some mixed feedback from the Commission. Some felt that it should be permitted.
Excuse me, I thought we were going to go through that list and pull the ones we wanted to talk about.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I think we should
Okay,
do that
let's do that.
first. In fact, we could take the items in the order that you've presented them. Let's take the fortune telling one right now.
Sure.
Because
I want to hear this.
Okay.
I realize I do have a question.
Okay. So
Can
you can address your questions to Tony because he had an explanation there, and if there's an additional question there, maybe.
Go ahead. I'll wait for Nina.
Well, basically, it's just really about the locations that it would be allowed. And do we need to, can we just throw things out there? Should we suggest that you go back and consider the locations and make sure we're not having unintended consequences, doing it on the fly at whatever time that is? I can't. But I'm looking at MUB neighborhood commercial, and I mean in downtown. I mean, I don't see what the problem is with.
Is there really a problem having fortune telling anywhere? I mean, those guys.
We
north of
are
Montana,
allowing magic in the city.
Wonderful.
And that is really.
I mean, there are witches up
It says it's
in
magic
Sunset
in the
Park at the
code.
moment. But I mean, seriously, would it bring the city to its
It
knees
says-
to have fortune telling everywhere? Because this leads to a wider question. We restrict a lot of things,
Yeah.
but this is so absurd.
Magic of any kind.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to take the simplest
I know that, but
route.
let's go to the bigger question. Would it really matter if we had it anywhere?
I guess it depends, how the commission feels about the use and whether it's considered an active use or pedestrian-oriented use and whether that would be appropriate.
Well, everyone's getting their palms read and stuff like that, aren't they?
Well, I actually have I'll jump in with an actual substantive concern, which did not occur to me before, but really rereading it. Because you say demand or receive, and you say accept any donation, you really need a religious exemption here for nonprofit religious organizations, because some of the words that you have used are actually taken quite seriously by any number of religious traditions which may or may not be currently operating in Santa Monica or may choose to operate in Santa Monica. So it needs some kind of a congregational exemption here, because I wouldn't. Well, because it's an establishment where a person or persons provides the subdefined issue and accepts any donation for the exercise or exhibition of fortune-telling services. There are religious traditions where that occurs on a regular basis, and if we're now going to zone religious behavior, that's a much bigger conversation than we should be having at 1047. It's the donation issue. In other words, if you're doing it for profit, I get it. It's a business. If you're running a business that's a fortune-telling business, but that's not what this definition says. The definition says it's an establishment where people accept a donation, and that could occur within the context of a perfectly of a nonprofit religious
Maybe it should be
entity.
Contribution. I mean, if
No. I would say
Fee.
I would delete or accept any donation. I mean, I would, or just define it as a business. I mean, if establishment is clearly defined as a business in the code.
So if I may just, this is solely just for the use classification, which would be where these activities can occur. It's not actually regulating the business side of it. That's in Chapter 6, and that would remain in Chapter 6. So if, to the extent you're concerned, I understand your concerns that it could be that the city is not prohibited from regulating where activities occur, even if there are First Amendment implications, so long as it's content neutral and it's a reasonable time, place, manner restriction. I mean, you don't necessarily. I mean, there are church. I believe that churches and other religious establishments aren't just permitted by right throughout the city. So it's not. Again,
Right.
if you would like to, for policy reasons, that's
For policy
fine,
reasons,
but
I'd like to clarify that we're dealing with fortune-telling businesses, and if we're going to get into regulating the behavior of religious groups, then we should do that directly, not. I mean, that's a longer conversation that's governed by the Religious Freedom Restoration Act in various amended forms. What I'm saying here is that the way this definition is written, as I'm rereading it, because it refers to accepting a donation and does not distinguish between for-profit businesses and nonprofit entities or religious corporations, that we may be backdoor regulating, so that in a given location, what we're saying is a Methodist church or a synagogue or a mosque can open here, but another religious group that practices whose religious activities include these behaviors, and congregants make donations when those activities are undertaken, would be not permitted. And I don't think we should be making that decision at 10:50 at night without thinking that through. So my solution is to simply clarify that this is regulating essentially businesses, but is not intended to regulate congregations. I'm trying to simplify it so we don't go down that path, but I'm otherwise uncomfortable with the long list. It's just a long list of activities that run the risk of really, I mean, Santeria covered by this, I mean, that went to the Supreme Court, so I don't really want to reopen. is there a way for us to, otherwise I'd rather hold it and because I mean, I should have noticed this before, but we shouldn't.
Right. So
do this
just
by
to
mistake.
clarify again, this again, I understand your concern. You know, our office took a close look at this language. We can take a look at it again if that's the commission's preference. But this, it's not necessarily regulating the businesses. It is just, and again, it is just where they could be located within the city, and it's the whether or not it's a nonprofit or a for-profit enterprise is not necessarily.
Okay, so then I will say
affected by this.
I have a concern at 10:51 at night about voting to approve something that would have the indirect effect of saying we can have a church, synagogue, or mosque in this location, but we can't have a Santeria community or another community in this location simply on the basis of the activities that constitute their religious rituals. That's just not a...
I think what this definition does, if I understand it, which, you know, we looked at it, is that it would only be if they were actually taking remuneration for what's going on.
Right, but that's a normal practice in many religious traditions, is to conduct a ritual and for money to change hands in the context of the ritual. It's a Western notion that this is all supposed to be free. I'm not trying to... That's if that's the commission's preference, then we're happy to
Why
look
don't
at
we
the
split
issue.
it so that the definition goes back for a rework if that's your feeling, but we go ahead with where it can be.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly,
Fine.
Commissioner Landers, it really doesn't matter whether it's 10:45 or 2 in the morning or 5 in the morning. If we're sitting here, we're making the decision. And so you're uncomfortable with the definition, let's
Yes.
get it redone.
Okay.
Let's, however, move ahead. I see no reason why it can't be everywhere in the city.
Well, not in our residential neighborhood.
Well, no, not next to your house, obviously.
Not-
but along the
At your-
boulevards or wherever. I mean, let's hear
So
a reason for it.
NUB, NC, and downtown, in addition to what's there. I think that's
I
what's
agree,
left.
right? That I don't see a reason for this use not to be allowed in more places.
And honestly, it's kind of a wider issue about why we restrict a lot of things like that. So this is the start of that conversation.
Tony, are you comfortable with that direction from the Planning Commission, that it go anywhere in the city, and that the city attorney will
Well, anywhere commercial.
any commercial area in the city, obviously, and that if there's any other definition that needs to be sculpted, that we would hold off until we get that clarified?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're going to hold off on the definition, we might as well hold off on the use issue as well, and I think it might be cleaner to keep that all together.
But you certainly heard the feeling and direction of the Commission, so when you come back, you can redo it as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because, I don't know if it makes sense to move forward with allowing the use, but not having a definition of that use code, so.
Okay, so moving forward.
Yes.
Okay, so then there was that item about that rezoning of that parcel. Is anyone here to speak for that, by the way?
A gentleman at the back with glasses, bald head.
Just you mean if there are questions? Okay.
Can I just ask a question for clarification?
Yes.
Isn't it state law that the zoning code has to be in compliance with the general plan?
Yes.
And isn't the general plan designation for this commercial?
Yes.
So we really don't have a whole lot of choice, do we? If we want to follow state law.
Right, it needs to be consistent.
But in any case, wasn't it just a slip up?
Exactly, unless you want to amend the general plan, which I don't think we do.
So I move that we
I
move
think
forward
the
on this.
slip up is in the general plan, that
Well,
this
then-
is a residential site. But
No, but it never was. That was the point.
no, it's always been residential. It's even advertised on the internet right now as a family, as a triplex.
So do you want to amend the general plan?
I think that it should be
I don't-
residential. There's for a variety of reasons. It's hardly ever been commercial. I did quite a bit of looking at that.
So
because
what's
I
its
was so-
current use?
Well, according to this, it's a live-work triplex. So it's kind of straddling the line. There's 3 apartments in that building.
But why would we, right, if it historically was zoned commercial, why would we?
Historically, it wasn't zoned commercial. It was, there was a little house on that lot until the late 70s.
The Loose has it as commercial.
The Loose has it as
As mixed use. Boulevard Lounge. Right.
Maybe Tony could clear this up at this
I'm
moment.
sorry, right, I thought,
Well, the zoning prior to 2015 was also commercial. I believe it was C4.
it would just be maintaining what the zoning was before.
What the land use element requires.
So you've got the land use element saying it's commercial, and the zoning prior to 2015 saying it was commercial, and somehow when it was written, it was one of those things that turned it into not commercial. Correct?
That's correct.
You moved it.
I think it was some bone, well, anyway.
Okay, so we've had a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
I don't know, what's the motion?
To approve.
To change it.
1411.
Fortune
Attachment C.
Are we just doing straw polls, or?
No, this is the vote. We've had a motion and a second to approve it. And if there's any discussion, hearing none, I call the question.
Do you need a roll call?
All those in favor, roll call.
Do you need a roll call?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
And Chair Fonda.
Yes. Okay. So, I have two, just here we're moving along here. I have two requests to speak, one from Ken Kutcher and one from Jesus Hernandez. Are these about specific code items that we're going through? We're going through number 11, okay. 7 and 13, okay.
Yeah, I would like to. I'd like to pull.
Well, actually, let's just go down the whole list. We're not going to pull them out individually. Okay, is everyone looking at attachment D? Everyone's looking at attachment D?
D? Ah, okay.
Okay, is the chart, Tony, are you on the same page with us?
Yes.
Attachment D. Jason, are you on it? Okay, so let's go through item number 1. If it's okay, we'll just say.
We have something to discuss about that.
Okay, so that one is being pulled. Okay. Item number 2 is no changes necessary. Item number 3, further research required. Item number 4.
Yeah, I have a change there.
Okay. Item number 5.
I have a comment about that.
Okay. We're not doing very good here, guys. Let's keep going. Item number 6 is further research. Item number 7, we have a speaker, so that one's pulled automatically. Item number 8.
I have a question about that.
Okay. Item number 9.
No.
Everyone good, or anyone have a problem with that? Going once, going twice? It's okay? Item number 10.
That's a concurrency, though. No. Wait. Yeah, fine.
Anybody have a problem with item number 10? Hearing none? Okay, that one's good. Okay. Item number 11 is pulled. Item number 12.
Yeah, I have a question.
Item number 13, we have public testimony. 14, further research, so that's no. And item number 15. Any problems, questions with that? Hearing none, it's okay.
That's 7 items.
Okay, so
I'm just gonna, can we do the comments and questions on, or do you want to go in order?
well,
Let's just go in order.
Yeah.
let's just go in order.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, so Tony, do you want us just to discuss it and bounce questions at you and you answer them? I think that would be the
Sure, I can do that.
The best way to do it. Okay, so item number 1.
When we discussed this last time, we discussed allowing fitness upstairs or downstairs on the promenade, but one question that we had in our last discussion was if we wanted to limit how many feet of frontage on the ground floor so that it wasn't, you know, miles and miles of promenade. And did you come up with any suggestions for us?
Yes, yeah. So with that one, the commission had mixed feedback. Some felt it should just be permitted outright, or a couple brought up the idea of the threshold. And originally we'd been talking about the entire downtown and all the districts downtown. What staff has brought forward is a more narrow scope, which is just the BC districts, which is 3rd Street Promenade, 2nd Street, and 4th Street, with no kind of threshold, with the thought being that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are primarily commercial streets. There are no concerns with impacts, potential impacts to residences or anything like that. And so that's why we brought it forward as just permitted for fitness centers only on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
On the 2nd, 3rd?
2nd, 3rd, and 4th streets. Yes.
Okay, so I have in the queue here, Nina, you're the first, then Richard, then Sean. Okay, Nina, you want to?
I'm particularly concerned with the 3rd Street Promenade and having, I think, some fitness activity, looking at a gym while you're walking down is fun, but walking past a really, really long storefront that's maybe, you know, more than 50 feet, I think would be a little too much, Jim, and would really detract from the activity and feeling that we're trying to get out of the promenade. So I'm just saying that on the ground floor, it's also okay, but not more than 50 feet. One storefront.
And I think that's quite a good point of view. I would also advocate that right through the downtown they be permitted and it could be regulated. What we see in a lot of places is, you know, 6th and 7th Street, they've got all these empty spaces now on the ground floor, and they are being filled up, and gyms seem to be the new bars and coffee shops. Mm-hmm. And why would we want to stop people exercising and getting fit? There's an epidemic of obesity in this country. I can't understand why we'd want to dabble in that. But certainly, I think Commissioner Fresco's point was you don't want hundreds of feet. So I'm for a slight rewriting of that, which is allowing them, but containing the amount of footage to the street.
On 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Oh, no, just right through the downtown.
Okay, so we have one thought going through the whole town, but there's some agreement.
I agree with him.
On the 50-foot limit. Okay.
That's a very generous thought.
So, John?
So I actually disagree on the 50-foot limit because many fitness centers, what they do with their ground, I mean, I agree to the extent that I don't want to see a row of bikes for 100 feet, but I don't think that a successful fitness center will program that way. They will typically put their juice bar or their, they'll want to draw people in from the street. And so I could go with the 50-foot limit on a row of bikes, but I don't want to restrict them from being able to have other fitness center uses that are more appealing to the walking public. I just don't want to overregulate in that regard. The thing we did discuss when this came up also was noise restrictions, because we anticipated a future where there might be residences above the fitness centers, and we wanted to make sure that it was clear that this was permitted, but that after some period of time there could be no amplification audible, you know, more than a few feet away. And so I was just more concerned about that and making sure that we capture the noise restriction.
So you would just rather have it on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th then?
I'd be fine with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, but there may eventually be housing in some of those, and there is housing in some of those areas. So I want to make sure that the permission is bound by a noise regulation. I'm not interested in limiting the frontage.
Okay, so we have consensus that we want it everywhere. We have some feeling the length.
Well, we haven't all spoken.
Okay, well, let's keep going around the room then.
Yeah, I have a question about the frontage. Yeah, I just wanted to point out something about that, and Tony can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these uses will still have to meet the active design standards. So the use would be permitted on the ground floor, but it couldn't be a blank facade. They'd have to have openings every so often. There's
active design standards that would have to be met.
That's
for,
correct.
for the use, right? So,
And maybe this is an old provision. I thought there was on the 3rd Street that there was some kind of requirement about the frontage, that it couldn't exceed a certain level, maybe without a CUP or some kind of extra review. Am I imagining that?
I believe that applies to conversions of restaurant
Mm-hmm.
space to retail.
Oh, right.
Where
Okay.
the CUP
Okay.
threshold comes into play.
All right. I'm fine with being flexible, both on the frontage and the noise on second.
You don't want it in all of downtown, though, is what you're saying.
That's not what's being proposed right
Right.
now.
Right.
I may be open to it throughout downtown.
But
just-
is it only allowed, as we are talking about tonight, on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th?
Well, that's what's proposed in the red line.
Okay.
Just to be clear, everywhere downtown, it's currently the use requires a CUP.
I got it. Okay. I guess I agree with Sean in that I don't want to see more than 50 feet of bikes, but a lot of times there are ancillary facilities with a gym, like a juice bar, or, Nike clothing store, or whatever that is associated with the gym. I don't think we want to preclude that. I also worry about micromanaging the space on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, given the incredible flux going on in the retail market. I would frankly rather see a gym in a space than a vacant space. So I think we need to give as much flexibility as we possibly can to the downtown to reoccupy spaces that work. And we've also been talking about the importance of interactive spaces, and gym is a pretty interactive space. So I would, again, I could see limiting the exercise equipment exposure to 50 feet, but if there are ancillary services, and I would even be open to removing that, because as I said, I don't want to tie the hands of people who are trying to occupy space on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street. That serves no purpose.
Okay, Nina.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's old. I already spoke.
Richard, you're still.
How might we regulate how might we regulate the noise on this? Right, but does the noise ordinance apply in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th?
Yes, it applies to the entire city.
Okay, okay, so that's fine.
Okay, so let's get a motion here. We need a motion on that.
We need a straw vote, not a motion.
Do a straw vote, okay. Let's start with the big picture. All of downtown or just 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street?
All those downtown.
All of those in favor, all of downtown?
Aye.
Okay, so we got that squared away. Now it's just the length of exposure. Maybe it's 50 feet or 100 feet. What is it?
Well, these guys, Leslie convinced me. But I don't want, you actually convinced me of something.
All right, then can we entertain a motion of 100 feet?
100 feet is.
Everyone comfortable with that?
Okay.
Going once, going twice. It's very informal, but Tony, you have your direction now. So let's move on to number 4. Clean up the language regarding density bonus procedures to be consistent with state law. Somebody had a question on that, okay?
So it's fine, except I would like, as a policy matter, this came up, which is that under what we've done, what this language does in section 4 is eliminate the right of appeal, which we think would drive any appeal directly to court. And so as a policy, this is, I gather, a policy choice, but I would like to recommend that we not delete section 4 and instead we amend section 4 to state the decision of the planning director may be appealed to the planning commission within 14 consecutive calendar days of the date the decision is made in the manner provided in section 39.37.130 appeals. And what our city attorney has told us is that that may lead to a situation where there is an administrative approval on a site. The appeal to the planning commission would occur in the event that the planning director denied a density bonus. And so there would be a hearing by the planning commission only with respect to the density bonus denial, not with respect to the project itself. But I still think that's better than saying the minute the planning director turns somebody down with cause, which is required under state law, that their only recourse is to go to court. That just seems an unnecessary expense to all involved.
Staff opinion?
We're okay with that suggestion.
Going once? Yep. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So that's item number
That was 4.
4. So with just that note, adding those that appeal process be slightly different.
Have you turned anyone down yet?
Not yet.
No, I know. It's like it's so right, but you'll be explicit that you can only have an appeal if it gets turned down. Is that okay?
No, it's approved. No.
I mean, in theory, if it was approved.
So the project would be approved, but the density bonus wouldn't.
Well, it's not the density bonus that's being approved. It's a request for a waiver or modification of some sort.
Right.
Yeah.
For the project.
Right.
So in theory, even if it was approved, I guess there could be some party who disagrees with that approval who could appeal or could want to appeal.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the appeal could come from any number of directions. It doesn't matter. It's the process. It's going to the same place.
I mean, the issue is that the state law basically says that, as we're proposing to rewrite it, because we have to be consistent with state laws, it says that the planning director is generally required to approve these. And if the planning director denies them, the director is required to do so with findings and specific types of findings and explanations. So it strikes me that those findings and explanations ought to be subject to some review. It's not enough just to say, well, I don't like it. That the applicant ought to have somewhere to go besides just suing the city, which strikes me as really expensive. And
Can people appeal administrative approvals?
No.
So it's kind of like that.
There are some limited administrative decisions that could be appealed.
There are administrative approvals that can be appealed?
A few limited circumstances.
Administrative denials.
Not the permit itself.
Well, they're called administrative
right.
approvals.
But we're
But if an
parsing-
administrative approval is denied, that means that they didn't meet the code.
Right. But
And so if this
different.
is denied, that would also mean they didn't meet the code.
I mean, I guess it just feels to me like because of that high bar for the findings, the staff would be exposing the city to a lawsuit, and that would discourage them from making a rash decision that wasn't held up by the facts, right? Like, it seems to me like you're kind of saying, what if there's a director that makes a decision willy-nilly? Planning Commission should have some rights to reverse that, but I don't know, that it just seems like an unlikely scenario.
I think it's a very unlikely scenario, but this previous language and the previous language in the code created an appeal process.
Right, and we got rid of it because we shouldn't have appeal processes for an administrator, right? This is to protect the person or the entity that's trying to build some housing.
Agreed.
Yeah.
However, in this particular instance, there is a burden placed on the planning director with respect to the nature of the denial is, there's a lot of language around how the denial gets issued.
Right.
So I'm
to raise the bar, right? To make that bar really hard for it to be denied.
Agreed.
So it seems to me like because of that, we don't necessarily need a whole process in there
unless we're trying to overcome a denial, in which case it would be faster to overcome that denial by allowing an appeal to the Planning Commission than to go straight to court.
That's fine. I feel like we're splitting hairs here and trying to create unlikely scenarios, but whatever, if it's the pleasure. I mean, I'm happy to go along if the commission feels fine about it.
So, Amy, as I understand it, you're concerned about someone trying to appeal a director's decision,
I'm not
trying to slam the project.
I'm not concerned.
Okay.
I'm not concerned. John's raising a concern. I'm saying
But your words
I just
that it
don't.
might
I don't.
be used.
I think it's unlikely, and it's just not worth adding more language to our heavy zoning code. I'm also saying I don't care.
How about if we were clear, rather than the decision of the planning directors, we say a denial by the planning director, so it's clear that the only thing that can be appealed is a denial. Would that that would cut it in half? Okay.
Okay.
So I wear me down.
I'm actually compromise. Move on.
I'm actually Commissioner Anderson, you can't have a situation where the only thing that's appealed is half a decision, right? That makes no sense. In other words, if it's denied, okay, you can appeal it, but if it's not denied, you can't appeal it. Let's have one thing or the other. In other words, it's either a complete decision, which can be appealed one way or the other, or it's not.
Like, I guess it's...
But
Do you have an opinion about that?
The onus in state law is for the planning director to approve it if it complies with state law, right? It's a very high barrier. It's very, very unlikely he'll go, you know what, I just didn't like that guy. I'm not going to approve it. Yeah, there's a lawsuit.
Right. So state law changed to take, in an effort to make it much more difficult to deny density bonus incentives. So the discretion gets limited and the burden gets shifted to the city to demonstrate that the density bonus, the incentives would actually not be of any advantage to the applicant, essentially. And the other piece about that too is if they did go straight to court, there is another disincentive for the city to deny the density bonus incentives because if the city were to lose in a judicial action, the plaintiff would be awarded attorney's fees. So there are a lot of layers to discourage the city from putting up barriers to density bonus incentives.
Which was the intention of the State Act.
Right.
Hence, that's why I'm not going to vote for a change.
Okay, let's call
Just wait, one last thing. Wouldn't an item C1, wouldn't that requested be by the applicant, not the developer? Or just to be consistent with language? Shouldn't that be applicant? It should be, right? Okay. That's Scrivener's, but...
Yes.
Okay, so...
Win one for the Commissioner.
I'll take a word.
Take a win home tonight, Commissioner.
Well, let's take a strong... I mean, I'm fine either way. I just wanted to
can we
raise
have a
the issue.
motion to just change that one word applicant and then approve as is?
So moved.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Okay. So without further discussion, I'd like to call the question, voice vote. All those in favor?
On number 4.
Yeah, number 4.
Aye.
Okay. This was the vote. Okay. Yeah, I mean, but we're checking them off one by
Straw
one.
votes because it'll just go as one bigger.
Right. Okay, item number 5.
Just to be clear,
Yeah.
so 4 is still struck. The appeal section is...
It's gone.
Okay.
The only word that was changed was the word applicant, developer to applicant. That was
Great.
That was it.
Thank you.
Yeah, here we go. Right. All right. Item number 5. This is the prohibition of converting hotels at condominiums.
You're against that?
Yeah, I guess I just don't. I mean, we have a housing shortage. I don't understand why there would be a problem in converting a commercial use to a residential use.
It could have a significant impact on the fiscal health of the city.
I raised the question with respect to supportive housing and received the clarification that the supportive housing use is not condominium use. So this would not prevent the conversion of a motel to supportive housing.
No, I understood that.
I would be very concerned about that.
I understood the condominium was
Right.
condominium. But.
Yeah, but...
So I think where this is coming from is the 3 large sites which have at various stages had condominiums in them and not. And there was another project which was down here where the Wyndham Hotel is, which also projected, I think, 200 and something feet, with the idea that they would be built using the money raised by the condominium element. So that was taken out at some stage, but there's always been a suspicion by a lot of people that what in fact is being built here are hotels in name only, that at some stage a number of those rooms will be converted to condominiums and sold off at $4, $5, $8, $10 million using the facilities of the hotel as the base. And the idea of the prohibition is you build a hotel, you've got a hotel. You can't build a hotel and then switch it to a condominium. And we've seen the other thing, we've seen it convert the other way. People have taken condos and made it a hotel down here on Ocean Avenue. What is that one? The Oceana.
Oceana.
Yeah. So I think that's what's driving it, the sense that there will be a conversion of high-end hotels into apartments or condominiums that are serviced from the hotel. And so they're trying to stop that and then run around whatever approvals we give in a DA, it won't then turn into this high-end luxury.
But there's nothing to stop a DA from having a hotel and condominiums.
No, if they stated up front.
Right, okay.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think there's sometimes unintended consequences to these rules that we're setting up, right? We're setting them up to address a specific issue, and it's prohibiting, some other random action somewhere else in the city that we actually would be comfortable with, right? I find it highly unlikely that, I feel like there's a possibility that a hotel or a motel could get converted into a residential use. That's not being prohibited, right? That, if it's a rental unit, that's fine. This is specifically condominiums, but, I guess that's the only thing I'm trying to highlight. We need TOT, but we need housing units too. And then there's unintended consequences to these rules that we keep setting up.
I'm just confused by the language. In other words, also there shouldn't be an S after, at least in my language here, it should be no hotel conversions. But that's word number 2. What? Win number 2. Thanks, Richard. What I'm confused about is the scenario within which this takes place, because we approve a hotel and then they accidentally build kitchens and living rooms in every hotel room, and then they say, oops, we're going to subdivide this into condos. I'm trying to understand
Commissioner Landis, in many cities around the world, and we've seen this in a number of places, that there's a recession or is a tourism drop.
Yeah.
And there's a switch away, and so 2 or 3 hotel rooms are combined, and a kitchen is inserted into it, and they're connected, maybe sometimes with connecting staircases.
Aha, okay.
And so what goes from being 1 hotel room, 3 are put together, and that's a serviceable small condominium. Or you find very large suites are constructed as part of the original hotel construction, and they are more easily converted.
So that gets to my point, which is, should not this language be more specific? Because the way this reads is hotels can't be turned into condominiums, which on its face seems like what are they going to knock it down? Or they're going to knock down floors and rebuild them? Okay, but what you're describing is a very specific ban, which maybe we want to be more specific about.
So I think this is pretty clear. I think it's very unlikely that hotels are going to be converted. There's only 3 that would come to mind.
Right, okay.
Or 4.
So is there any debate here, dissension, shall we say, from approving this as is?
I just have one addition, and really to consult Nina about this. Do we want to exempt historic resources?
Do we have any historic hotels?
Do you have any hotel? Well, you have the Shangri-La, which is never going to go condo. But
no, you've got a few. What about
Casa del Mar?
Casa del Mar. You've got.
Do you want to
isn't there a historic resource?
Casa del Mar is not a landmark.
What?
Casa del Mar is not a landmark.
I'm just wondering if there were a way to adaptively reuse and make more solid historic resources by making them condos.
What about what
What's
about
the Charmant?
Okay, let's do it.
But wait, what about the Fairmont, the Miramar?
That is not a
That's
landmark.
not even the old
Just
tall
the tree.
one.
But that's not
Just
going
the
anywhere.
tree.
No, the
Palisades wing is a landmark.
That it is.
Oh, right.
The brick
It sure
building.
is.
Yeah.
And they are. I would not go there. I would not exempt HRI.
I'm not
Would not
HRI. It's
HRI,
a
wouldn't
designated
be HRI.
resources.
Landmarks. I would
That's
not.
interesting. Yeah, I
wouldn't
don't
do an end run
think
there.
we need that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if somehow financially it would stabilize a building that would otherwise not be working by making it condos, does that make sense?
I think we can work that out on a case-by-case basis.
Well, not if it's prohibited.
Well, it could be still leased as a rental property. It just can't be a condominium. You can't chop it up in a million little
You
units.
can't sell them.
Well, because
But
it's a
you could
landmark, you
sell
couldn't chop it up anyway.
No, I'm saying, but
Right.
legally.
So I think it's okay.
Okay. So I would like to consensus that we move on. Number 5 is good. That was an easy one. Okay, number 7. which is 100% affordable housing projects, to file planning applications concurrently with demolition permit applications. We have one person who would like to speak on that. Why don't we just take that now? Please. No, keep it to item 7, then we'll bring you back for item 11.
This will be quick. Hi, my name is Jesus. I'm with Community Corporation of Santa Monica. I'm here to speak specifically to quote-unquote the bucket items policy, especially number 7 around the demolition process. We support city staff's proposed language. As written, we think this will give affordable housing providers greater certainty and ultimately provide more affordable housing. That's pretty much the position that we're taking on this item.
What an excellent speech.
I have a Jesus?
Sure.
Do you really see the application of this being very broad? I mean, it's going to be a pretty limited number of whatever it is we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes, but in our experience, we've.
I agree with
Let
this.
him finish what he's saying.
Okay.
So our experience is that we, in terms of looking for sites, sellers want to sell yesterday, right? And adding this 75-day period adds to that period. So to the extent we could shorten that, that gives our proposals to acquire greater position and a greater strength. And so buyers look at us more favorably when we have a shorter period to acquire the site.
What percent of the time would you say, out of 100 buildings, how many of them are on the HRI that you look at?
Not many, but they are over 40 years, so that's part of the trigger as well.
But that's not HRI.
No, it's not, right?
That's different.
We tend to avoid HRI projects of this issue because we don't know what will happen.
Right.
So, right.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I'm not comfortable with exempting if it's HRI. If it's over 40 years, I can see it going simultaneously, but if it's HRI, I am not comfortable with it.
I'm just want to clarify, colleagues, the language that is on the screen is not the language that's on our page.
Right.
The language that's on our page says not on the HRI. The language that's on the screen says either it's not on the HRI at all, or if it is, then the Landmarks Commission has already held its preliminary review, if I understand that correctly.
Mr. Tony has an answer for us.
Well, it's not preliminary, it is the review.
I think here it says are
Mr.
not.
Mr.
Right?
Tony, speak up.
On
Yeah.
this.
So this is a change that I wanted to mention that has been made subsequent to the packet going out, but this is to add that second scenario where if it is on the HRI, this was a request made by Community Corps that if it is on the HRI, if the Landmarks Commission has held its preliminary review and has not decided to move on to a full designation hearing, that at that point application can be submitted as well.
Right, sorry.
I guess
has decided not to move, has
Right.
not decided.
So it's
Yes.
not really a preliminary review, it is the review, and if they don't pull it for study for designation, it's over. So it's not a preliminary review.
It's not over, though, because there's a 75-day period
for people to appeal.
For people to decide to file applications. If
Well, what's the downside of letting them go ahead and wait for an application and they stop whatever they're doing?
because if we're not sure whether or not it's going to be a landmark, if it hasn't finished that process, then, and they start going through their process, basically it's a goner.
No, it's
Yes, because we had this conversation before. When have you ever seen these?
The difference in this process from the way it used to be is that they both start at the beginning. It used to be landmarks came in at the very end of the application process, and you're right. Well, that's not the way this is right now. They go to landmarks the same time they're applying for their application, so they don't have steam going through the application process. They're at step one, and landmarks is step one. It's not at the end of the process.
But then what happens if you start moving through and then it gets landmarked? You just drop it and move on after you?
Yeah.
gone through that whole process?
Yeah.
Or do you appeal it because you really want this site because you've already put in all
One
that
of the
work?
one of the issues with concurrency is it shifts all the risk to the developer.
Exactly.
You know, and
Exactly.
and they want that risk because they want time. So
Exactly.
it's their benefit.
Right.
And we understand
Well,
that we're taking the risk if we apply concurrently after the 45th
Right.
day.
Yeah, except, I mean, I've said it before, but in this particular case, with these two important community priorities, you guys have the clout, and historic resources lose. And
as I said, I
that's
think
what happens. I'm
that's
just
what
saying.
happened when landmarks came in at the very end of the process. That's not the
all.
way it is right now.
That's what I think.
Sorry, Barbara Collins. I just wanted to comment that really for the 100% affordable housing projects, it's the city's risk because we give them the funds for acquisition from the Housing Trust Fund. So we also do not want that money to be at risk. But, and we strongly encourage not to look at those properties. But I'd encourage you to think about going forward. As we go forward, there are fewer and fewer properties that are available. And this process means that those funds are at risk. We potentially could lose those funds with no return because of the delay in the processing. And so it's limited Housing Trust Fund money that we're putting at risk by delaying that process. So I think we're just asking that concurrently, and if we get in a situation, we understand the importance of historical resources. If we have to forfeit, we forfeit. But the whole process to do it as it currently is proposed significantly delays, add more costs, and it means the project is not competitive in the open market against for-profit developers. And that significantly puts us at a disadvantage to secure property that is on the market available.
So given that there are cities now experimenting with giving nonprofits a right of refusal on all residential property acquisition, I think this is a pretty good move to at least make organizations like CCSM and other nonprofit housing developers more competitive because we just need their housing.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
Thank you.
Then I would say we approve it as is with the revised text as it is presented up there. So just that's the approval basically.
I didn't look. Was there a fist fight at any stage at that end of the? You didn't actually come to blows, did you? We weren't looking at this.
I didn't really expect you guys to agree, honestly.
Yeah, we're going to get into how that happened later on.
Yeah. All right. So
we've got 2 concussions and a black eye on this commission this evening, right?
It's dangerous being on the
Do
planning
not join
commission.
this commission if you're asked. I'm just putting it out there.
All right. So thank you. Item number 8, clarify the requirements and standards for screening mechanical parking. Someone had a question or a conflict with that?
I have 2 questions. So this is allowing mechanical parking everywhere, including R1 and R2 and R everything, right?
Yes, that hasn't changed.
So in that case, in 5A, where it talks about screening location, and it says for mechanical parking systems located in front of buildings and on surface parking lots, how does that apply? Like, does that mean on a driveway in R1, can they put it in their driveway so it's visible from the street?
No, the code currently doesn't allow required parking to be located on driveway or in the front half of a residential parcel anyway.
But even if it's like, but it's just like there?
Right. Yeah, parking can't be located in that location. This is really addressing more commercial situations like a strip mall or something where the surface parking
So
lot's
you
in
don't
front.
think the word surface parking lot could be construed as driveway?
No. Required parking is not permitted on driveways.
Okay. And then, it said about screening not being allowed to exceed the height of a principal building. Now, I don't know how tall stacked mechanical parking is. And would that make it so that if you had a 1-story house with a flat roof, you might not be able to get mechanical parking there and screen it? Because it could be taller than your house. I don't know how tall it is. I have no idea. So is that like a really...
It depends on the system. What we're trying to do is make sure that whatever mechanical system there is or screening, that it's not taller than the actual building on the site.
So they'd have to get a short one, or if they really had a short house, they couldn't have one.
Yeah.
Okay.
They would
I
raise their roof, make their building a little higher.
Yeah, add a little cornice. Beautiful. Okay. I don't propose any changes. I just wanted to
All
understand
right.
that.
Is that one ready for prime time?
Yes.
Going once, going twice. Tony, you're good? Okay. We're item 11. Ken, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Commissioners. Having sat through an ARB appeal, a 20-unit condo project that got continued last time, and now the climate action and Sunset Park.
You're learning a lot here, aren't you?
Picked up a lot of good information. I'm here to speak in support of number 11. It's important for preservation projects. There's a glitch in the code the way it's currently written. It provides currently as written that the Landmarks Commission would act on modifications before those come to you, and that's not what actually happens. The Planning Commission will hear modifications and grant them or deny them. Typically, I go to the Landmarks Commission and ask them to provide some comment that I will bring to the commission, but they don't take an action on it. You guys take an action on it, and then we go back to the Landmarks Commission for certificate of appropriateness. And the code just isn't written properly to reflect that process. And in the meantime, it's holding up projects that are waiting to proceed to a hearing, and we can't get to a hearing because the code doesn't reflect what happens. So I urge you to support the staff recommendation.
Is that
Thank you.
because the Landmarks Commission's not having a meeting?
The Landmarks Commission is having a meeting, but they are told they should not vote on the modification because that's not their role.
So is it your contention it's catch-22?
It is catch-22.
Yes.
Yes, it's
And that's
exactly
what you're
that.
asking us to sort out.
I'm just asking you to correct what it's a glitch. It's an inadvertent glitch that's in the code right now.
Not a sneaky end run or anything like that.
I have
Not
plenty
at
of
this
those, but
stage.
not on this one.
Right. Later in the evening.
Okay, later. Nina, please.
I just wanted to just say what you're saying, which is basically that the Landmarks Commission isn't empowered to approve a modification. And it says that they have to do it, but they can't do it.
Right.
Well, if
And
you've
that's the
signed off,
problem.
that's okay then. That's
Okay,
I'm okay with it.
I would suggest that this one is now approved. Tony, you're good on number 11. Let's look at number 12. There was a question regarding that one. That was reapproved previously reviewed correction that was inadvertently not included in the first reading of the ordinance. Someone had a question with that.
I did actually. So this seems to turn. I don't disagree with the intent, but I'm trying to understand. A resident accepting the transportation allowance shall not lease parking. Like, that's a global, universal, existential statement, and I'm just wondering, given the next clause, I'm a little bit confused.
This was an Amy issue, and she just left a long time ago. I think her concern was if you give somebody a transportation allowance, this is very cynical, and they're also leasing a parking space, they could sell their transportation thing.
I understand, but why not say they can't lease parking spaces at the
Well, actually, I don't think it goes far enough, to be honest. Well, they shouldn't be allowed to have a residential permit parking.
That's
either.
where I want to. Well, that's the other thing I was going to raise.
The issue with this is, if you take a transportation allowance or we unbundle parking, then you can't go out into the street and take parking from somewhere else or lease it somewhere else.
Absolutely, but this says shall not lease parking and does not own or long-term lease an automobile, and I want to make clear that this is with respect to their I want to make clear that this is, unless this is means tested, in which case.
No, dude, I think you're actually striking a different way, that when we unbundle parking or you take a transportation allowance, you can't double dip.
I agree with
And
all
this-
of that.
and this
but
doesn't quite get to it.
It doesn't, what the issue, and I do want to raise what you raised, which is, and I don't think we can cover it here, but we need to have a conversation about eliminating the ability of people who accept the transportation allowance to get the hang tag residential parking
No, we
permits or
can
the
have it here.
stickers.
I think the question is, can we ask Mr. Tony to have a look at it?
Well, yes. In fact, I believe this is in bucket 3.
Right.
So this is
Right.
a topic that we plan on revisiting.
I still want to let them do guest parking because people have guests over, but they shouldn't be able to get anything that can be abused in that, like, here's a hang tag.
So
But
if you take this away and come back, can you just add another line and we knock it off in bucket 2?
Is this number 12?
Yes.
Then it says reapprove previously reviewed correction that was inadvertently not included in the first reading of the ordinance.
Okay,
So
but-
where are we? I mean, have we
Yeah,
already
but
approved this?
The issue
Yes, you have in the past, and we don't agree with your thought. It's just that we do want to put more time and thought into that
Right.
issue, and so that's
Well,
why-
where was
I
the first
recognize,
reading of the
but-
ordinance has already happened?
But hang on, I'm going somewhere else, which is we're talking about parking in Santa Monica. We're talking about parking at the project, and we're eliminating the word spaces at the project. And unless we're dealing with something that's means tested where this is highly unlikely, what this basically says is I can't live in if I live in Santa Monica and I have a transportation allowance, I cannot, if I operate, I'm going to be, this is highly unlikely, but I run an S corporation and I lease a car in Reno, Nevada for the purposes of a business that I own. This says I can't actually lease that car in Reno, Nevada because it says I can't lease parking, period. So, and that I don't own or long-term lease an automobile, period. So unless what I'm getting at is that this feels very global, and if we want to be global, yeah, people shouldn't be driving. But I don't want to. If this is not a means tested benefit, and it's a transpo allowance that we're trying to do to get people to not drive in Santa Monica, then the restriction on not leasing parking at the project or not owning or long-term leasing an automobile shouldn't affect the capacity of that particular individual. Well, I'm assuming that this is, I'm not, the point is it shouldn't, the point is that this should refer to leasing of vehicles that are being used in Santa Monica, not vehicles that are being used elsewhere, because otherwise we're imposing a global requirement on someone, and unless there's something else in the code that says everything we do has to do only in Santa Monica, this reads very, very globally, and I just want to get the clarification on that. Because it's a very tough restriction, which is appropriate to get people out of their cars in Santa Monica. But
If somebody leases a vehicle in Las Vegas and
Yeah.
uses the vehicle in Las Vegas, this would say they couldn't do that?
Correct.
That's ridiculous.
A resident accepting the transportation allowance shall not lease parking and shall be required to execute a contract agreeing that said resident does not own or long-term lease an automobile and will not own or long-term lease an automobile for so long as they are in receipt of the transportation allowance. Exactly what it says. I can't own or lease an automobile.
Who's going to catch them?
Who cares? I don't want to. I mean, if we're correcting something, I think it ought to be
Mr. Tony and the
compliance.
Yeah. Santa Monica compliance will reach out to Las Vegas and track down that lease and the parking lease. Could we add a couple of words maybe in Santa Monica or something like that? Would that clear that up?
For use in Santa Monica.
Yeah.
I think that's what Commissioner Landis is getting to.
Yeah. I mean, if we're so specific here, we ought to be clear.
City Attorney, would that do it? City Attorney? Would that do it if we just added the words in Santa Monica?
Yes, that would be
Excellent.
fine.
Mr. Tony, would you add those words, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Done.
Can
All
we
right.
move the vote?
That's good.
We're number 3 for Commissioner Landis,
Huh?
by the way. I'm just keeping tally.
Yeah, we're.
You're on a roll, baby.
Did someone pull 13? I have a correction on 13.
No, 13 is coming up. So
Okay.
we have public testimony. Jesus,
Okay.
would you like to speak to this?
Another speech along the lines of the last one, if you don't mind. Even shorter? Excellent. Wow.
Hi, My name is Jesus with Community Corporation. Thanks for your time again. We're here to support item number 13 relating to the AHPP rents and unit sizes. We are asking approval of this item to match what TCAC, which is the entity that leverages most of the dollars for affordable housing, both on rents and also unit sizes. We think if we stick to the model that allows the tax credit rents and the unit sizes, we could build more affordable housing, and also when related to off-site inclusionary housing, the AHPP rents do not allow for a project to become feasible at year one, much less 15 and down the road. The TCAC rents do allow for feasibility when they're standalone, and we've done this multiple times. But under the current rents, a standalone off-site inclusionary property using the AHPP rents would not be feasible. So for that reason, we think if we use the TCAC rents, it would make for more affordable housing when in partnership with market rate developers.
Okay.
That's my
Thank you.
quick testimony.
I have a comment.
Yeah, what was your question?
I was really opposed to this when I first saw it. Because I don't know, you guys weren't given.
And then they punched you, and you
Yeah,
come
and
on board,
then
right?
Tara gave me a black eye. Because the TCAC ranks are a great deal higher than AHPP. They're a couple $100 a month. And when people say that rents are at 30% of income, that's really not true. It's not 30% of the actual tenant's income, it's 30% of a theoretical income. So,
I hear a but.
Huh?
I hear a but. You weren't
A
in favour.
buzz?
A but. You weren't in favour of them, but.
And I want to hear from Barbara too. Tara convinced me that when you have a community court project, for example, they have an awful lot of ancillary services. They have support services, they pay tutors, they do a lot of things that a regular market rate developer doesn't do, and those are costs. And the only income to cover those costs is rent. So from the standpoint of long-term stability of the project, it makes sense to me that you would use the TCAC rents. I have a real problem with the size of the units. I think a 900 square foot 3-bedroom unit is crazy. And not only are these people paying more rent, they're getting smaller units. But if it means that we get more housing, then that's the other side.
So I'd have to say I had the same visceral reaction that there was an end run going around AHPP to start with, and also the size of units at the beginning. And I think there's also some real problems with the words feasible and infeasible, because we've seen a lot of pro formas here over the years, not you guys so much, but when we were doing DAs, and the developers always build in, particularly the scumbag ones and the gangster ones, and we've seen a lot of those over the years. They always build in, there's always this fee that allows them to get paid while they're developing the project. I think it's a development project fee. It seems to be something that's in the building game, whereas in our business and your business, that's not acceptable. We have to take our profit as it comes. But nonetheless, you still come down to the fact that the newest piece of affordable housing in the city was funded under the TCAC, which was the one up on Lincoln, and that was done in record time, and it's a record number of units. So if, in fact, we're trying to produce affordable housing, you have to deal with the circumstances that are in front of you at the moment, and that seems to be the circumstance that we've got. We will have to come back in 4 or 5 years' time and have a rework of this, because the game will change again. But let's not cut off the option. And when Tara says it's a standard that's accepted across the country, it's a standard that has been used successfully in the city, and it will promote affordable housing. It's like, okay.
Well, actually, to correct that idea, when redevelopment money was used to build housing, TCAC rents were not used. It was
No, but that's been gone 7 years now.
Yeah, but there are thousands of rental units around the state that are not using TCAC rents. They're using redevelopment rents, and they're lower. That said, I'm convinced that, for feasibility,
the money was different at that stage, and the availability of capital, and you deal with the capital and the interest rates and so on.
That
and also
too,
the price.
when you consider the offset, like 1626 Lincoln, the only public money in that, quote unquote, is tax credits. The Community Corp has no debt whatsoever on that project. There's no debt service, soft or hard. So one would think, logically, that you could charge lower rents. But then the
level of social service that's in the
exactly
building.
Right. Exactly. That changes that.
So I think you've been wanting to say something.
Oh my God. Okay. So there's a couple things that I want you to be aware of that are different with the Arroyo project than what would normally happen going forward. And those things are, we fund projects with Housing Trust Fund money, and we require that those agencies that are accessing the funds leverage other funds, and most likely those are a private bank fund, which is hard to get with the number of units that traditionally people do, 49 or less, and or tax credits or the sustainable communities funds that are now available. And so what this proposal actually will do is pit projects we've funded with trust fund money against projects that have been approved through the process for a for-profit developer. So now we've got two projects that are both going to go for tax credits at the same time, and it makes the project we've funded at a disadvantage potentially. And so that has big implications on holding costs and other costs for projects that we're funding with trust fund dollars, and puts us at a disadvantage and competing against the for-profit project, which we've never had to do prior to the Arroyo. So that's one thing I want to bring to your attention. The second thing is that when you exempt them from not complying with AHPP, they are not required to take from the city's wait list to fill those vacancies. So all inclusionary units in Santa Monica must contact the city to fill those vacancies. If you exempt a nonprofit from AHPP, they're no longer required to do that and can use their own waiting list, which may not prioritize and sort applicants in the same way that the city does, which prioritizes anybody who lives or works in Santa Monica.
Including Ellis evictees.
Ellis just goes
Right.
to the top automatically.
Right.
So those are two main issues that I would say from a staff perspective, we do not support this action.
So the community corporation is set up by the city of Santa Monica, correct?
No,
No.
they're a nonprofit private entity.
Opco
The
set
city
it up.
has no relationship to them.
It does seem to me that it's an argument between you and them.
Well, not really, because the city's putting efforts forward with trust fund guidelines and priorities set by the Housing Commission about what we're funding. And we fund CCSM projects, but we also fund other nonprofits that do special needs projects. And it's really difficult to have the tax credit allocation committee that looks at projects across the whole state fund two projects at the same time in the same round, and there's 2 rounds a year that you can apply for. If you're not approved in that round, you have to hold off and wait till the next one. And there's holding costs for affordable housing
I don't
projects.
understand why there's a competitive disadvantage for you versus a for-profit developer doing the same thing.
The disadvantage is we're competing in the same round in the same jurisdiction for the same type of project.
What for-profit developer is building 100% affordable housing in Santa Monica?
They're not, but the Arroyo is an example that was an inclusionary requirement from AHPP that the Arroyo was built, and they partnered with CCSM, so CCSM as the nonprofit
Right, I understand.
applied. But if we had another, let's say, Step Up on Second that was doing a special needs project and competing, and we had funded them to go in that round, we have no knowledge of what the developer did with CCSM at that time, but they end up competing in the same round for tax
Well,
credits.
that would happen anyway.
It wouldn't, because we don't normally fund projects that are competing against each
Oh,
other
I got you.
because we
Okay, I
pay
get
the
it. I
holding
get it.
costs.
So you're saying you really want to retain control?
It isn't really a control thing, it's a
Well, it
success
is.
thing. We've invested city dollars, and when it's a for-profit, we're not investing city dollars. That developer is making a profit and can hold on to that, but they're competing for dollars that nonprofits cannot compete for
So how many
when you
times-
partner and structure it that way.
So how many times, I mean, CCSM seems to me to be a big developer of affordable housing. How many times has there been a conflict like the one you're outlining?
The Arroyo is the first example of this ever happening in
You mean the
Santa
first and
Monica.
only example of it?
It's the only example. It's the only time it's happened in this state.
But there will
they
be more.
They didn't call from the wait list, and they were competing for tax credits. Normally, a for-profit developer doesn't compete for tax credits.
They do.
No, they don't. Not for 9% and 4%. They've never competed at the same time in any round against any project that we've had.
But around the state they do.
Well, in Santa Monica, our for-profit developers for inclusionary housing do not compete for tax credits.
Well, no, not with the on-site inclusionary, of course not.
Well, even with off-site, they haven't.
Well, actually, I mean, I think from talking to Tara that we're going to be seeing a lot more off-site by CCSM of the inclusionary program.
I think we have to approve that, and I think that has to be approved.
No, but it is approved. It's in the downtown community plan.
That CCSM does the off-site
No,
development?
but you can have off-site.
No, you've always been able to have off-site, and we have over 15 that we currently manage and monitor, and none of those are able to do or have ever competed for tax credits. And all of them are required to take from our wait list.
Well, that I would want to add to this that they will be required to take from your wait list. So that needs to be, the TCAC things may apply otherwise, but the wait list is got to be used, the city's wait list. Mm-hmm. The other question I have of you is if they have state housing money from HCD, then they would go back to the state rents, right? Isn't it the lowest of the rents that of the funding sources? So if you got state HCD money, and hopefully there will be some at some point, TCAC rents are not going to apply.
For the units that are funded by the state, right?
Right.
Okay, so.
But it wouldn't be, normally what happens is, or has happened, is that for-profit developer is restricted by the deed restricted amounts, which are much lower than what the tax credit rents are. And so by allowing this, you're allowing a for-profit developer to raise the rents to the tax credit amounts, which competes with other nonprofit developers trying to do 100% affordable developments.
We are still on 13, aren't we?
Yes.
Because it says non-profit.
Well, actually, it says wrong. In the summary, it says not owned and operated. It should be owned and operated by a nonprofit.
I think it's a typo.
Yeah, it's a typo.
So why don't we hear from Mr. Hayes about what Ms. Collins has just spoken to us about?
Yeah,
what's your response?
Yeah, there could be instances where if it's an off-site inclusionary development that we're the partner on and also have funds from the city, we could compete under that same round. It's not to say that both projects can get funded. They could technically get funded if they score correctly. So they could compete but still get funded in Santa Monica and under that same set aside. But if it's a special needs project, typically that project funds under a different bucket versus the work that we do is typically large family deals under a separate bucket. So it could happen, but there's also a lot of quirks to the application in terms of what bucket and funding you go after for credits. So it's
What's
not
the likelihood
always,
of this occurring?
It could occur, yeah, if we partner with one of the downtown developers to do off-site inclusionary, which will be a large family development. Currently, we're being funded by the city for large family developments already. They could technically compete under the same bucket.
Right.
Not to say that they won't get funded either, though. So that's also we don't know what the scores come in at application.
Well, are you implying, Barbara, that these folks shouldn't be applying for tax credits on the? That's what you're saying.
Correct. They historically have never been tax credit deals.
Well, so the developer would be expected to pay 100% of the development cost on these offsites?
That's what they've done.
Where?
NMS has done it where they've done 100%. They've actually bought the property, built the property. There are developers that have done off-site and 100% off-site that they've funded.
So she's saying they shouldn't use tax credits at all.
And one other thing, I think the language already in there includes that we will take from the city's wait list.
It doesn't on this. It doesn't say
it
that.
does. That's subsection I. All due respect, Ms. Cola. I was so surprised to hear staff's not supporting this because Ms. Cola sent that revised language, and the return was staff would support it if they're complying with the list, which is subsection I.
Well, subsequent to this coming out, there's been discussions about this competition against tax credits with partnering nonprofits. and the discussion about taking from the list and not
So
taking.
I'll tell you
from
what
the
my
list
dilemma is
broader.
here. That it is 12 o'clock, and this is the first time that I've heard that there's a disputation between Community Corp and the people who run the housing thing. And
The
we've
city
got,
housing department.
yeah, but it's in none of the reports that have come to us this evening, and I'm a little surprised by that. You can hardly expect me to sit here and go, wow, I'm so glad that there's an argument at this time of the evening. And so I'm not sure how this happened, but it's not really a good development. So perhaps Tony can have a thought about what we should
This is
do.
a much bigger issue than TCAC rents. I mean, she's basically saying that off-site inclusionary should not apply for tax credits. And
Sure.
I'm not sure that we have the power to do that, to be honest.
Well, we
with you.
don't.
We don't.
But we do have the power to require them to go through our list.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so that would be a
See, that wasn't in what we got.
So were there discussions? The implication is there's been discussions between all of these parties, and some resolution was there, and there isn't any. I mean, what's happened there?
Jason has a thought maybe that might help us here.
Well, I wish I had a thought that was an answer, but it really is just describing the situation. I feel like mom and dad are fighting, and I would really like to figure out a way through it. So the issue of the list and the issue of having a round where there's direct competition within Santa Monica, are those kind of somewhat side issues to the basic principle of a for-profit developer tapping into funds that could otherwise come from public or nonprofit projects? Or is the key thing that the idea that city could have holding costs with a project and then lose out to a for-profit backed project?
Let's get this clear. When you're with a 1626, you're probably the managing general partner, correct?
Right.
So they are really the owner, controller of that project. To say that a for-profit is involved is a bit misleading, because really
Right.
Community Corp is the active owner of the project.
So in that example, the for-profit is not in the ownership structure.
Right.
Owned
So
by
it's that
community
the
corp
land
or
is
investment.
the land came from a for-profit source
Right.
as opposed to
The land in cash. The land in
right.
cash.
So it's considered,
So
yeah.
so like from the larger picture, I mean, really, what we want is both kinds of projects to happen and to structure things in a way where there isn't direct competition. So my questions would be along the lines of, is it possible that this is a matter of requiring that they draw from the city list as the language presents here, and relying on a degree of coordination between nonprofits that might be, might have land that was granted to them from a for-profit developer, and the city housing division in making its allocation decisions and timing out its allocation decisions, so there isn't this situation where there's a head-to-head competition in a particular round. Or maybe that's not realistic. I don't know.
I think the difference is that for nonprofits that we're normally funding through our process, they come to us for acquisition. We give them the money for acquisition. Then they're supposed to go get tax credits and leverage other money because we're investing city money, and the only place they can do that is tax credits. And now, independently, a for-profit developer partners with CCSM, and they go, and CCSM now applies for tax credits where they didn't previously, and that makes the projects we're funding more at risk.
We have no control over the situation. We can't say someone cannot apply for tax credits. That's not within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission.
Well, I guess I'm looking to see if there's, just practically speaking, a way to coordinate. Because, I mean, there's CCSM and a few others that regularly seek out city funds. I mean, it seems like it's kind of built into it that there could be some level of coordination between the rounds in which you're You are funding a an acquisition and those rounds that you're sitting out because you know that there's a Santa Monica project that has developer land going for those funds. So the question is that practical?
Well, I think part of the difference is in the Arroyo, it was a development agreement, but when the developer partnered with CCSM to do that, there was no interaction at all with the housing division about when that happens and how. And so it wouldn't prevent any other for-profit developer in the future from doing the same thing, which we wouldn't have knowledge of.
And doing it with any nonprofit partner that they choose.
They can do it with anyone.
They can do that anyway.
Well, we do within this, right?
This is only about TCAC rents. And they can already charge TCAC rents for their projects that have AHPP, because it has city funding. This is just extending those rents to projects.
And exempting nonprofits from AHPP.
So this is only about rent levels.
And waitlist. And waitlist.
Well, it does in that if our policies do not fit with the framework of for-profit backed nonprofits going and applying for TCAC funds.
26 Lincoln is going to be owned for 55 years by a nonprofit housing corporation. The same as if it had city funding.
I'm no expert in affordable housing funding, but it seems to me like everything we can do to get as many different people applying for as many different things seems like a good idea as long as they're not tearing down landmarks. Sorry, had to throw that in there. But generally, I mean, who's to say some other kind of nonprofit with some different kind of business model isn't going to come up with a different way to try to get affordable housing that will involve tax credits? It just seems to me like it's kind of a losing battle and maybe contrary to our ultimate goal to make it.
I mean, the only thing we could do is remove the off-site option from AHPP. That would be the only thing, and I don't think we want to do that.
If the for-profit developer has to partner with a nonprofit and you're allowing them to not be required to be subject to HPP, then you're effectively taking that role away.
They charge TCAC rents on your project, right?
They do.
Yeah, well then what's...
Because normally that's not the case under the current HPP with a for-profit developer because they're tied to the deed restricted rents, which are lower than TCAC.
But doesn't CCSM charge TCAC on your project?
They do.
Well, then what's the difference?
You got to speak to the microphone. I'm struggling a little bit to understand the way you're cutting this up.
Cutting it up?
Yeah, you keep parceling it off and saying that's unacceptable. This thing that we support is acceptable. So I'm trying to understand what's the absolute central thing that's driving your argument here this evening, that they don't coordinate with you or you don't have the final tick-off, or what is it? Because you seem, every time Commissioner Lambert here raises something, you go, well, that is correct. We do charge TCAC rents, or this happens or that happens.
Because the 150 units that we currently have in our portfolio that we manage of inclusionary rents are lower rents than TCAC. So normally a for-profit developer has to meet 64 units. Let's talk about the Arroyo as an example. They were required to do 64 units at the to meet the AHPP requirements.
Right.
So they bought a piece of land and didn't want to do it at the property, so they did it off-site. They gave some cash and they gave it to CCSM. And so the property, which normally would have been subject to the deed restricted amounts, which are considerably lower, are now higher in that property in those 64 units because they applied and were awarded TCAC.
She's saying on-site inclusionary units still charge AHPP rents.
Right.
We know that. Off-sites charge TCAC rents.
But that's not true. That's not true. That's not what AHPP currently says for a for-profit. It says they're required to provide 64 units, and it does not give them...
On-site inclusionary, the ones that are actually built in the projects, charge
Off-site
AHPP.
do not say TCAC. It does not say
No, I know
anything
that.
about
No,
that.
if you've got affordable units within a project with market rate units combined, those affordable units are AHPP rents. The ones that are off-site, like 1626 Lincoln, what's before us tonight is TCAC rents. It's very
None
different.
other that we manage or have managed have been TCAC.
So,
rents.
wait,
that's
but
what
I
I'm
just-
saying.
Can
That's exactly what I'm
I
saying.
want to clarify
No,
something,
you're
though.
saying off-site, and the ones that we manage that are off-site are not TCAC rents. They're deed restricted
Right, but
rents.
on the offsite, just the offsite comparison, my understanding is that had the developer of 500 Broadway chosen to fulfill its requirements on site, it would have, yes, not only what Leslie said, that they would have been charging AHPP rents, but in fact, I believe it may not have been their unit count, but their bedroom count would have been lower.
Oh,
Much lower. And the unit count would have been lower. So the deal to going off-site was that we got more units and a higher bedroom count and TCAC rent. That's a deal I was happy to support.
The
And would be
AHPP
happy to
doesn't-
support again.
Doesn't specify off-site or on-site
And-
in the requirement for deed restriction.
But also, if it's
That's not-
off-site, if it's off-site, even if it's developer funded and it's being managed by a nonprofit who's providing services,
Mhm.
then it makes more sense also for it to be TCAC, so
Mhm.
they juggle all that. Okay, I understand it all now. Thank you.
Just a quick question for Tony. We have a major policy bucket that's heading our way later this year. Do you maybe not?
After tonight,
yeah, right. What's the expected timing on that?
That's a good question. I don't know if we have anything concrete yet. I think we have to turn our attention also to the R1 update. So I am not sure when the bucket 3
Are you
items
talking about
will
holding this over?
come back.
My next question was to CCSM on what it would mean to
We
hold
don't
on
want to
this.
hold, this is only a recommendation to council. They can
Right.
duke it out at council.
Yeah, right. Okay.
It's really not even our jurisdiction.
Well,
we have no control over who applies for tax credits. Zero. Nor should we.
but we do have a control over who has an exemption from AHPP.
And
that's
and
what we're
and,
talking about
and
tonight.
TCAC rents apply to AHPP projects. Yes, they do. The ones that are funded with housing trust funds are charging TCAC rents. Okay, so you're right. On-site AHPP is charging AHPP. This is a good idea, and we'll send it to we don't want to get into a housing battle here because it's not our jurisdiction. It's
Okay.
not. We cannot control who applies for tax credits. It's impossible.
We're not. We're addressing the AHPP exemption question, and that relates to the TCAC question.
Well, my position is
So-
if TCAC rents are necessary to keep these projects viable with all the social services they provide, then we should support that. If they aren't viable with AHPP rents, we should not.
Right. My only concern within this is the scenario where the city takes a hit because it backed the acquisition of a project that ultimately fails because of competition from.
We have no control over that. These guys can apply for an off-site tax credits. We have no control over that.
But we do have control over the AHPP exemption, and
Well, we
and
have
that,
control over whether these projects are viable
and
or
that
not.
makes it either work or not work. So, I mean, I'm very reluctant to move forward when there are strong concerns out of the housing division that may interfere with the housing trust fund pipeline.
Well, let's talk about 1626 Lincoln, and Sean brought it up. We got 64 units of family and large family housing we never would have gotten on site. And if they need TCAC rents to make that project viable, then we should support that. And why don't we just take a straw vote at this point?
So I'm going to vote for it, and I think, again, it does seem to make sense, and there is the discussion at the City Council about this, but I'm also incredibly frustrated that we get to this point and it's not reflected in any of the reports that have been given to us. And if the Housing Division had such strong objections, and they appear to because you've voiced them so strongly here this evening, that we get to this point and we don't have a piece of paper in front of us that explains that, that's just not acceptable.
May I ask, David, did you correspond with Andy about any of this, and what was your understanding?
Yeah, I didn't personally have any correspondence. I think there were some emails with the attorney's office and planning staff. Yeah.
So I do find it unacceptable to get to this point and have no piece of paper, nothing to think about, and then we suddenly get it sprung on us. And I'm trying to debate it, but in the end, it does seem to me to make logical sense given the project that we see in front of us. And I accept that I'm not thinking as clearly as normal, but it just seems to be common sense. So I'm going to vote for it when it comes up in straw vote.
Okay, we have one request to speak from Paul Larmore. Do we want to hear from the public?
Yeah.
I think we do, so.
One minute.
I think the state would agree.
I just felt, as the attorney working on the 1626 deal, that it was important to correct a few facts and also explain to you all the history. When the 1626 deal came forward, the city staff at that time, and it sounds like maybe there just wasn't coordination among city staff, but the city staff at that time directed Community Corp and the 500 Broadway development team to file this amendment application that's before you. Although it was a much simpler one. All it said was to remove the language that goes above this sentence in the exemption. Basically says that projects funded by the City Housing Trust Fund are exempt from the chapter of HPP. And so all the CCSM amendment at that time was to strike was the city funding requirement for that exemption. So that text amendment was filed by Community Corp at that time in 2015, 2016 timeframe. As we got closer to the hearings, the city staff decided at that time, this is a general topic that we should discuss, not in the context of just this deal. So let's just, work it out in the development agreement for 500 Broadway and 626. So the use of TCAC was allowed in the 500 Broadway DA development agreement, and it allowed for 1626. There were two separate deed restrictions. There was a deed restriction if 500 Broadway was able to make the 1626 deal work with Community Corp, because it was a big risk whether they could make this work. And it was for 64 units. But that was not their AHPP requirement. At the time, the AHPP required 10%, right? And then you guys were negotiating more in DAs, but I believe what they ended up giving as the on-site deed restriction was at 56 units. And even then, the client at that time felt, I'm not sure we could even make it work with the 56, but they got to the council hearing, they were so confident at that time they were able to close on 1626 and make it happen that they agreed to the eventual number 56, or the number was playing around at the end, so I don't remember the exact numbers. But there were two different deed restrictions for two different numbers, so you were talking about a difference. And then the last thing I'll just say is, so that happened. Then Community Corp filed this text amendment application, I think back in May of last year, and has been waiting all of this time and said, staff, we're not going to push you on this if you want to just throw it into a zoning ordinance bucket. There has been lots of emails going back and forth. I had an email from Susan Cola earlier this week saying this was staff's latest agreement and they would be fine. Subsection A requires them to comply with the list, that there's all these other things, because again, CCSM's amendment was just to take out the city funding requirement. All of this addition was nothing proposed by CCSM. This was all city staff's work. So I'm just asking you to take into consideration the very long history, the many of years that this is coming forward. And even at your last hearing, a different member of Housing and Economic Development staff was talking about how the TCAC program has been the most successful program in the country. So I do think there'll be an opportunity to have discussions between the two parties and with the council. Even the Housing Commission's taking it up tomorrow before council, but I would ask you to consider at least moving it forward.
Wait, so tonight are you speaking as the developer of that, attorney as the developer of that project?
Yeah.
It sounds as if you were working for Community Corp there for a minute.
Our firm has worked for both Community Corp and 500 Broadway. In these situations, we don't get involved with the business terms. We usually end up working on the land use, and the developer pays for us working on the land use side. But we don't, right, they have their own transactional counsel and tax credit attorneys that deal with the business terms between the two parties.
But how did you know about the back and forth with the people who work for the City Council? You just said the staff agreed to it and they sent you an email.
I've been working on this technical side.
On behalf of Community Corp.
On Community Corp, but I obviously have clients that would like to do these deals. But what they've both told me is, why are we going to even continue these conversations? If we can't use TCAC grants and it's not feasible, why waste another 2 years of our time? We'd rather know up front if we can continue these discussions, because CCSM isn't making any fees for the next 2 years, right? They're just working on this on faith and employing all these resources. So it doesn't make sense for them to do it if at the end of the day the council's going to say, no, you can't use the TCAC.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, straw poll of this one. Jason?
Yeah, before the straw poll, I want to make one desperate grab at straw. Barbara, are there any procedural requirements, if we're able to add procedural requirements to the code here, that would give you some degree of assurance that there would be an opportunity for coordination between a nonprofit with private backing going for TCAC funds and the city funding a nonprofit going for TCAC funds? Is there something procedural that could encourage that coordination?
Well, I think the developers, wants to do their deal, and so whatever procedurally, I think you could put anything into place. The developer, in most of these cases, is required to do the affordable first. And so I don't know how you could actually put something procedurally in place
Could I just follow on from your...
Yes.
Because that language up there says the city attorney has to agree to the regulatory agreement. So surely the city still retains the ability to supervise this agreement. It's the last provision up there. It puts your your priority list in place, and it also says there's a regulatory agreement from the city attorney for at least a period of 55 years. Wouldn't that cover your objections?
No.
That's just a form.
Well, it's not just a form. They have to... No, it doesn't. But I'm trying to understand. Commissioner Parry has said, is there some form of process, and there appears to be a process which gets the city to cover it off. You just have a fundamental disagreement, don't you?
No, I don't.
Is there just one last? In the past, one of the things that was done in order to ensure that there was some kind of connection to what a for-profit was doing in the affordable housing realm was to require a community meeting before they move forward. Something like that appropriate in this case? Because it publicly notices that somebody is in the future going to be pursuing TCAC as part of the...
No one is obligated to tell anybody they're pursuing TCAC.
No, in fact, the Housing Commission, this came up with respect to a number of projects, and the minute you impose a community meeting requirement, you basically throw open the books and you eliminate the competitive advantage of the nonprofit developer. So you don't want to. You've got to let them go through their process to be competitive for the project, and that requires.
Jason, this is really not our problem. I mean, it's really between the housing department.
I'm sorry, is that the scenario when it is city funded, or in any scenario where it may be privately funded, the acquisition of the land, privately funded, and a nonprofit signaling its intention to go for TCAC funds?
Are the applications? I assume these applications are confidential, pending review. They're not public record while they're under review, are they?
And I'm not even saying the application itself would need to be public, but the key, well, at least the way I'm seeing it, and maybe I'm wrong, the key is it should not interfere with the housing division's efforts to bring affordable housing into Santa Monica. What if it does? That would. Then the city would lose funds.
You can't make them not apply for tax credit. It's not.
For-profits have not applied in the past for
I'm sorry, can you repeat
The for-profit inclusionary developers have not applied for tax credits in Santa Monica in the 10 years I've been here. As an agent of a for-profit developer, it was a partnership with them.
Well, I mean, the fact that it didn't happen before that has no meaning other than it could potentially interfere with a project that the city-sponsored project.
The meaning
right?
was it was
that's the key
feasible
thing.
before at lower rents.
Yeah,
and
I think-
for-profit developers did it at the deed restriction, and the projects were feasible. There's 1,500 units in that portfolio, and those are lower rents, and developers were able to make them feasible on and off.
I'm going to stop grasping at that straw, and I'm going to support the motion only for the purpose of moving it on to City Council where this discussion should be had.
Okay, well, I appreciate your attempt to find a solution out of this conundrum, but apparently we didn't get there. So I'd like to just do a straw poll for this particular item, which is item number 13. And let's just go down the row here.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, Tony, you have your marching orders. Let me quickly review the items that item number 9, 10, and 15 are approved just by acclamation. There was no controversy.
No, it's not. I want to bring forward. Can I hide? I have been so. Apparently, there's an urgency for us to move fortune telling to the City Council, and Heidi and I have worked out language that we both believe would would circumvent the question of religious congregations. So if you look at the text of the definition, there's a slight change. I just want to explain the concept here so we're all clear on why we're doing that, and hope that as the recommendation goes forward, I'd also ask that we indicate that we're trying to avoid unintentional religious discrimination. But the definition has two parts. It's an establishment where there is a fee for service with respect to the services, but that fee for service is taking place at a location where there is a fee for entry. And something that distinguishes religious congregations from other entities is that a religious congregation generally cannot charge a fee to walk in the door to attend a religious service. So the language change would be in the fourth line of the description, and the new language would read, or give an exhibition of fortune-telling services at any place where a fee, so delete an admission. So it's a fee, donation, or reward is charged or received directly or indirectly, comma, as a condition of entry. So we're replacing the notion of admission with as a condition of entry. If we do that, I believe we would be avoiding all religious congregations for whom fortune telling is part of their ritual activity.
So does that mean somebody can't come in and say, hey, how much does it cost?
No.
What kind of services do you provide? That because they have to pay to get in?
This is how staff is writing it. What I'm saying is
Okay.
that this particular rewrite eliminates, in my view, eliminates the religious discrimination problem, and
Okay.
that staff is attentive to that, and I believe that they will take another look at it before it goes to City Council to make sure we avoid a RFRA
Okay.
conflict.
So I think we
we get
have that by
someone who uses
acclamation,
magic.
or do we have it by fatigue? But let's move on. Yes. Okay, so Tony, items number 3, 6, and item number 14 are continued before additional research. Are we all on the same page?
Yes, that's from the last meeting, yes.
Okay, so let's move on. Now we need to move on to the last item of our agenda.
Just to be clear for the record that number 13 is, the language moving forward is what we have on the screen now on the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Revised. Okay.
Yeah.
We voted.
Well,
As a group.
There is actually a resolution in front of you.
Okay.
A recommendation to the official resolution of recommendation to the City Council.
okay, so.
So moved. So moved, including the amendments that Mr. Kim has taken down so assiduously the whole night, including the exclusions, the full research, etc., etc. Moved, seconded, Mr. Commissioner Parry.
Okay. Hearing no discussion, roll call vote.
Started that in.
Yeah, roll call. Microphone.
No, I'm giving my protest vote
For what?
Oh, okay.
for my HRI properties.
Yes.
Yes, this is incorporating all the amendments?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, last item. This is the AHP.
Peter thought we'd be on tonight at 11 on this. I told you were being optimistic.
You did say
Okay.
that.
So let me just see if we can spare everybody some effort here and move along. Is there anybody who has substantive questions or objections to this proposal?
I do.
Okay. Then
So objections to what?
to this proposal.
Oh, there's no proposal.
Well, it's a
I have questions of staff, or
Okay.
just in general.
I'll move through this really quickly,
Oh, okay.
given the late hour.
Yeah.
I really only have about 10 slides. The staff report speaks for itself for the most part, but based on some comments that we received throughout the 2-week term that we were waiting to get here tonight, we loaded in some additional information that may help tie it all
Is that
together.
in your supplemental?
No, it's not. It reports on the RENA, the
new
qualified
staff?
objectives, the quantified objectives, et cetera. Let me start by saying Peter James, City Planning. I'm joined by my colleague Amy Miller, who helped crunch a lot of the numbers and track down the production of a lot of these units, as well as Barbara from the Housing Division, who you've met before, that can help
We
answer
have
some
met
of the
Barbara, actually. She's an
technical
old friend of ours now.
issues. So let me just dive in. We've broken this into 5 different parts. I'm going to walk you through a little bit of how we got here tonight, touch briefly on the needs and the demand based on the information that we have from city lists, from RENA, quantified objectives, and then move into what's actually happening in the city. So here we go. In 2013, the extremely low income option was added to the affordable housing production program based on evidence of need that was supported by affordable housing waiting lists that showed that an overwhelming percentage of folks that were wishing to get into deed restricted housing were at the extremely low or very low income levels. This was later brought into the zoning ordinance update in 2015, which established the Tier 2 methodology, the formulaic methodology, to select from a menu of options. And so the 5% that was originally codified in a Tier 2 format became 7.5%. That is the standard, typical, prototypical development project here in Santa Monica. And this is how the tables broke down. So you can see the 5% for the ELI
cascading upwards. Actually, that's not cascading at all. I guess ascending upwards to moderate income at 100%, and then 1.5 times for Tier 2. There was a shift in affordable housing policy in 2017 when the DCP was adopted. Here, sort of at the late portions of the plan development, a suggestion was brought forward and adopted by the City Council to develop this ladder methodology, tying the requirement for affordable to a project's height, starting at 20% of all units deed restricted to affordable for projects in the 40 to 50 foot range, all the way up to 30% in our Tier 3 district downtown, which is the transit adjacent and off-site projects requiring even greater affordability. The additional component of this was to add, was to depart from the menu of options, in where all citywide developer may select from one of these income categories, and the DCP really structures it into even distribution, or not even, but equitable distribution across the income categories. Based on the adoption of that methodology, it got people talking, and in November of the past year, the Housing Commission posited the idea that perhaps we should look at the entire AHP program citywide and see if it was feasible to adopt similar measures based on the DCP model. City Council took that up at the end of the year in 2018 and directed planning staff to prepare amendments to the to the Affordable Housing Production Program to look at eliminating the 5% option. There was a perception that the 5% option was perhaps being overused and was counterproductive to the city meeting its larger objectives as outlined in Prop R. The idea here from council was that we would temporarily suspend the 5% option, which is in fact on the table tonight, pending a feasibility study that would look at the Affordable Housing Production Program citywide, an effort that we will take on in the spring. So here we dive into the other components that really, the puzzle pieces that bring all of this together. We have fielded a number of questions about RHNA, about the quantified objectives, so I wanted to put this up on the screen. Every 8 years, we are required to participate in SCAG's RHNA cycle. And SCAG produces a projection of our housing needs and all other jurisdictions' housing needs during that time period. So for us, this time period that is reflected here is from 2013 to 2021. And we have just begun to participate in the next cycle, which is the 6th cycle of the RHNA process that will pump out new numbers. From SCAG's projections across these income levels, we tune those to our local objectives that is later certified by the by HCD and our housing element. So the column in the right are our real targets. Those are our certified targets. The RHNA is really just a general target. So I want to place more emphasis on the quantified objectives than the RHNA. As you can see here, during the last cycle, we brought in the extremely low income category, which does not exist in SCAG's methodology, but we brought it in based again on evidence of need and projects that were in the pipeline at that time. So you can see the comparisons here. Terrible graphic, apologies, but the last piece of this is Prop R, which was voter approved in 1990, and it was intended to require that 30% of all multifamily housing completed each fiscal year would be affordable to low and moderate income households. And we did pretty well for a number of years, but in the past 3 years, we have witnessed a precipitous decline in our ability to meet the mandate of Prop R, both in terms of the overall production and then the amount that is affordable for low-income households. And we have some information on how we are faring in the year to come. So again, here is the performance. This is outlined in the staff report. And you can see that the numbers, which need to be at 30% to be consistent with the Prop R mandate, fall in the 19, 19, and 13% percentages in the last 3 years. Cumulatively, though, if you look back across the entire time frame, we're still above board with about 38% total affordable, which of course factors in CCSM's heroic efforts and other nonprofit affordable housing developers. The waiting list that established the ELI back in the day showed that there was a fairly dramatic need in the extremely low and very low income categories. Something on the order of 95% of all people that were on that list fell in those two categories. This is the updated list. Again, as Barbara mentioned earlier, the filter that we've placed on this is for folks that live or work in Santa Monica. The list is actually much larger, but this is that filter on it. And you can see that the need now has really shifted a little bit more into the low income category. And I will say there still appears to be a fairly consistent need at the moderate income level as well. And so we'll take a look at how our production is meeting these objectives. With respect to the RHNA and the quantified objectives, you can see here quickly that in the extremely low income category, our RHNA value was 93, and we've produced, I'm sorry, the quantified objective is the thing that we should really be focused on. Is 83 was our quantified objective, and we have completed or are in construction for 97, so we are in excess of 14 there. Similar condition with very low. We've met and exceeded our quantified objective for that income category, and then where you really begin to see the need, and where we're falling a little bit short of both the quantified objective and the RHNA, again, is in the low and the moderate income categories. And when you add that to what we have in the pipeline, now this is approved, this is not pending, so we'll get into the nuances of these different ways of describing projects. These are projects that have entitlements but have not pulled their building permit. So in the low income category, we need an additional 128 to meet our quantified objectives. We have 19 approved, and that number for moderate is 2, and we need another 84. And you can see we're doing quite well on the above moderate category here, the market rate apartments. Sure.
This doesn't include any 100% affordable housing, does it? Or does it?
I believe it does. Yeah, we pulled everything into all of this. Yeah.
But this is not pending.
You can look at this. This is sort of like a preliminary view into a future Prop R report. We're working side by side with the housing division to true up our numbers, so we use the same reporting methodology and the same thresholds for making those decisions. A little bit of a graphic look at how the affordability levels have been shifting over the years. This particular section talks about housing production from the past 5 years. You can see that the projects that have already been completed, those that have certificates of occupancy, are about 40% of those units are affordable. The ones that are in construction, however, have teetered downwards to about 13% affordable with 87% market. But still, cumulatively, we're looking at about 39.3% affordable, which would meet our Prop R mandate. Moving forward into those projects that have approval but are not yet in construction, that number is even lower. We're at 10%. And then pending, so interestingly, we've increased there. We have about 22% affordable and 78% market, and the cumulative position on the affordability there is 16.4%. So there appears to be some work to be done there. And then we pulled together this graphic just to look back on the past year. This is a year in which I think we experienced a lot of projects, particularly in the downtown, converting from DAs and DRs to AAs. Really dramatic shifts in the way that these projects have been structured, and we have an 84% market on that. And ELI is the second highest, but only at 7%. Yeah, it does. And we have no moderate units approved in the past year out of 604 total units approved. I wanted to more or less end this presentation just with an appreciation of upcoming efforts that center around this housing issue. We're taking this alone tonight, but I want you to have an understanding that in the future we'll also be talking about the performance of the DCP and how that ladder methodology has been working. The larger AHPP feasibility study that we will commence after a council meeting sometime in March. So in spring, we'll also be looking at incentives for housing production on the boulevards and in Bergamot, and then dealing with this issue of corporate or medium-term housing. So with that, I'll bridge right over into the big question, which is, in light of the data presented, should the ELI option be temporarily removed? We are available for questions.
Question?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the penalty for not meeting Prop R? It's a facetious question because I know there isn't one.
Actually, there is. Council has to address it, and so in the Prop I report, we presented to council.
I understand. But I just wanted to, unless I'm reading this incorrectly, that 15 out of the past 23 years or since Prop R passed, we have not met the 30%.
Referring to that chart that I showed earlier today, or earlier this evening?
In fact, there are two periods where for 4 years running we didn't meet Prop R.
Yes.
So is that really like a major reason to be alarmed?
Well, I think it's something that we have as a foundational piece of housing policy.
I understand, but it's not like not meeting our housing element goals.
I can't speak
now that we have a new governor who's going to make it sure that we do.
Right.
And that brings to another question. Our housing element, the progress toward meeting our goals has been consistently approved by the state. I know we had a snag last year because we didn't have enough low income, but the state said because you have so many very low income, we'll overlook it and basically it's okay.
That's right.
So we have never been out of compliance with our housing element goals.
Not to my knowledge.
I'm brain dead. I had a couple other questions on the staff report, actually.
Okay.
So the 3,000 people who were on the waiting list who were extremely low income, that number has gone down, you said?
Well, I think that it is the list that was used in 2012 is all of these. The list is actually an aggregate of a variety of different lists, is my understanding. And the list that was used in 2012 to justify the inclusion of the ELI into the HPP was a slightly different basket of lists. The list that we used for the purpose of this staff report is updated, and I think it reflects the affordable housing waiting list, Section 8 waiting list, and possibly some other housing programs that the city provides subsidies towards. So
okay.
It's similar but different, but I think also I'm brain dead, but the need is evidence based and is substantive enough.
Right, and they basically are the bottom of the economic spectrum. I mean, these are people who make $29,000 a year for a family of 4.
Right.
They are probably the nearest to homeless of anybody in the city. Would you agree that the reason we've seen sort of a drop in production of affordable, the major reason, if not the reason, is the loss of redevelopment money?
I think it's a capital influence on the loss of.
And so hopefully now we have a housing trust fund, which hopefully has brought the city back to where it was with redevelopment. We'll see more production by nonprofits that add to the Prop R compliance.
Do you have comments on that?
And it's just a long process, so there's always a lag of 3
understand.
years or
Takes
4
years to
years
build-
before you actually get any units. So there's when the money ran out, and then we got new money.
then it's usually 3-4 years after before the production.
I understand. Thank you. And then finally, there was a quote-unquote feasibility study. Before I forget, thank you for all your work.
No problem.
I mean, this is just absolutely amazing, and thank you for responding to the zillion questions I sent you.
No sweat.
So it was you that punched her, was it? I mean,
What?
yeah, when you had the 400th question.
I punched her with information.
You totally threw me off track.
You were asking about
the feasibility
study, the 2014
you did it on
feasibility
purpose.
study.
No.
Air quotes. In air quotes. Because, I mean, one of the things that I'll talk about when we get to the comments is that there was a feasibility study done in 2014 about whether very low income for Tier 2 works, the 15%. And so that's sort of cited as, yes, it does work. But in reality, it was 2014. Construction costs have gone up 30 to 40% since 2014, and only one project was looked at. It was a prototype downtown. So would you really consider that a legitimate feasibility study for very low income Tier 2?
Well, I think another aspect of this is that prior to the inclusion of the extremely low income option, the city was using very low income.
But not the Tier 2 level, was it?
Not at the Tier 2 level.
That's
right.
different.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very, very, very much.
Sure.
So do we have any public comment?
We do.
Oh my gosh.
We do have public comment. We're
I
waiting
can barely
for
see them.
questions. Any questions? Okay, let's hear from David Rand, followed by Paula Larmore.
Oh, that's a surprise, isn't it?
In there. Good evening, Commissioners. Dave Rand, Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Delbeck. I guess I'm not surprised that we're having this discussion, but I have to say I'm extremely shocked, frankly, at the context of the discussion. Where's Paul Silverin? Where's the analysis on feasibility at today's construction costs? Why is this being done in a piecemeal fashion? Why not a holistic approach at the HPP and analysis on how these things all fit together? This strikes me as reflexive, sort of an ideological lashing out at the fact that you feel you're not getting enough units. You feel that the projects that are coming before you are not doing their fair share. Maybe that's true, and totally appropriate for you to be asking those questions, but not just taking a hack at a certain level of affordability, by the way, which happens to be the neediest people on the list. This is such an anti-Santa Monica approach. I have not seen anything like it in all the years that I've worked in this jurisdiction. I often am on the losing end of the arguments. My clients sometimes wonder why they pay me. But there's always process in this city. There's always analysis. The decision makers always expect a certain level of vetting. This just isn't that. I think you should reject this out of hand and look at this as a whole. And at minimum, please exempt pipeline projects that have already made financial decisions, that have done underwriting, that have gotten loans on a certain set of assumptions. And here there's a concept to just pull the rug out from under those projects as they're moving forward. I would posit that you could lose more units by doing this than you'll gain. And that'll be debated, and maybe I'll be proven wrong by Paul Silverin or Kaiser Marston or somebody else, but at least ask the question to the experts. This is actually downright crazy. Santa Monica should be celebrating its success. In the midst of the state's worst housing crisis and a homeless epidemic, people are coming forward providing mixed income projects that include extremely low income units. And the reaction is to gut the program? I can't believe it. So I would really urge you, let cooler heads prevail. Study this thing holistically, comprehensively, ask the questions, demand the analysis, and don't take a shotgun approach to this. And if you're inclined to do this, which I truly hope you're not, exempt pipeline projects at minimum. Lastly, one more point if I may. The low and the moderate income, those are clearly the biggest demand. This is going to do nothing for that. Your whole reason for doing this is because your developers gravitate towards the lowest common denominator, pick the lowest option. Well, that's the very low on the next level, not low and moderate. It's going to do absolutely nothing to solve that middle gap.
So before we go to Ms. Larmore, I want to ask you that question, which is, because I am interested in the holistic question. I mean, we've said, a number of us have said, we need to reopen the AHPP as a whole and look at it to actually deliver, how can we have it deliver its full promise? What do you think would enable the production of low and moderate units?
I think you look to your development agreements for those units. I think that's a prime source for those particular units, and I think it's quite a functional system where you have your tier 2 produce extremely low, some very low, and you have your development agreements fill in the gap. I know there's some DAs going forward with housing projects that will be prime opportunities for those. That's one option. Another option is you look to a hybrid scheme similar to the DCP, but make sure it's pegged at an overall percentage that is feasible, unlike the DCP that has produced not a single new housing project. That's another way to go. All fodder for a very good comprehensive discussion that you should be having as opposed to whacking away at the extremely low income target population.
Thank you.
Jason.
Mr. Rand, was there any kind of analysis that went into the decision to add the ELI level that you think we're overlooking here at this stage?
Well, it was need-based. It was. I remember distinctly Barbara Collins up here during the zoning ordinance discussions saying that is the single greatest need that the city has, and those numbers still showed a 21% need, which is not insignificant. But I question two things. One, those people could be formally homeless. I'm not so sure that they're even registered in terms of the people who live and work in Santa Monica. I don't know that those people are showing up. And there may be a broader segment of need beyond that more narrow focus that is quite important. I mean, at this moment in time, to be cutting out the ELI option, just to me is tone deaf as to what's going on in the larger context. So thank you for hearing me tonight. I appreciate it.
So I have some questions.
Yeah.
So how many projects are in the pipeline that you know of, that you have under your control?
That I have under my control, I can answer that definitively, not a single one.
So you don't have any projects that you want protected?
I was joking. Yes, there are a number of existing pipeline projects. The staff report, I'm sorry.
I looked at that, but you
Commissioner, it's late.
You seem to be speaking as if this wasn't right. But isn't one of the reasons that this is on the agenda tonight is that we had a project last year which was out on one of the boulevards where the developer came in having previously had 4 units at one level and cut it back to 2 units.
Not my client, but I remember that project. It was on Santa Monica Boulevard. Yeah, I remember. It was on Santa Monica Boulevard. It was on Santa Monica Boulevard, and frankly, what I would assume happened there is that project was in the pipeline for a very long time. When they got approved, there was probably a certain set of assumptions based on construction costs and costs in general. That shifted dramatically in a very short period of time. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if by the time permitting came around, they realized that 15% wasn't viable. It was a marginal project at that time. That was probably a life-saving lifeline that you guys threw that project when you approved that change. I know from my own experience that there are projects that I'm working on right now that, but for the 7.5% extremely low, those projects would not be projects at all. They'd be commercial office buildings. I could name you at least 2 that would be 15,000 square foot administrative approval creative office expansion projects, but for the 7.5% option. You jack that up to 15%, at least for those projects, you're going to lose some. Maybe not everyone, but you're definitely going to lose some. And please consider those implications before you take this action tonight.
So that's really what it comes down to, isn't it? That last year we lost, a developer came in and switched from 4 to 2 units, and that enraged everyone on this commission at the last minute. So it's about getting more units of affordable housing at those very low levels, which is one definition, as opposed to your suggestion that people will just go and put 2 floors of covering a lot in the downtown.
Well, there's that.
Yeah,
but
business.
There's that, Commissioner, but really the question is not what, that one project in Santa Monica Boulevard did from going to 2 to 4, but the real questions you should be asking experts and your staff and your consultants is, what's going to result in the greatest cumulative number of units, number of housing projects with inclusionary units? Not which individual projects may have more units, but overall, how are you going to get the most number of units? And I would posit if you make this change, you will have some individual projects that will have more units within those projects. You will lose units on a cumulative basis. And that is not the outcome I believe this commission's looking for.
It's your gut feeling.
It's my gut feeling, spending every single day with the people who build these projects and try and make them work and come before you. So it is an opinion, but I believe it's an opinion backed by some information.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Thank you.
Okay, Paula?
Paul Larmer with Harding Larmer, Kutcher and Kozel. And I have a similar opinion, although a slightly different background that I want to remind us all of, because it is hard for me to believe that in February 2019 we're considering yet another stick, another burden on housing production, when we've just heard about housing and how critical it is to all of our goals, including the climate discussion earlier. And you're having a discussion about another burden with no discussion of incentives. I think this commission knows that because you all have had this on your bucket list for many months now. I mean, you all have been frustrated by the fact that developers keep choosing the 7.5%, but my sense is you all also recognize this needed to come forward in a broader context. So I think I'm a little bit preaching to the choir, but I am hopeful. I think the council gave you this item to discuss because they are going to take in your opinion and away your opinion. And so I'm just hopeful that you all can give some concrete direction to council about how you're feeling about an interim ordinance that just takes this additional burden and additional stick. So since the LUCE was adopted between 2010 and 2015 for 5 years, the city was operating in development agreement for every project over 32 feet. So there was a very insignificant amount of housing approved. 1 year, there's only 32 units. In July 2015, what does the council do? Downzone the boulevards. So after we've had DAs for 5 years, the next step is let's take off tier 3 because one neighborhood got pissed about a project. Then the next step is July 2017, let's jack up the affordable rates to 30% with no applications. It's been 1.5 years. There hasn't been a single application filed. So we've had no meaningful housing production on Wilshire Boulevard, for example. On Santa Monica, we've seen projects, but more and more developers are opting for tier 1. They're doing less units so they don't have to do the 2 and 3 bedroom units, and they're staying at the 5% and they're paying a fee because if they go up to tier 2, any fractional unit, 0.001, you round up to a full unit. So they're getting penalized for providing more housing, and as a result, you're seeing AA tier 1 projects on Santa Monica where you could be getting an additional 10 units or 5 units on each of these projects. So again, I urge you to ask the council to wait for the broader conversation. I think the bigger picture here is not Prop R and if we approve 32 units this year, do we get 30% of them affordable? It's how many units are we approving? And I get that Prop R is important, but we have to look at the bigger goals. So knowing that the interim measure is moving forward with whatever direction you give, I would ask you to give direction to wait until they have the broader conversation, but again, also to exempt pending projects. I am working on one that has been stuck in the process for 1.5 years. It went through its appropriate demolition permit process, but a lot of time and money has been spent up to this point. And think about an exemption for smaller projects, at least in the interim, maybe 75 units, 50 units, only applies if you're above. And last one is maybe rather than get rid of the option, increase it to 10% since that was what happened pre-tier 2. Thank you.
Can I
Any
start
questions?
the discussion? I don't know quite. I just thought it'd be a good idea to start the discussion.
Okay.
While we're still relatively coherent. I agree with all I've heard about and people I've talked to about the inadvisability of doing a piecemeal approach to the AHPP. I think taking the ELI option out, and it's a relatively short time, and we're looking at 6 to 8 months before the full-blown AHPP amendment comes back to the City Council. So it's really kind of meaningless and, frankly, I think a waste of time. I'm sort of like right up there with a national emergency declaration. I think we have absolutely no way of knowing the impact of doing this. No way. I think this is an emotional, reactive response to, and I'm as sick as everybody else is seeing extremely low income come to us, that somehow developers are lining their pockets by doing the lowest common denominator, the lowest number of units, and that's how they're making the most money. That could be true, but we don't know. We have absolutely no idea of the feasibility of 15% very low income, or what is it, 30% low income, with no idea whatsoever. So if we take the extremely low income out of the mix, we may have nothing, because there's not been a meaningful feasibility study done on the other income categories. The 1828 Ocean Avenue projects are sort of being seen as the poster child for, yes, very low income does work. Well, in reality, the developer of 1828 Ocean has owned that property for not as long as I've been alive, as long as some of you have been alive, a long, long, long time. So the land, yes, it has. the land price in 1828 Ocean is not market rate at this point. And furthermore, I think the units that are being built in Oceanfront Walk are probably going to be the highest price rental units in Santa Monica. So there's an internal subsidy that's very workable for very low income in that project. So I don't think it's a good example of how it really does work, because I don't believe we know if it does or not. And then finally, the Affordable Housing Production Program was never meant to be the answer for Prop R, ever. And it never has been and never will be. What is the driving force for Prop R compliance and, frankly, housing element compliance is the 100% affordable housing projects, the ones that are done with city money that is now back. And I think the lag that you see in Prop R, totally reflects the death of redevelopment in a few years it took to get our feet back on the ground and get money going. I know for a fact the CCSM pipeline is robust at this point. They're breaking ground on 3 projects this year, and they've got more coming in next year in the pipeline. So I think we're back to seeing CCSM projects producing and contributing to the Prop R quotas, which is exactly what has happened historically. It has not been AHPP that has driven Prop R. More than 60% of the units that are complying with Prop R are nonprofit housing units. They're not AHPP. So again, I think it would be really precipitous. We have no idea the outcome if we eliminated extremely low income. No idea other than an unknown. So I would suggest that we advise against the IZO, eliminating ELI, and that we wait for the full-blown feasibility study on the AHPP and revise the program as that feasibility shows us, because right now we have no idea what we're doing.
So I would echo that broadly. I think we have to first do no harm, and it's not at all clear from what we've heard and what we're seeing in the staff report that in fact, we would be doing no harm by pulling ELI. And because I don't have the confidence that we would be doing no harm, I think it's an argument to accelerate the full feasibility study. I also think we are having broader conversations about what's coming up in Bergamot area plan. I think the Pico neighborhood plan. I think the sooner we can get this citywide feasibility study, the sooner we can have a comprehensive conversation about our strategies to get housing built. The sooner we can have, it may be a quixotic conversation, but the sooner we can have the conversation about what it's going to take to get low and moderate built, because that is a crisis. We are seeing barbell housing construction at the top end, at the bottom end, and we're losing the middle, which is putting our city's sustainability. We heard about a local sustainability economic forecast plan. That's putting our fundamental health at risk when we lose the middle. So that having been said, the question that I would pose to fellow commissioners is, do we say, no, don't do it, and accelerate a robust, really good feasibility study that also, I would hope, reflects an understanding that as much as we might like to believe as much, the housing decisions that get made for Santa Monica are not dependent entirely on Santa Monica, right? There are housing developers who will tell you in private now that they won't build housing west of the 110, right? Or west of the 101. It's not about the 405 anymore. And pretty soon it's going to be about the 5 and the 710 and the 605 and south from there, because regional constraints are driving where the housing is going. And we can change the rules all we want on our 8.3 miles, chessboard, but people are playing a much bigger game. So we need to be, I think we need to, when we're doing the feasibility study, I would add that we need to be regional in our analysis, because the funding is certainly regional. But the question, the last question that I would pose is, do we simply say, no, don't do it? Or do we say, no, don't do it, but if you insist on doing it, protect the pipeline and exempt some category, some smaller category? I think that's a messaging question for us, and that's a policy question for us. But my first instinct is to say, no, don't do it. The world will not end if we wait 6 to 8 months to get this right.
I don't disagree with the general idea that's being put forward, but I look at the situation and I see several issues that are kind of at the top of the discussion. And first of all, your point, Commissioner Lambert, about the role of nonprofit housing production in Prop R is very well taken. I will note that Prop R has never worked really well on an annual basis, and that's just the way that it's gone, and that makes sense for how things change over time. But it's good to have that there as an aspirational guide for our thinking. Obviously, when we think about the consequences, meeting our quantified objectives is top level. That is really at the top and should be foremost in our thinking. And then from there, addressing our overall housing production goals and the regional need for just more housing in general. So this is all leading up to an idea that's bold. It's intended to be temporary until we go through and we have a thoughtful and robust analysis of at least what the reports tell us, and that is in light of the fact that we need production at the low income level. What if we eliminated extremely low, again on a temporary basis, extremely low and very low, and set the bar down for the low income category, where it's at 10% and 15% at tier 2, which is currently where very low is. That way we would hopefully get a little burst of the housing being produced that will go directly toward our quantified objectives in the area that we're the farthest behind.
That's a really good idea. I hate to shoot it down, but we actually posed that to the City Council when this IZO first came up, of increasing the extremely low income to 10% or 12% or whatever the heck. Just sort of playing around with the AHPP numbers. And we were told by staff, and the City Council was not in favor of it either, that without some feasibility study of what we were proposing, we really couldn't do it. which I found ironic since we have no feasibility study of eliminating extremely low income, but they were willing to do that. So they said we could not play around with the percentages until the full feasibility study of the AHPP is done.
Even if it was a reduction in the restrictions.
Yeah, they didn't want us to, but they have no problem with thinking about taking the extremely low income out altogether. They just didn't want to fool around with the other categories, which I find odd, but that's where they were coming from.
And the only basis on which they were willing to even pursue the interim removal of ELI was based on the 2014 feasibility study, which was not, I would argue, was not as comprehensive as, well, there you go, as it should have been, but it was legally sufficient to justify a decision should the council wish to make one.
Where were these directions communicated to us? You said they weren't willing. You
This
met
was
with
the council meeting of December 18th, I think. It was the one that went to 7 o'clock 3 days later. We stayed up. I did.
Okay.
It was a long and, yeah, but part of the outcome was that the direction given was that no decision should be made until both the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission have had an opportunity to fully review the situation and the context and make recommendations to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just want to make sure that staff's understanding is the same as what was just articulated by Commissioner Landris, that the scenario where we would be reducing the obligation on low to the very low level.
Actually, that was not, the conversation was to increase extremely low income rather than eliminate it.
Right.
We didn't get to other categories.
They just said we which is a different animal than what I'm proposing.
They just said until, I mean, it's sort of what we've been saying. Until a feasibility study is done of what you're proposing, we're not going to do it, even though they were willing to eliminate ELI. They said otherwise, we're not going to screw around with the program until a feasibility study is done.
Seems pretty obvious that screwing around with the plan without a study is just not a very good idea. And I think that we can rest there. I mean, the whole downtown thing, I mean, as I remember the study that we got, it said that the numbers we asked for downtown fit in with the study, and that the numbers that ended up in the plan exceeded the feasibility study.
No, actually, the feasibility study backed up.
Oh, it did?
Marginally. The one done on the weekend before the meeting.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, and also because it's such a heavy requirement in downtown and so dramatically lighter everywhere else, we're obviously incentivizing production in the rest of the city and not downtown by transit where we actually wanted it. And that's also a really important part of the whole thing that we have to look at when we make changes. So I would move that we recommend an expedited study and making it happen in a smart way.
Second.
Should we do the backup plan or just go with this?
Well, that's my question.
What would be the backup plan in
The
this
backup plan
context?
would be to, if they're intent on doing this, then grandfather the the applications that have been filed, and I would like to see it not apply to smaller projects like 40 units.
How soon does it take to come out with a realistic feasibility study? What would be a realistic timeline?
What is Paul's current schedule and the work he's
We don't
doing?
have a schedule penned out, but based on past experience, something of this scale is for probably about 6 months. Right. Yeah, to give you an idea of where we're at, we have a preliminary scope. We have developed 11 prototypes on the boulevards and in the Bergamont area. They're a combination of residential and commercial mixed use, and then also the corresponding commercial mixed use. We need to really fine tune that, and then we have to go get authorization from council to spend some money. That all takes time, contracting, and then the actual analysis, and then the roadshow and the vetting.
So,
can I just ask a question about that?
Please.
So those models include, those models are from all over the city, right? So we would be looking.
We're looking at
Pico, Bergamot, Memorial Park.
Well, I think we're still in the scoping phase, so nothing has landed concretely yet, but we're really looking at more of the larger boulevards, so Wilshire, Santa Monica, Colorado, Broadway. Those we could actually get some efficiencies by looking at Colorado and Broadway as one geographic area and pulling real estate values from that. We're also looking at Lincoln Boulevard, but we're not actively pursuing prototypes on Pico Boulevard or Ocean Park Boulevard, for example, at this moment.
I would encourage you to take a look at doing that, given council's direction on expanding Bergamot. You sort of expanding the housing.
We're also looking at Bergamot.
Oh, you are looking at Bergamot.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think it could be worth. I mean, given sensitivities and given conversations that are happening related to the Pico well-being plan and the neighborhood plan, that it would be helpful to have some sense of what is or isn't possible on Pico, particularly with the interest in preserving affordable housing there.
Right.
And if, why separate that out and then have to go back and do it another time, especially since we're moving forward with that project. But
yeah,
I think if it's friendly to the maker of the motion, I think we ought to be asking for a smart and robust feasibility study that does capture all of the area plans that are intended over, let's say, the next 3 to 4 years, so that we don't have to go back and do this again.
Right. Okay. And then before I step away from the lectern, to this question of pipeline and exemption, we anticipated this question, so I wanted to provide the commission with a little bit of data on the composition of projects that have been moving through the pipeline over the past couple of years. So you see that the majority of the projects really are in the 26 to 75 unit mix. Very few actually exceed those thresholds. So just a piece of information for your pontification.
I have a question. There was some concern about if we pass this as it's conceived, it would go into effect immediately, and then the projects that were in the pipeline would be captured by it. Is that true?
Well, it depends on how the planning department and the city attorney's office structures the IZO. There are certain reach back things, but we don't really have a strong precedent for reaching past submitted projects.
Okay.
Right.
And so the same discussion would happen 6 months from now when we're looking at a new report, and we would say, okay, this afternoon, whether you started in the pipeline or not, these are the new rules of the game. Is that what would happen? How does that work? Why is there concern now? Because it's an interim thing, and there isn't a concern for pipelines that might be in 6 months from now.
Well, I think, again, it depends on the sense of urgency and how the city wants to structure the reach back. Traditionally, we've like in the DCP, we had a fairly low threshold to cross. You had to have submitted an application on or before November 16th, 2016, for example. For the big established large sites, you really only had to do a float up at ARB in order to legitimate your position, to hold your vesting rights, for example. I think it's part of the comprehensive decision. There's been some changes in project status recently, very, very recently, that I think may cause the council a little bit of friction. And they may be looking at a reach back that's a little different than what we've done in the past. It's speculation on my part, but the nature of the project status changes are pretty intense. So
well, you're an informed source.
I'm sorry?
You're an informed source.
Well, it's all in the staff report, actually. If you follow where the numbers move from in construction to newly submitted.
1437 5th Street, I believe you were addressing.
Well, it's one of the few, yeah.
There may be others in the room who know more about it than you do, but just speculating on that.
Pure speculation.
So I would like to speak to this, if this is all right. So what the trigger was that building, that was Ms. Larmore's building, where they had 4 units and came in and decided at the last minute to 2 and switched the definition down. And we were all enraged, and we all said that night to a person, we need to do something about this. This can't just be allowed that you come in and pick what you want. And this is doing something about it. It's not the final word. It's an IZO until the feasibility study is run, the numbers are looked at, and across the board there's a discussion about what is feasible in Santa Monica under different zoning calculations. We know construction costs have gone up in the last 5 years, 30%, 32%. We also know the value of land, the cost of land has gone up. But we're not talking about getting rid of low cost accommodation or low designation accommodation. We're just saying that the very low one, which allows you to pick 2 units as opposed to 4, gets rubbed out, so it would be the 10% level that would apply across the board. And yes, there's less rent that goes to the developer from those units. That I'm not explaining it well, but if it was 4 units, the developer will get greater rent from it and greater capitalisation out of it. And what they're picking is to go to the 2 very, very low income levels because they can go more market rate. So if they've got 100 units and they go to 2, 98 are at market rate, whereas it would be 4 and 96. But that they still are allowed to capitalise at a higher rate. So I do believe that there is still within the system enough elastic for people to move forward on these projects. And what we consistently hear when we sit here is that a project will become infeasible based on the regulations or the regulatory decisions that we make, and yet projects keep moving forward. And all we are simply doing is putting in place at this moment a prohibition that was called for last year and people have been making use of. So I am not in favour. I am in favour of prohibiting that and moving to a system where there will be one designation that will cover these low units. Now, I haven't explained it well, and I apologise.
I know what you mean.
At this stage, I am completely and utterly gone, and I said I would go at 10:30, and here I am at 1:30. But it's.
I just want to hopefully this will close. I don't know where everybody else is, but I'm not willing, as a planning commission and a planner, to jump into a situation and make a decision where I have absolutely no idea what the impact's going to be. And it could be a very negative impact. It could have no impact at all. I don't know. None of us really know. And I'm not willing to do that. So I would suggest that we recommend to the council that they expedite a robust feasibility analysis and amend the AHPP as soon as possible.
Well, there is a way of sort of guessing what it might be, what the impact might be. And let's say we have 3 months. Last year we had 12 months and we produced 600 units. So let's say we have 6 months, we're going to produce 300 units. Yeah, roughly, say if the same order of magnitude. But okay, but whatever it is, and let's say hypothetically those would get the 7.5%. Let's say all 300 get 7.5%, which would be 23 units. That's what we would get almost by right by keeping the thing the way it is today. Question is, how much more would we get under a slightly higher program? And it's probably 7 to 10 more units if we went with the current proposal. So that's what we're giving up. We're giving up somewhere on the order of magnitude 7 to 10 units. So I think we can, it's not a complete mystery. We can, well, I'm saying we can approach it and try to get to a certain level of understanding.
I'm not sure. I hear what you're saying. I think the risk is to the projects as a whole, because I think we've heard testimony from 2 representatives of frequent applicants that that there's a risk that they'll simply pull the housing projects entirely and convert to commercial, tier 1 and even tier 1 commercial. So the risk is a much greater loss of housing at all income levels. I recognize that I think making this kind of change on the fly without adequate information is not something that we should be doing. And I want to make a change. I do want to. I'm not comfortable with allowing developers to come in with 2 ELI versus, you know, a much larger number of, say, very low, or even moderate. I get that. I don't like that happens. But I don't want to make a policy change on the fly that could end up having a ripple effect, and I certainly don't want to do it when we're toward the end of an economic cycle, and the risk is anyway, without any action by us, that there will be projects that are pending that are going to blow up just because the economy is teetering on the edge of its cycle. So I just don't think this is the moment to be making changes without a lot more information.
Jason.
I just want to confirm with staff that I looked over the list of pending developments, and if I'm looking at it correctly, there are about, I don't know, 4 or 5 projects, like with substantial projects, more than just a few units, that are outside the downtown. Mm-hmm. Is that right? And are they all at the ELI level?
Well, we put the affordability levels here next to them. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. When they come in as pending projects, they don't actually define the income categories. So we have the overall projected affordability, but we don't know because the project isn't quite formed yet, shaped by the Planning Commission and other bodies.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, or when they apply, don't they choose?
They don't.
They don't choose. Mm-mm. Not until.
Not every time.
Okay. So really, I mean, so for those, I don't know, 6 or so projects, I think there's agreement, I think, that we're not looking to recommend a change to the options that they have in front of them. Right. I mean, even those that want to eliminate ELI, it only would apply to new applications. Is that right, Commissioner McKinnon? You stated your interest in eliminating that category, and that's across the board. You're not looking for any kind of like smaller category for small size projects. Well, I mean, Chair, if your thoughts are that there is that there's not enough information right now to move forward, is that your position?
No, I'm just saying that we can guess what it is. In fact, you could crunch these numbers and come with a regional guess. Well,
guess what is?
Well, that we know there's been a race to the bottom, that most people will choose the ELI. Yeah, it's called money. And so what I'm saying, it's not a great mystery. What is a mystery is that none of these people who indicated concern, that is the 2 attorneys, none of them indicated what they thought they were going to do. All that information is being kept very close to the vest. So what that means is they don't want us to know. There's an asymmetry of information here. Well, but I think we're more knowledgeable than we are, and we've seen it.
And even after we get the analysis, we won't know what the impact is on a particular project. So, we won't know how it affects it. We'll just have a general sense of something based on some assumptions that may or may not be right. That's where I was going. It seems like we've got. I don't know, Chair Fonda Bernardi, where do you land on this?
Well, I land very close to where Richard is. That we have a problem on our hands. We should act on it. We can take projects out of the pipeline if that's the pleasure of the group. But I think we do need something to indicate that yes, we expect to step up the game now. We don't want to see these projects come in with 2 out of 50. You know, that's just not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to send that message. We need to get that word out.
Right.
I need to ask, we're talking 6 to 8 months here.
Mm-hmm.
Do we really think that we're going to see this massive group of projects coming in with extremely low income? I mean, is there really a downside to not doing this? I mean, I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of applications between now and December with extremely low income, other than CCSM. I mean,
and other than downtown DA projects that are not
Exactly.
subject to
I
this
mean,
or
I don't
have to meet the mix requirement.
I guess my whole issue is that I don't know why we're doing this. I mean, it's a very short period of time. We're not going to see like 10 applications coming in between now and December. Why are we even doing this? It's always seemed to me like a waste of time and effort.
So why don't we?
And that together with the fact that we have absolutely no idea what the impact is.
I'm very clear about your position. Why don't we call a motion?
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor not to do this. Let's start with that. There's been a second, I take it.
This is just a recommendation, right?
Correct. It's a recommendation that was for a smart and robust HPP feasibility study
Right.
that includes all of the specific plan areas that we think are coming up in the next
Right.
3 to 4 years.
As quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible.
Okay. All those in favor? Let's start at that end.
Yeah, well, do you want to call it?
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon.
No.
Commissioner Perry.
No.
And Sheriff Ronaldo Bernardi.
No.
That's 3-3.
Okay, well, I guess you have to tell them that half of us think they should do it and half of us think they shouldn't.
Is
All right, so I'll move that no matter what council does or does not do, it should not touch the projects that are currently in the pipeline.
Second.
And I'll leave it at that.
What about limiting it to projects larger than 40 units or something? Because
That's getting too fine-grained
all right,
there
okay.
for this.
Okay, then we'll
They
just say
shouldn't do
pipeline.
it at
All right,
all.
that's fine.
Don't you want to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's, hearing no discussion.
So if they decide to do something, they should.
Right.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon.
Yes.
Commissioner Perry.
Yes.
And Sheriff
Yes.
Bernardi.
But I want to make it clear that wasn't necessarily the primary, that there was a split vote on the other recommendation.
We'll send that video to the council.
6-0. Right. Well, it's appropriate. We discussed this roughly at the same hour that council did, so.
I move to adjourn.
So by acclamation, we're adjourned. What do you want to do? You want to do it?
Roxanne has some